Ghosts in the Garden by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Are you sure I'm doing this right? Because it doesn't feel right. I tried to keep the quiver from my voice, but it shook all the same. My arms were shaking too. You look great, came Harmony's reply from across the yard. Above us stretched an indigo sky, with only the faintest slivers of twilight shining down through the trees that lined the sprawling lot behind the stately Beechwood Manor. The home-turned inn glowed from within, as the residents, both permanent and temporary, settled in for the evening. A chill lashed against the back of my neck, the sensitive skin exposed to the elements as my mess of wavy dark hair sat piled atop my head to keep it out of my face while I worked. I'd taken off my scarf an hour ago, leaving it draped over the railing around the back deck. Practicing magic generated more heat than I'd expected, and the frosty January evening was almost a relief, as my brow prickled with glimmers of sweat. I clenched my molars together and lifted my hands higher, reaching the peak of the movement I had practiced 100 times this week. Here goes nothing. With an explosion of force, I tore my arms down, like a wannabe lumberjack attempting to split an enormous log with a single strike of the axe. I held no axe, though. In fact, I couldn't be sure I was holding anything at all. That was the thing with magic. So much of it was murky and left to the imagination until the moment it burst from you, whether intentional or not. It was nothing like the movies, where a simple flick of a wand was all that was required to move the proverbial mountains. At least it wasn't like that for me. I channeled my intention into the striking motion, and for a few heart-stopping moments, a ripple of doubt clawed at me. Then it happened. The practice mannequin sagging against a tree trunk caught the full force of my spell and went flying to the ground with a satisfying thump. Harmony bolted up from her perch on a tree stump, pumping her arms into the air above her head, hooting and hollering as if her team had just won the playoffs. I knew you could do it, she hollered, coming over to throw her arms around me. I told you. As for me, it took all my strength to keep my suddenly wobbly legs underneath me, and I was grateful for the enthusiastic embrace, rib-crunching though it may be, if only to keep me from toppling over like the target dummy I'd sent careening to the half-frozen ground. You promise that was me? I panted, as Harmony squeezed the breath from my lungs. You didn't do anything? Not even a budge. I swear to Merlin himself, Harmony replied through a snorted burst of laughter. She released me, beaming so wide her bright blue eyes squinted at the corners. That was all you, girl. A thrill swept through me, and I nodded, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of unexpected tears. Harmony threw an arm around my shoulders, still pumping her other fist in the air. I'm so proud of you. Come on, we should go tell Holly. She'll want to celebrate too. Turning, I looked past her slight frame to the dummy still lying motionless on the ground. To be fair, it wasn't odd that I half expected it to get to its feet, dust itself off, and take its place at the tree again, seeing as how Harmony's enchantment had done just that multiple times. But this time, it stayed down. Our session was officially over. Harmony could be dogged about my magic lessons, but whenever she could help it, she always ended things on a high note. And this was the highest note I'd hit yet. In the 2 months since discovering that not only were witches, werewolves, and vampires alive and well in the world, but that I, too, had magic, my life had taken a 180-degree turn. Sometimes it felt like the Blair McGill of 2 or 3 months ago no longer existed. On a calendar, not much had changed, beyond the usual passing of the holiday season, but in that short amount of time, my entire world looked different. Upon finding out about my magic, I quit my job and vacated my apartment in Tacoma, Washington, and moved to Beechwood Harbor, a rustic little beachside community on the Washington coastline. Naturally, the change of pace took some getting used to. Beechwood Harbor was a tourist town in the middle of the off-season, so most days were quiet and sleepy. It was one of those places where everyone knew everyone, and slowly that was beginning to include me. The town itself wasn't magical in nature, but was unknowingly concealing a pretty big magical secret: the Beechwood Inn. Little did the locals know that the large historic home was no run-of-the-mill bed and breakfast, but instead an inn catering to paranormal beings, operated by a potion witch, Holly, and her dog-shifter husband, Adam. "You've come so far in such a short amount of time," Harmony said, as we walked together across the yard between the trees and the back entrance of the historic mansion. "I seriously think you must be drinking some kind of magic super juice behind our backs," she added with a laugh. "What, like magic Red Bull?" I snorted. "Trust me, I think it's more likely a combination of getting good sleep for the first time in forever and all the fresh air." I had another secret theory, but it sounded too fantastical to share, even considering everything I had learned over the past months. Just before the holidays, the Beechwood Inn had played host to a conference of bona fide fairy godmothers. After they left, life at the inn became calm and quiet again, with even a few snow days to add to the season. Spending the entire month of December with my new friends, enjoying good food and cozy nights, was like a jump start to my internal battery. And it seemed to have done something to my magic, too. It was the happiest Christmas I could remember, and most certainly the happiest of my adult life. The joy and magic seeped into my system in some deeper, inexplicable way, and I woke up on New Year's Day with a confidence I'd never felt before. I asked Holly and Harmony to challenge me, and quickly moved from levitating small, lightweight objects to lighting candles with concentrated bursts of fire magic, and creating balls of ethereal lights. After that, we'd started to work on defensive magic, which Adam particularly enjoyed as it gave him an excuse to bust out the pair of water pistols he'd bought the kids that summer. Adam and Valoria, Holly and Adam's 6-year-old daughter, enjoyed chasing me around the woods, pelting me with water, while I did my best to duck, dodge, and throw defensive shielding spells. Once I had those down, Holly and Harmony started teaching me offensive magic. So far, I could send a stunning spell at small inanimate objects and freeze them in place, or even knock them back a few feet. Tonight, Harmony decided we should try picking on something my own size, her words, and produced a crash dummy from some closet buried deep in the Beechwood Inn. Upon seeing it, I'd immediately asked what on earth it was doing in the closet in the first place, but Harmony got off track and never answered the question. I still didn't know why they had it, but it worked perfectly for my target practice, even if the effort of performing the spells over and over again left me wrung out and ravenous. Luckily, one of the many perks of living at the Beechwood Inn was that someone was always cooking something. Or, as was more often the case for the man of the house, ordering takeout from one of the local restaurants. No sooner had we opened the door and shuffled into the kitchen, stamping off our wet boots on the rubber mat, than did the mouth-watering scent of greasy pizza find its way to my nose. Harmony beamed, her hands clasping together like Valoria had on Christmas morning as she raced downstairs and found a brand new bike, complete with a trailer for the family cat Boots, with a red gift bow attached. "I forgot it was Friday," she exclaimed, racing into the kitchen where Adam was unloading an armful of pizza boxes. That was another thing about living at the manor. No one had the same taste, which meant every meal became family style, with a little of this and a little of that. "What do I owe you?" Harmony asked, patting the puffy pockets along the front of her winter coat, looking for her wallet. Adam chuckled and set the boxes fully on the counter. He was bundled up against the cold, his athletic frame encased in a black North Face jacket and matching gloves. A knitted black hat covered most of his thick, dark brown hair. He was in his late 30s, with an easy smile and warm brown eyes that almost always had a sparkle of humor dancing in them. He was the kind of guy who could always make a situation better, even if he didn't know what to do, as his presence alone was comforting. In a way, it made sense he took on the shape of a large, protective dog when not in his two-legged form. Though, truth be told, I thought a golden retriever might be more fitting. He loved his wife and his 2 children more than anything in this world, and anyone would know that after spending more than 10 seconds with him. "Don't worry about it. It's on me," he told Harmony. "Oh, and technically it's not Friday," he added with a chuckle, revealing his dimples. Harmony's gaze turned skeptical as one honey-blonde brow quirked in his direction. "And Holly is okay with this?" Holly, while not overly controlling, had been doing her best to rein in her family's eating habits now that the holidays were over. The house had been awash in a myriad of snacks and treats for the past several weeks, and when January rolled around, Holly set some resolutions with nutrition in mind, much to her husband's chagrin. For his part, Adam had the metabolism of a high school senior who ran track, played football, and never seemed to gain so much as an ounce of body fat, despite eating just about anything that wasn't nailed down. This trait did not endear him to the house full of women he lived with, none of whom share his metabolic traits. "She's at a potion conference tonight," Adam said, mischievously tapping his gloved forefingers to his temple. "And tomorrow is garbage day." Harmony laughed. "I see. So you paying for the pizza is more of a bribe, then." Adam's grin widened as he shucked off his gloves and coat. "Is it working?" Harmony eyed the pizza boxes, steam still escaping from the seams in the cardboard lid. "Fine, but if she finds out, I'm gonna sing like a canary." Adam laughed and headed for the door, likely to put away his outer gear and grab the kids. "Here," Harmony said, lifting the lid of the top box. "You get the first slice. You've earned it." She stepped aside and grabbed a stack of plates from the cupboard. I peeked inside, spotted bell peppers, olives, and mushrooms nestled among the melted cheese, and tried not to openly drool. We moved the boxes to the peninsula separating the kitchen from the eating area. The home had a formal dining room, but it was rarely used. Most meals were consumed at the large farmhouse-style table adjacent to the kitchen, overlooking the backyard and line of trees leading to the woods behind the house. "So why aren't you at the potion conference with Holly?" I asked, as we loaded up our plates with pizza and garlic knots. It was perhaps my favorite thing about Adam. He always sprang for garlic knots. "Oh," Harmony said around a mouthful of bread. She paused to lick garlic spread from her thumb before reaching for the basket of napkins placed at the center of the table. She sank into her seat and wiped her mouth. "It's more of a business owner's thing," she explained. "I'm technically the manager, but when it comes down to the inner workings of the business, payroll, marketing, and all that number stuff, my brain packs a suitcase and heads off to La La Land." I smiled and lifted a slice of vegetarian pizza. "Got it. I actually forgot the meeting was tonight, to tell you the truth. Guess your news will have to wait until she comes back." "What news?" The kitchen door swung open, and Adam returned, with a nearly 2-year-old boy, his carbon copy, on one hip, while 6-year-old Valoria, her mother's spitting image, scampered past him, leaving a trail of pink and gold sparkles in her wake. At first I couldn't figure out if they were coming from her shoes or her hair. As she waved her fist above her head, I realized the source of the sparkles was a golden orb of light clenched in her small hand. Her nails were painted hot pink, her Auntie Harmony's handiwork from when we did at-home manicures last weekend. "Isn't it cool?" Valoria chirped excitedly, waving the orb around to thoroughly coat the kitchen in pink and gold sparkles. Luckily, they faded upon contact with anything solid. "Yeah, V, who needs Parmesan cheese when you have rainbow dust?" Harmony said, weaving in her chair to dodge a swath of sparkles. Adam set Samuel in his high chair and strapped the safety belt. It was even more important for magical children to follow all safety protocols. After all, when your son could literally sprout wings, one needed to ensure he couldn't take flight and end up tangled with the light fixture wires. "Okay, honey, I think that's enough. Save some sparkles for tomorrow." Valoria pushed out her lower lip, but did as her father asked and set the orb on the counter. Harmony twisted in her chair, her arm draped over the back. "I was just saying we'd have to wait until Holly gets back to tell her that Blair just about blasted the practice dummy into the harbor with a stunning spell," Harmony said, beaming with pride. Adam gave me an approving nod. "Nicely done." "That's a bit of an exaggeration," I smiled at Harmony. "But thanks." Adam helped Valoria pick out a piece of pizza, which she did with her signature thoughtfulness, carefully considering the equally sliced pieces before landing on the one she deemed had the most chunks of pineapple. After sending Valoria on her way to her usual chair, he placed another slice on a small plastic plate, then extended it in Harmony's direction. Without prompting, Harmony whipped a finger through the air, and the pizza slice levitated just long enough for the magic to cut through it, the slice falling back onto the plate in small, cubed pieces. Smiling, Adam checked the contents with one finger, ensuring the cheese had cooled properly, before placing the plate in front of Samuel, who dug in with gusto he could have only inherited from his father, a fellow foodie. "Well, speaking of good news, the inn is officially open for the new year," Adam said, as he took his own seat, his plate piled high. "Mr. McDougal is coming tomorrow morning." He paused and glanced down at his daughter, who had rolled up her sleeves to eat her slice of pizza. At Adam's news, she paused, the slice halfway to her tiny rosebud mouth. "Mr. McDougal is coming?" Adam grinned. "That's right." Valoria burst into a cheer, quickly abandoning her slice of perfect pizza. Samuel joined in his sister's chorus, pumping his little arms high, sending a cascade of chopped pepperoni onto his head. The kitchen door swung open, and Miriam flew in, her fairy wings fluttering as though she had some kind of sixth sense that trouble and mess were afoot. She tutted her tongue and flew to the sink, wetting a washcloth before flying over to tend to the littlest member of the Bolt St. James clan. "Thanks, Miriam." Adam grimaced, but it faded quickly, his casual grin returning. Harmony and I shared an amused grin. The inn's guest list might change, but it was pretty clear some things never would. And I was finding I liked it that way. Chapter 2. As with the fairy godmother conference, I woke up the following morning not quite sure what to expect from the new day. The rest of the household was more prepared, and I awoke to the house in what seemed like a familiar routine. Miriam, the retired fairy godmother who worked as a private nanny for Holly and Adam, had Valoria and Samuel in the kitchen eating breakfast. Valoria would shortly be off to school in the Seattle Haven, via the portal disguised as a common garden shed in the backyard. Samuel usually stayed around the house, under Miriam's watchful eye, while Holly ran her apothecary and Adam worked on various projects as a freelancer, in addition to keeping up with the inn's guests. Since arriving at the Beechwood Inn, I'd taken to working part-time hours at Holly's apothecary. I hadn't yet started dabbling in potion work, nor was I sure I ever would. But my many years of retail experience in the greater Seattle area meant I could handle customer service in just about any environment. Holly and Harmony worked in the back, brewing the shop's signature potions, while I worked the front desk and aided the other shop witches with customer requests and questions, and handled the occasional sticky situation involving a return or complaint about a potion that didn't work as the customer envisioned, which was usually the result of a less than thorough reading of the product label prior to purchase. Holly paid me for my time, despite my many protests that she already did too much for me, and that if anything, my work should go to cover my room and board at the inn. Still, every other Friday there was a paycheck with my name on it. Whenever I asked why she was so generous to me, she only smiled and reminded me that she, too, had been in a similar circumstance once upon a time, and this was her way of paying forward the kindness shown to her. In general, I tended to be an overachieving type of employee. No matter how soul-sucking a job might feel, I always did my best to go above and beyond. This was even more true working at the apothecary. Not only did I find the job interesting and even pleasurable, but I was determined to do the best job I could in some way to repay Holly. So, after joining the family for a quick bite and a cup of coffee in the large kitchen, I returned to my room just long enough to get dressed and put on a bit of makeup. I'd never been much of a glamour girl, and fortunately the Seattle Haven followed the laid-back West Coast style of its non-magic counterpart, meaning anything more than a brush of eyeshadow, swipe of mascara, and lip gloss was overkill. When I exited my room for the second time, a human skull whizzed down the hallway like a spooky flying saucer, complete with glowing lights in the hollow eye sockets. I jumped back to avoid a collision, muttering a string of curses under my breath. A wicked peal of laughter followed as the skull buzzed around the corner and flew out of sight. "Poppy," I muttered, shaking my head. Despite our brief tenure working together to solve the mystery of the stolen Everbright wand, Poppy and I quickly veered back to our original strained relationship. Though relationship was really too strong of a word. I'd hardly had more than a few minutes' worth of conversation with the skull since arriving, as Poppy preferred to wreak havoc and do her best to spook me at every opportunity. She found it endlessly entertaining that occasionally, upon being startled, my magic took over, and involuntarily, at least on a conscious level, turned me into a medium-sized black cat, a state that usually lasted until I went to sleep. In Poppy's twisted little mind, I was a bit like a reverse Jack-in-the-Box. I suppose I should pity her more than I did. After all, Poppy was a victim, killed by the greedy, creepy wizard she was once married to. While doing a delivery for the potion shop several years back, Harmony nearly found herself a victim of the wizard, and only thanks to Poppy's help avoided the same fate. After the trial, Harmony kept a space in her room for Poppy's spirit and her vehicle of choice, the skull. The two of them got along like old friends, but somehow I couldn't see us moving past a frenemies kind of state. "I hope you're getting your zoomies out now," came Holly's exasperated voice from down the hall in the living room. "Our guest should be here any—" The sound of the doorbell's almost ominous tone interrupted Holly mid-sentence. Another maniacal peal of laughter followed, though it sounded more distant, and I imagined the skull flitting back to her lair on the second floor of the large home. Hopefully for good. Closing the door to my room behind me, I stepped into the hall, the well-worn soles of my boots shuffling on the polished hardwoods. Holly opened the front door and offered her warmest smile, the same one she'd offered me when I first arrived at the inn. "Mr. McDougal, it's so good to see you again. Come on in." Again? It boded well that the new guest was a repeat visitor, at least. I stepped into the foyer, just as an elderly man with thinning gray hair stepped over the threshold. He wore a tweed jacket and a pair of crisply pressed slacks. Behind him, he dragged a silver suitcase, the size meant for the overhead compartments on an airplane. In his other hand, he held a leash attached to a small terrier with short legs, shaggy brown fur, and almost comical eyebrows. At least, it started out that way. I blinked as the animal crossed the threshold behind its master, my mind whirling with possible explanations as the dog seemed to stretch and shed its fur coat, transforming into a lanky lizard. No, not a lizard. As the animal fully entered the home, a pair of purple wings unfurled from either side, and the animal shook, revealing its full form. A form that was, unmistakably, dragon. Holly squealed with delight and kneeled before the creature, offering the back of her hand, the way one might greet a dog at a park. I shook my head, blinking wildly. Clearly, she wasn't worried about getting her skin singed off. Was I imagining things completely? For all I knew, Poppy had just crop-dusted the hallway with some sort of hallucinogenic powder, invisible to the naked eye. It was the only explanation. Well, not the only explanation, all things considered, but... Sir Pickles, it's an honor to have you in our home, Holly was telling the dog/dragon. The animal tipped its elongated head, and two distinct smoke rings billowed from either nostril as the beast let out a groan, of what I could only assume was pleasure, as Holly stroked the shiny scales along its neck. Sir Pickles? Mr. McDougal chuckled and passed the leash to Holly before dragging his suitcase fully inside and closing the front door. He's been chattering non-stop about the roasted game hens he had on our last stay. Holly laughed and finished stroking the animal's head before rising to her feet. She held up one finger and leaned in conspiratorially, smiling at the man. Between you and me, I've got 3 of them defrosting in the kitchen right now. I figured it would make for an appropriate welcome back to the Beechwood Inn dinner. Mr. McDougal's pale blue eyes sparkled. Sounds like we're at the beginning of another 5-star stay, then. Holly smiled, the pride evident in her face. She was dressed more casually than she normally was on days she went to the apothecary, and I wondered if perhaps she was planning to stick around at the inn to help see Mr. McDougal get settled in. She wore an eggplant-colored turtleneck over a pair of dark-wash jeans and a pair of black ballet flats. Her dark auburn hair hung loosely around her shoulders, falling to mid-back in waves that suggested she deep-conditioned at least once a week. Her peaches and cream complexion was smooth and clear, with only the barest touches of makeup, a swipe of pale lip gloss, and a thin coat of mascara, drawing out her emerald green eyes. We sure hope so, she told Mr. McDougal, ushering him and his strange pet inside. She glanced over and saw me lingering at the end of the hallway, and winked. Oh, Blair, she said. I didn't hear you come up. Did you sleep well? Mr. McDougal turned, acknowledging me with a polite smile. Always nice to meet a fellow guest of the inn. Is this your first stay? I hesitated, unsure how to answer. In truth, I was something of a long-term guest. I wasn't currently making plans to leave the manor, though, and while it felt homey to me, perhaps more homey than any place had felt, it still wasn't technically my home. Holly smiled. Blair is a long-term guest. This is Blair McGill. Blair, this is Fred McDougal. Fred extended a hand in my direction. I took it and we shook briefly. As he released my hand, he chuckled and glanced down at his scaled companion, who was straining at the end of his leash in an attempt to more thoroughly smell the upholstered cat bed perched atop the small wooden bench that doubled as a shoe storage trunk. Boots, Holly's tabby familiar, loved curling up on the cushion when the sun filtered through the narrow windows framing the doors. His orange and cream fur covered the velvet pillow, leaving a calling card for the clawed beast. I hope you don't mind dogs, Fred said, chuckling as he gave Holly a knowing look. Holly laughed. How could anyone not fall in love with Sir Pickles? She asked rhetorically. I eyed the dragon dog. It's a clever enchantment, don't you think? Holly continued, shifting her attention in my direction and clearly speaking for my benefit. While the wards around the inn are very good at hiding things others are not meant to see, concealing a baby dragon would be tricky, even for the most advanced wards. So, Sir Pickles has an enchanted collar that helps him navigate our world a little more securely. Okay, so I'm not losing my mind completely then? I said with a relieved laugh. One second I was looking at a dog, and the next... Sir Pickles let out a chuffing snort, dispelling more smoke rings. Was he laughing at me? I stared down at the dragon, its eyes blood red, though not in a menacing way. He is my emotional support dragon, Fred interjected, smiling down at the creature with what could only be described as fatherly affection. We go everywhere together, but the beach is his favorite place to be. I think he must be at least part water dragon, though I can't be sure. We're still waiting for someone to start a dragon DNA test company, you see. I nodded slowly, my brain starting to shut down to preserve itself against the onslaught of sudden and strange magical information. That happens sometimes, I found. My mind could only stretch so far in a given day. And here I was, maxed out on new magical knowledge, and it wasn't even 10 a.m. yet. Lucky me. Perhaps coffee would help. Fred shifted to Holly and smiled, gesturing with his chin at the staircase at her back. Do we have the same room as before, then? Holly nodded and stepped aside, sweeping an arm to usher him forward. That's right. You can set your bag here if you want. Fred released the handle of the bag and took a handful of steps up the main staircase. Holly used a whisper of magic and sent the bag floating after him. It was nice to meet you, Blair, Fred called down, one hand clutching the railing securely as he climbed. Perhaps we'll see you at dinner tonight. Nice to meet you, too, I called back. Fred, Sir Pickles, and the silver suitcase turned left at the top of the stairs and padded down the hall out of sight. Holly pressed a hand to her mouth and tried to suppress a giggle as she watched me struggle to process the events of the morning. In hindsight, I probably should have told you about the dragon. But hey, it's kind of a fun surprise, isn't it? Just as long as he doesn't set fire to the place, I suppose. Holly laughed and looped an arm around my shoulders, steering me toward the kitchen. He's harmless. Dragons don't even get their fire for several decades. He's a long way off from being anything other than an adorable fog machine. Good to know. I nodded slowly. I guess this explains why V was so excited when she heard Mr. McDougal was coming. Holly smiled. Oh, yes. She's a big Sir Pickles fan. Although it's a bit of a double-edged sword, as it will be all she talks about for the next 2 months. She's bound and determined to have a dragon familiar one day. We headed into the kitchen, the scent of coffee and toast and cinnamon greeting us. Just promise you'll give me a heads up before Bigfoot or the Tooth Fairy comes over for afternoon tea, will you? Holly grinned and held up 2 fingers. I swear, which is honor. Chapter 3. Since arriving in Beechwood Harbor several weeks ago, I'd said and done some pretty unbelievable things. However, sitting across a candlelit table from Brandon and saying, "Well, a dragon moved into the room upstairs," in response to him asking if anything exciting had happened this week, hits a new peak on my personal craziograph. Brandon chuckled softly into his water glass before taking a sip. Oh, that's right. I guess I probably should have warned you about Sir Pickles, he said, returning the glass to the table. You knew? He grinned. Of course I did. It's my job, remember? Sometimes I just want to sit and ask for a complete itemized rundown of everything weird that I might one day encounter, I said with a sigh, momentarily propping an elbow against the edge of the table. The memory of my late grandmother's shrill disapproval echoed through my ears, and I quickly withdrew it, returning my hands to my lap, where a linen napkin stretched across the tops of my thighs. It was only a thin square of fabric, but it provided an extra layer of insulation. I'd worn a dress to dinner, one a few inches too short for this time of year, and regretted it almost instantly. Though Brandon seemed to appreciate it, having told me how beautiful I looked twice before we'd even reached the restaurant. Personally, I thought it was a misstep that the Seattle Haven didn't use its abundance of magic to alter the weather. The citizens within its magical borders seemed content living in a place that mirrored the often gray, human version of the city. On nights like this, I thought it might be more fun if they'd put their magic into channeling a more tropical locale. "Anything in particular you're worried about running into?" Brandon asked, still grinning at me. "Anything with extra pointy teeth or spiky tentacles?" I replied with a shudder. "Oh, I know. What about borrowers? Are they real?" Brandon raised an eyebrow. "Borrowers?" "Yeah, you know. The little people that live inside the walls and steal your stuff when you're not looking. They never take anything big, of course. Just little things. Bobby pins, extra socks, bottle caps, hair elastics, a roll of Scotch tape, or the last set of AAA batteries. There's a book and a movie." Brandon chuckled into his napkin as he wiped a smear of garden herb spread from the corner of his mouth. We were still making our way through our chosen appetizer, a basket of toasted pita served alongside a trio of dipping sauces and little white ramekins. "I don't think those are real, sorry." I leaned back in my seat. Darn, it made for a convenient excuse for misplacing things. You know, you could just say, "Oh, those borrowers are at it again." He chuckled. "I suppose you could blame it on the dragon. I've been told Sir Pickles has a thing for socks." I curled my toes inside my pointy heels, realizing I wasn't technically wearing socks at the moment. "Good to know." "It's better if you figure this stuff out little by little," Brandon continued. He reached for the basket between us and plucked a piece of bread, thin sliced and toasted to golden perfection. He hovered indecisively over each variety of toppings before opting to slather it in aged cheddar spread. "It seems I don't have a choice. I've been reading everything I can get my hands on. The library at the inn is pretty impressive, actually." Brandon nodded affirmatively, finishing the schmear with a little flourish of his wrist before returning the small utensil to the dish. "Of course, none of that helps me with what I am actually looking for," I said, dangling these words like a lure in a fishing pond. My brow arched expectantly as Brandon took a bite of his appetizer. He groaned, his expression making it clear the sound had nothing to do with the savory delight of the food. "You know I can't do anything to help on that front." Disappointment rippled through me all the same. "I know. I was just hoping that maybe—" I started, but shook my head. It wasn't fair for me to pile more work onto Brandon's already full plate, and I knew it. Not to mention, he was well, boyfriend was too strong a word. Gentleman caller, too antiquated. And while we were friends with some benefits, that label didn't fit either. I planted my elbow on the edge of the table again, drowning out my grandmother's voice from the other side, and dropped my chin into my palm. Forget I said anything. Honestly, I'm sorry. It's not your job to dig into things for me, and I don't want you to get in trouble for poking around where you're not supposed to. Brandon's brow remained creased, even as he continued nibbling at the toasted bite. "It's not that I can't dig into things. It's more that the godmothers run their own department, and unless ordered by the Haven Council, they aren't obligated to share with us." I nodded, my mind wandering. "I sent a letter to Esmeralda a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't heard anything. And I suppose she's not technically in charge now that Celestine has been returned to her prior position. You never know. Celestine herself might be willing to help you. After all, if not for you, she might still be cursed. And who knows what damage Gwendolyn could have done with the Everbright wand by now," Brandon interjected. He brushed his fingers off on a napkin. "You might try reaching out to her directly." I thought about it, but Celestine is more stringent about tradition and rules. And grateful though she might be, giving me access to sealed records definitely goes against their policies. A silence stretched between us, and heat raced up my spine, wrapping around my shoulders like an unwanted cloak. The warmth spread across my chest and up my neck. I had done it again. Turned an otherwise ordinary date night, dragon talk aside, into a fact-finding mission. Finding out about my murky background wasn't part of Brandon's job description, and it wasn't fair of me to put it on his shoulders. Not to mention, it was a total buzzkill. I shifted in my seat and plastered a smile on my face. Okay, enough about me. Tell me about your week. Got anything that can top an honest-to-goodness dragon sighting? Brandon chuckled, and I noticed an ease in the line of his shoulders, like he'd let out a breath he'd been holding the past few minutes. Well, we had a middle-of-the-night call, and Naira can be a bit of a dragon when woken up from a dead sleep. But otherwise, no, he teased. I smiled, thinking of Brandon's partner. Naira Berman was a stunning woman who could win a beauty pageant in a burlap sack. It was hard to imagine her as anything with scales, whether in her temperament or otherwise. What was the call? Brandon groaned. Someone thought it would be a great idea to adopt, he inserted air quotes, a phoenix. Sure, it was only a hatchling when they got it, but come on, we all know where that road leads. He scoffed and shook his head. Anyway, when the inevitable outcome came to pass, it took out the second story of a hipster live-workspace in the Southwest Corridor. I grimaced. Yikes. Yikes indeed. So now, we have to track down the seller and see what other kinds of furry friends they might be slinging around the city. Somehow this story isn't making me feel much better about the idea of sleeping under the same roof as a dragon tonight, I muttered. Brandon laughed softly. Trust me, we've got decades before Sir Pickles can cough up a flame big enough to roast a marshmallow. That's what Holly said, but still. Brandon's dark eyes gleamed, and he reached for my hand, his expression growing earnest. Trust me, Blair. I wouldn't put you in harm's way. His palm slid over mine. My stomach made a little swooping flip-flop. And suddenly, the dragon dog was the last thing on my mind. By the time I got home, the historic mansion was dark, save for a few lights in the windows on the second level. Brandon had escorted me through the portal at the SPA headquarters that linked directly to the one in the tool shed behind the inn. Shadows stretched across the grass as the moon glowed behind the line of tall evergreens. I thought I caught a flicker of pink-purple lights glowing from the depths of Harmony's room, and figured we had at least one member in the audience for our end-of-date goodbyes. To be fair, if my soul were stuck inside a bleached human skull for presumably the rest of time, I couldn't say for certain I wouldn't turn into a nosy busybody as well. Brandon placed a hand on my waist, steadying me as we stepped onto the grass, and I pushed aside all thoughts of Poppy's voyeurism. It wasn't hard to do when I looked up and met Brandon's eyes, now even darker, lit by frosty starlight. Though Brandon was handsome under any circumstances, I was convinced that even if left on a deserted island with a diet of nothing but local vegetation and seagull meat for 6 months, with nary a razor or pair of tweezers for miles, he would still be one of the most handsome men I'd ever seen. The fact that he was interested in me proved to be a continual source of confusion and delight. He smiled and reached toward me, his fingertips brushing my jawline. When can I see you again? I think that's more up to you at this point, I said with a smile, leaning my cheek into his touch ever so slightly. I can fit in a night out whenever you're not too busy chasing illicit magic creature smugglers. He chuckled, though there was a slight wince at the reminder of the workload on his plate. Holly is almost too nice of a boss, I continued. I'm pretty sure if I needed an afternoon off or to leave the apothecary early, she wouldn't mind. I don't even think she needs me there, to be honest. I think she's just too nice to say otherwise. Brandon looked like he wanted to argue the point, but swept it aside, his fingers moving into my hair. "How about Tuesday, then? I have tickets to see Wraith's Requiem." At my blank expression, he elaborated. "Oh, right. It's basically a rock concert, but with magic." He grinned. "Sounds interesting." Brandon flushed, but his smile quickly rebounded. "Okay, not your thing. Duly noted." No, it sounds fun. Tuesday works for me." "Good." His eyes dropped from mine to graze over my lips. The subtle gesture enough to send my heart skittering out of control. He was taking it slow. Oh, so slow. But there was something thrilling about the unknown territory we were charting. As with just about everything in my life, I felt like I was journeying into unknown terrain. When it came to Brandon, I welcomed the journey. "Blair." Wanting to venture out sooner rather than later, I cut him off mid-sentence, pressing my lips to his with a fervency built over the last several dates. His lips quickly melted to mine as the initial surprise faded, and the kiss deepened. I was lost in the kiss, until we suddenly lurched forward, thrown off kilter. Brandon flung out an arm in a sweeping motion, shielding me as he whirled around to face the source of the interruption. The glow of the magic flames dancing in the hearth within the tool shed illuminated the silhouette of a slender woman with a long bob and a slight wobble to her steps. "Oh, stars, I'm so sorry," came Harmony's voice from the shadows. She swayed a bit on her tall heels, which were thankfully platforms, and managed to keep upright. "I'm not interrupting, am I?" she asked with an innocent grin, which ended abruptly in a sharp hiccup. "Harmony, are you drunk?" She bobbled as she leaned back the other way, holding up a hand to show a sliver of space between her thumb and forefinger. "I only had a little bit to drink." Her purse fell to the grass. She giggled and hiccuped again. "All right." Brandon chuckled and helped steady Harmony on her feet. I moved in and took her by the arm, snagging her purse in one fluid motion. "Let's get you inside, and maybe find you one of those nice little hangover potions you sell at the shop. I have a feeling you might want one before sunrise." Harmony protested, but accepted my help as she lurched toward the house. "I got her," I told Brandon. "Thanks again for dinner. It was wonderful." "Tuesday?" Brandon called. "Tuesday. We can pick up right where we left off," I called back, a surge of heat washing over me. "Blair and Brandon sitting in a tree," Harmony sang, punctuated by her uncertain steps. Yeah, you and Holly can do the I told you so dance in the morning when everyone's a little more awake." Harmony burst into a fit of giggles as I got her inside, unable to wipe the grin off my face. Chapter 4. Fortunately for Harmony, the hangover potions she and Holly sold at the apothecary worked like a charm. Perhaps literally, and she woke up with her usual exuberance the following morning, bounding into the kitchen where the rest of us had gathered to share the morning meal. I'd passed Mr. McDougal and his scaled companion in the living room on my way to the kitchen, catching them just in time to see Mr. McDougal slip a corner of a chocolate chip scone to Sir Pickles, who slurped up the buttery crumbs with a flick of his forked tongue. I waved politely and hurried into the kitchen, lest Sir Pickles decide he wanted something a little more substantial for his morning meal. A large pastel box sat in the center of the kitchen table, folded back to display a dozen pastries from the local bakery. A second box sat on the counter, where Adam stood leaning over the sink, one hand cupped in midair to catch crumbs of what appeared to be a poppy seed muffin. Miriam had her hands full. As it appeared, Samuel had sprouted furry black arms and a tail somewhere over the course of the meal and was seemingly hacking up a hairball. Valoria sat in her usual chair, drawing something on a pad of bright pink paper. When Miriam's back was turned, her wings fluttering as she hovered nervously over Samuel, I watched the little girl's hand sneak forward to nab a chocolate chip cookie from inside the box. Valoria looked up at me and froze, the cookie halfway to her mouth, and her eyes went wide. Smiling, I brushed a finger across my lips, sealing her secret behind them. This made her giggle as she jammed as much of the cookie as she could fit into her mouth before hiding the evidence under the edge of another piece of coloring paper. She might be Holly's mini-me, but when it came to sweets, she definitely took after her father.
"There we go,"
Miriam chimed, as Samuel's sputtering stopped, and he reached for his sippy cup of milk. She patted the boy on the back, and some of the fur faded, revealing the boy's pale skin.
"It's an important lesson, young sir. While you may occasionally look like a cat, you are not, in fact, a cat, and therefore need to be careful about what you ingest."
I wasn't sure the nearly 2-year-old would understand words like ingest, but it wasn't my place to say. Miriam was, after all, the expert when it came to childcare. She muttered something under her breath as she flew to the sink to wash her hands. At her approach, Adam popped the rest of his muffin into his mouth and turned to check on his son.
"It's one of those lessons we have to learn the hard way," he told the young boy.
Samuel was a shifter, like his father, but young enough that his permanent beast form hadn't yet solidified. When I first arrived at Beechwood, he'd occasionally sprouted feathers from his arms. But somewhere in the week after Christmas, he started shifting more toward mammals, with fur of various colors. This was the first I'd seen of the tail, and couldn't help wondering if perhaps he'd drawn a little inspiration from my own shifting abilities. Of course, abilities wasn't truly the correct word, seeing as how I had yet to master full control of my own shift. So far as we knew, I wasn't a shifter. But the surges of repressed magic within me originally manifested by transforming my body from that of an average 30-year-old woman to a somewhat shaggy black cat. Over the weeks, especially as I continued to hone my somewhat limited magical abilities, I'd stopped shifting for the most part. In fact, as I went to the coffee pot and poured myself a cup, I couldn't recall the last time I had lost control. I tried remembering as I poured myself a mug, but my caffeineless state and the semi-early hour didn't permit me to scrape up an answer. A door at the back of the kitchen opened and Holly emerged from the pantry, studying the back of a cardboard box of cake mix with furrowed intensity. "I think this should be fine." She flipped the box around and looked at the front, her steps clipped but purposeful as she moved toward a bank of cabinets on the other side of the kitchen, absently leaving the pantry door ajar.
"Gluten-free, dairy-free, tree nut-free,"
Adam listed off, shaking his head.
"Sounds like cardboard if you ask me."
Holly frowned at her husband's back as he approached the table and leaned over the second bakery box. His hand hovered over the assortment of goods for a moment, then his brow creased and he glanced up at me.
"Did you happen to have a chocolate chip cookie, Blair?"
Valoria slouched down in her seat, like a turtle retreating back into its shell.
"Totally fine if you did,"
Adam hurried to add.
"It's just I thought I saw one in here and now it's gone."
"Stop interrogating people over their choice of breakfast foods," Holly interjected, saving me from having to come up with either a lie or the truth. "There's plenty of pastries, and technically they were supposed to be for our guest." Adam glanced over his shoulder, arching a thick brow at his wife.
"You ordered 24 pastries for our singular guest?"
Holly frowned and set the box of cake mix on the counter. "Technically, there are 2 guests," she protested.
"I didn't know how many cookies and muffins to order for a dragon."
Adam snickered and snagged a replacement pastry, something cherry-filled from the looks of it.
"Sounds like the story nugget for a children's book."
Valoria relaxed a little and smiled at her father's idea. Adam sat in a chair beside his son and broke off a piece of the pastry. He handed it to the small boy, who cheered wildly in approval. Holly shook her head, but kept her thoughts to herself.
"If you need, I can always go into the Haven and pick something up on the way,"
Miriam said to Holly. Holly tore open the box of cake mix and shook her head. "No, I think this will work. Shouldn't take me more than 20 minutes according to the instructions." Then, leaning slightly over to peer past the ferry, Holly fixed her young daughter with a look. "And Valoria has promised that next time we're in charge of snack time, she'll give us more than an hour's notice. Isn't that right, V?" Valoria's chin tucked in again, but she nodded and continued her drawing. Holly exhaled and ripped the top off the cardboard box to remove the plastic package inside. Miriam floated back to the coffee pot and poured herself a cup in her favorite mug, which was decked out with an eye-searing amount of hot pink glitter and a loopy script stating, "World's Best Fairy Godmother." By the time Harmony arrived downstairs, I was sitting at the table, munching on a snickerdoodle cookie, wondering how in the world we avoided more head-on collisions, considering the sheer amount of activity buzzing through the kitchen on any given morning. It was chaotic, busy, hectic, and fun, the total opposite of my childhood. With no siblings and an overly strict grandmother, mealtime was a thing of efficiency and function, not a time to play or even socialize. "So, did Blair tell you all about her smoochy date with Agent Swan?" Harmony cooed as she brought her coffee to the table. My eyes narrowed in her direction. "Really?" Harmony snickered and took a seat. "It's a good thing. And hey, Blair, dating a government official could come in handy. Brandon might have some connections to someone in the city planning department. Holly's been trying to get those expansion permits pushed through for months now." Holly was busy mixing and whisking together the ingredients from the box of cake mix, but snorted at Harmony's proposal. "Leave Blair alone, Harmony." "I didn't know you were planning on expanding," I said to Holly. She glanced up through her auburn waves, which were tied back in a ponytail loose enough that several strands had worked their way free and fell across her pale, heart-shaped face. "Oh, it's more of a pipe dream. Magic contractors can do wonders, but expanding the apothecary will take more than a simple enchantment. It would require a permanent alteration of the city block, and I don't think the city will allow it. Hence why Brandon needs to put in a good word for you with the city inspector," Harmony added, wiggling her pink and blonde brows in my direction. Harmony had a tendency to change her hair color as often as most people changed their seasonal wardrobe. She kept a gallery of personal photos on the walls of her room, a collage of frozen memories that displayed her in so many different cuts, styles, and colors, it sometimes took me a minute to pick her out amongst the smiling faces. Currently, she had a long bob cut that fell just above her shoulders. The back half was dyed a vibrant pink, while the front was bleached blonde, with only a few streaks of pink shot through it. Likewise, she dyed her eyebrows to match the blonde a little darker, but with a stripe of pink at the arch. I honestly wasn't sure how she had eyebrows left, considering the amount of bleach. While Harmony and Holly debated the merits of trying to bribe a city official, a scratching sound came from over my shoulder. I twisted in my seat and spotted a shaggy terrier standing at the back door, something dangling from its mouth. "Sir Pickles!" Valoria exclaimed. "Now how did he get there?" Harmony said, already rising to her feet. As she stepped closer to the door, the dragon dog whined and swiped a paw across its face. Harmony yanked open the door and the dog slipped inside, completing its transition from terrier to terrible lizard. It raked a clawed paw across its nose, puffs of smoke billowing from its nostrils as it made a low whining sound. Harmony squatted down in front of the beast, displaying a staggering amount of bravery in my opinion, and frowned. "He's got something snagged here." Carefully, she pulled a strand of silver from the dragon's mouth, the way a stage magician might pull a set of knotted handkerchiefs from a black hat. It looks like a charm bracelet. She ran her thumbnail over a small, dangling heart. Holly abandoned her cupcakes midway and brushed her hands off on a kitchen towel as she came over to inspect the jewelry from over Harmony's shoulder. Sir Pickles, for his part, was happy to be freed from the silver chain and trotted toward the door, slipping through the swinging door with the ease of liquid pouring through a street grate. In his wake, a set of muddy dragon tracks littered the usually spotless floor. "Looks like someone was out digging in the garden," Harmony said, frowning at the mud. Miriam muttered under her breath, but waved her magic wand and banished the mud with a neat and efficient cleaning spell. "Do you recognize it?" Harmony asked, holding the bracelet up higher. Holly took it and shook her head. "It looks like it might have been there for a while. It's in pretty rough shape, all tarnished. I'll get it cleaned up and take a better look. I don't think we've had any guests call to ask about a lost bracelet, though." She looked at Adam, and he shook his head. A twinkling alarm sounded, and Miriam checked her wristwatch.
"All right, you two. Let's get you upstairs and changed for school."
Valoria groaned. "But I just want to stay here and play with Sir Pickles. Mr. McDougal told me I could play fetch with him in the backyard today." "Valoria, listen to Miriam," Adam said in a light tone that had a slight undertone of warning. "Sir Pickles will be here when you get home." "I'm putting the cupcakes in the oven right now," Holly said, abandoning the bracelet on the counter before scurrying back to the bowl of batter. Miriam lifted Samuel from his high chair and escorted Valoria up the back staircase. Adam snagged another pastry, a blueberry muffin this time, and followed, pausing only long enough to give Holly a quick kiss. Harmony settled back into her chair and selected a bear claw for herself. The conversation quickly turned to the day ahead, with Holly and Harmony discussing the laundry list of potions they wanted to get started, and for the most part, the bracelet was forgotten. Now, if only it had stayed that way. Chapter 5. Need a hand out here? I turned at the question and found Harmony waiting in the doorway between the stockroom/workshop and the retail portion of the Starfire Apothecary. Though we'd worked the same shift, it was only the second time I'd seen her since arriving together that morning. The shop was running a 2-for-1 promotion, and to say it was a success would be a massive understatement. It was an apply a fresh layer of deodorant on your lunch break kind of day. With a slight grimace, I looked around the shop. Bare shelves stared back at me, some of the signage cattywampus and dangling by little more than a thin strip of Scotch tape. It turns out, even in the magic world, tape is still the best solution for a myriad of problems. "I need to take down the signs and wipe down that end cap. Someone spilled a bottle of freckle potion and the darn things wouldn't come off with soap and water," which made me wary to ask what the potion did to human skin. "Oh, yeah," Harmony said, already striding toward the display in question. "Holly told me about that. Here." With a furrow of concentration, a flick of a hand movement, and a muttered incantation, the freckles vanished, leaving the shelves sparkling clean. "I have got to start learning these cleaning spells," I said under my breath. Harmony smiled and circled the shelves, snatching the battered sale signs as she went, like plucking ripe blackberries off the vine. "You'll get there, but be warned, Holly might put you to work as the inn's housekeeper the moment you do." I laughed softly and resumed polishing the wooden countertop. In truth, it wasn't a proper counter, but rather a dresser or sideboard. It looked like an antique piece, though someone had swapped the original knobs for crystal ones. The small orbs caught the afternoon sun through the display windows and refracted prisms of rainbow light across the wood floors. "That wouldn't be so bad," I told Harmony. "Trust me, I've had a lot of bad jobs. Holly couldn't throw anything at me that would top the summer I spent working as a groundskeeper at a campground. Mucking out porta potties after a week of 100-degree days makes for a most unpleasant combination." I shuddered involuntarily at the memory. Harmony's pert nose scrunched. And to think, I was just about to ask what sounded good for dinner. I laughed. Sorry. Harmony snagged the last of the signs and folded them into 4 equal parts before depositing them in the recycle bin tucked just inside the hallway to the back. My feet are killing me. She frowned down at her heeled boots. I picked the wrong day to try breaking these babies in. So wherever we go needs to have cushy seats. Or we could get something and take it back to the manor. Up to you. Holly and Adam and the kids are going to McNally's. They do a kids eat free night, and you know Adam never says no to a barbecue burger. Hey, at least this way it comes served on a plate, I replied, my lips twitching in amusement. I thought Holly was going to murder him last week. When he came trotting into the kitchen covered in fur, drool, and day-old lettuce bits after a dumpster diving expedition. Harmony giggled. It's a good thing he's pretty. I smiled. What about Miriam? Does she have the night off? Yeah, she's got a bi-weekly trivia night she goes to here in the Haven. Sounds fun. Harmony looked skeptical. What? I asked. Not your thing? Oh, it's not that. I like trivia when it's fun stuff like movies or pop culture references. Theirs is more cerebral, I suppose you could say. Old quotes from the classics, stuff about dead people, you know. I'm more of a here and now kind of witch. Aha. I folded my cleaning rag and stashed it away with the bottle of wood polish, then grabbed the broom. Poppy likes it, though, Harmony added. Before I could start sweeping, a rush of magic swiped the broomstick from my hands, and the thing started waltzing, Fantasia style, across the shop, while Harmony twisted a finger lazily through the air, directing it back and forth. Poppy goes to trivia night? I asked, wondering how people felt about a sentient skull joining in their game. But then, it was a magical city, full of magical beings. Perhaps she wasn't even the most extraordinary being there. And really, who was I to judge? For all I knew, I'd get a question right and go furry out of excitement and wind up giving someone in the audience an allergy attack. Sigh. Oh yeah, Harmony said, twisting her hand to send the broom in the opposite direction. She's a big hit. Everyone wants her on their team. She was stuck in the wizard's study for some time, with nothing to do but read. I nodded slowly. Right. I suppose that makes perfect sense then. How are you two getting along these days? Has she finally stopped trying to scare you into shifting? Harmony asked, not bothering to hide the beginnings of a smile or the sparks of amusement in her blue eyes. It depends on the day, I replied, my tone flat. Harmony finished the sweeping, using another jolt of magic to collect the detritus in a metal dustpan and send it sailing toward the trash can. That's good enough for tonight, she declared, brushing her hands together as though she'd physically done the job herself. Holly and I have to come in early tomorrow to get a jump on restocking anyway, she added, her shoulders slumping slightly forward as she went to check the lock on the front door. I wish I could help with the potion work. I went and grabbed my purse, a crossbody bag just large enough for the essentials, chapstick, extra hair elastic, a few loose sticks of sugar-free gum, a spare phone charger, and my wallet. Don't worry about it, Harmony said, coming to join me. She hit the lights, and the shop fell into shadows, but for the patchwork of light from the street lamps outside. It's nothing we can't handle. Although the next time Holly suggests a 2-for-1 sale, I'm going to run away in the middle of the night. I laughed and settled my purse strap on one shoulder, then anchored the small bag on the opposite hip. Fair enough. It was a madhouse. Adam and Holly are trying to raise a bit of extra money, Harmony explained matter-of-factly. They want to send Valoria to a special academy for advanced witches, and the tuition costs an eye-popping amount. And I mean that literally. You might burst a blood vessel in your eye if you look at it long enough. She paused to scoff, her own eyes going wide as she blinked. Well, today was a good start, I'd say. A little twinge of guilt gnawed at me as we left the shop through the back entrance into the service alley behind the row of shops. and I wondered if I should push the issue of paying rent once more. When I'd attempted to before, Holly and Adam had both refused. But as the chilly January air swept over my cheeks and tousled my wavy hair, I regretted not insisting. "So, what are you in the mood for?" Harmony asked, looping an arm casually through mine. "Ooh, what about enchiladas? There's a new place that opened up not too far from my sister's condo. We ate there a couple weeks ago and it was amazing." Her eyes rolled back in her head in testimony. I laughed and let her take the lead. "Works for me." Harmony steered us to the nearest shimmer bus stop, and we waited for one of the strange, expandable vehicles to pull up and open its doors. A flood of people exited, and we swam upstream to climb on, nearly at the last moment, before the bus let out a hiss and shrank to its more compact size. We took our seats, and Harmony rolled her ankles in the air, though she blessedly stopped short of removing her shoes to massage her stocking-clad feet. The Seattle Haven was a beautiful place, much like the city it resided within. It hummed with magic and activity as its magical residents went about their day-to-day lives. Shops and restaurants whizzed by as the shimmer bus zipped down the street. Much of it was as one would find in any city: coffee houses, markets, boutiques, and bistros. But then there were the magic shops, too, places to buy enchantments and charms, along with potion shops and special beauty shops designed with various forms of shifters in mind, like a more dignified doggy spa. It was hard to imagine volunteering to work at a place with something called an Apex Claw trim on the services menu, but hey, apparently someone had to do it. The ride was short, and before we'd gone too many blocks, the bus was pulling to a stop and Harmony was grabbing my arm. We walked 2 more blocks and were rewarded for our efforts by the warm embrace of a vibrant taco shop with vivid colors on the wall, beautiful art, and mouth-watering scents. The chips were hot and crispy, seasoned to perfection with just a hint of lime. And by the time we tucked into enchiladas larger than our heads, I smiled and set aside my worries. It was just what I needed. Following dinner, we returned to the harbor, changed into leggings, and plopped in front of the TV for a reality show binge while we digested the decadent meal. After a couple episodes, we said goodnight, and Harmony went upstairs to her room on the 2nd floor. I drifted down the hall from the family room to my own suite. Holly and Adam had returned with the kids and were upstairs working on getting the young ones bathed and put down to sleep for the night. Mr. McDougal and Sir Pickles were in the formal living room, the former reading from an impressive-looking tome bound in hunter green leather, with weathered pages that crinkled softly with each turn. Sir Pickles had some kind of bone. I'd been afraid to inquire about its origin, but had fallen asleep after chewing a sizable divot in one end. As he snoozed, little smoke rings billowed from his softly flaring nostrils. The large home wasn't quiet, but it wasn't loud either. It was homey and comfortable, lived in. Voices carried, footsteps fell, floorboards creaked. It was impossible to feel lonely, at least for very long, as there was always someone around with whom to share a cup of tea or a meal. Although, with everyone aside from Mr. McDougal upstairs already, the 1st floor felt a little quieter than normal, and as I climbed under the covers, a strange rattling noise perked my ear. A memory of a not-so-distant night came back to me, prickling the skin on my arms into goosebumps. I tugged the bunched-up sleeves of my lightweight sweatshirt down so the cuffs were over my wrists, but the chill remained. "It's just the wind," I told myself, pulling the blanket tighter around my frame. But as seconds turned into minutes, the rattling persisted, growing in volume and frequency. Curiosity overcame fear as I climbed out of bed, tiptoeing to the window. Where was Boots? The huge tabby was something of a walking, fuzzy security blanket, and often seemed to sense when someone in the house needed his presence. Steeling myself, I drew back the heavy drapes, and moonlight poured into my room, casting everything in a silver hue. But it wasn't the moon that caught my attention. It was the peculiar movement in the gardens, where a cluster of bare rose bushes sat waiting for spring. A soft, shimmering glow seemed to emanate from a particular spot near the equally bare trellises boxing in the rose bushes on 3 sides. "What in the world is that?" I whispered. Before I could talk myself out of it, I tugged on my robe, smashed my bare feet into a pair of slippers, and tiptoed down the hall to the front door. The living room was dark now, Mr. McDougal and Sir Pickles no longer sitting near the fireplace. I slipped outside, cursing the cold air, and made my way down the steps of the porch, then followed the hand-laid paver stones around the side of the house. My pulse ramped up with each step, but something about the strange glow beckoned me forward. The distant evergreens swayed in the frigid breeze, their movements almost like an ominous warning. But my feet carried me onward until I reached the edge of the lawn, where the sight before me stopped me dead in my tracks. The swirl of silver stood still. Now, the translucent figure of a woman in a faded, calf-length floral print dress. She moved slowly over the damp grass, the soles of her Doc Marten lace-up boots not so much as disturbing a single blade. I blinked a few times, then rubbed the palm of my hand against my eyes. When I forced myself to look again, the woman had turned around, long silvery hair flowing out behind her oval face. "What the—" The woman's eyes widened, the color a purple gray under the pale moonlight. "You can see me?" I screamed. Chapter 6. The woman pressed her hands to her ears, the movement so strange, as if she were somehow solid, which, considering I could see the bare trellis through her torso, she clearly was not. My scream went up an octave. My feet were moving, but they felt heavy and slow, and ended up slipping in the slick, half-frozen grass. I went sprawling across the lawn, a tangle of limbs and the fabric of my thin robe. Hey, at least there weren't any signs of fur. Yet. "Please," the woman hissed. "Stop! You're hurting my ears." I flipped to my back and began crab-walking away as the woman lurched forward, her hands still over her ears. When she realized I'd stopped screaming, however momentarily, she lowered her hands and peered at me. Wha, or who are you?" I stammered, clumsily getting to my feet. I took a quick glance around and cursed Holly and Adam's meticulous landscaping efforts. There wasn't so much as a tree branch or stick to use for defense. Though, given the woman's transparent state, neither item would likely prove useful. "You're a ghost?" I added, my heart thundering in my ears. I'd known ghosts were real about as long as I'd known witches, vampires, shifters, and werewolves were real, which was to say, not long. Besides that, there was a vast ocean between knowing something and standing faced off against it in the middle of the night. The woman looked down at herself and frowned. She looked younger than me, but still an adult, maybe in her early 20s, a college girl. Footsteps thundered on the porch, joining the frantic clatter of my heart as it did its best impression of a pinball bouncing around inside my chest. "Blair!" It was Harmony. "Are you all right?" That was Holly. More footsteps, more voices. Adam swore. The ghost reeled back at the arrival of others, and moved so quickly she seemingly winked out of existence, only to materialize again a few yards deeper into the garden, as though she sought to hide amongst the vegetation. And if it were the middle of summer, she might have had a better time of it. Being the middle of January, however, left little coverage for her, Suddenly, Holly was at my side. So abruptly, I jerked back and nearly stumbled when my feet didn't keep up with my panicked brain. Holly wasn't looking at me, though. She was looking at the ghost, raising her hands in the likely universal sign for surrender. Cautiously, she approached the ghost, her movements slow and calculated, like trying to corner a stray puppy before it could run into the streets. "Hello?" she said to the ghost. Harmony and Adam came to stand at my other side. Valoria's footsteps hit the porch, and she shouted into the darkness, "What's everyone doing out here?" "Honey, go back inside," Adam said. The footsteps came closer. "Wow!" Valoria exclaimed in her tiny voice. "There's a new ghost!" It was only slightly embarrassing to be more afraid of something than a literal 6-year-old child. "Who are all of you?" the ghost asked, daring to come a little closer. "Where am I? This place looks familiar, but I can't—" Her voice cut off, as though a breath caught in her throat, which I supposed was impossible, but the effect was much the same. Her eyes went even wider, as she tilted her head and considered the shadowy house looming in the near distance. She scanned the 2 stories, with its pitched roof and angles from a bygone era. Then, slowly, she turned and scanned the trees behind it. A trembling hand flew to cover her mouth. This is Beechwood Manor, isn't it? Only, it looks different now. And those houses weren't there before, but it must be—" She broke off again and shook her head. "I used to cut through here to go to the lookout." "Yes, this is the Beechwood Manor," Holly confirmed, lowering her hands to her side. Adam backtracked to the porch and gathered Valoria into his arms, if only to keep her from running full tilt at our spectral visitor. "My name is Holly," she continued. "I own the manor now with my husband." She gestured at Adam, who offered a wave. Valoria waved her hand with exuberance and smiled widely, not showing even an inkling of fear in her bright eyes. Not for the first time, I envied the young witch, wishing I had grown up with full access to magic and the history of who and what I really am, rather than finding out the way I did. Valoria would never have to wonder what she was or where she came from. "What is your name?" Holly prompted the ghost. "My name is Rachel," the woman said, finally tearing her gaze away from the dark tree line. "Rachel Palmer." She looked at Holly, her eyes still bright silver and wide with confusion or fear, or possibly both. "Why does everything look so different? I was just here, only a few days ago. How could all of this change?" Her eyes squeezed shut, her expression marred with pain, and she shook her head violently. Around her, the naked rose bushes rattled and vibrated. The trellis shook, banging against the posts it was mounted to. It was the sound I'd heard from my room. Harmony grabbed my wrists and pulled me back a few steps. "Rachel," Holly said, sharply but not unkindly. "It's okay. You're safe." She was dead. That seemed in stark contradiction to the sentiment usually implied when using words like safe. The thorny branches of the rose bushes only rattled harder. Harmony pulled me back another step, and Adam, with Valoria in his arms, retreated to the safety of the porch. Holly, however, stepped forward. "Rachel, look at me. Things may look different, but I promise you're still in Beechwood Harbor, and everything is going to be all right. We'll all figure this out together." Rachel's eyes opened, one following the other by half a second, until she peered at Holly, desperation etched into the pinched lines around her mouth. "But what happened to me?" "You're dead! Isn't that fun?" Valoria chirped. "Shh," Adam chided softly, placing a finger on his own lips and hushing the precocious witch. Rachel stared at her hands, or more likely, stared at the ground through her hands. Then, silver streaks coursed down her ethereal cheeks. "I'm sorry," Valoria said, her young voice troubled. "I didn't mean to make you cry. You'll be all right. When my mom says it's going to be okay, she means it." Despite the heaviness of the moment, one corner of my mouth ticked upward into a fleeting smile at the certainty in Valoria's statement. "I don't understand how this could happen," Rachel said, her voice trembling and thick with emotion. "It's a lot to take in," Holly said, with a sympathetic nod. "Would you like to come inside? It's much cozier than out here in the cold." Could ghosts feel the temperature? Physiologically, it didn't make much sense. But then we were dealing with magic, and silly things like the laws of physics didn't seem to apply. At least, not consistently. Rachel considered the house, with a handful of lights glowing through various windows, while others remained dark and shadowed. "I can put on a kettle and brew some tea. You won't be able to taste it, of course, but I happen to know scents can still be a quite powerful sensation in the afterlife." I stored that tidbit of knowledge away for a later date. "Maybe something calming, like chamomile or peppermint? There's cider, too, if you'd prefer." "We don't bite," Harmony added, though from the slight cringe on her face, she regretted it the moment it left her mouth. Rachel shook her head, but now I couldn't be sure if it was in disbelief or as a rejection of Holly's offer to come inside for tea. "I don't know what happened to me. How can I not know? If it's what you say, and this isn't some weird dream, how could I not know that I'm dead?" "It's more common than you might think," Holly replied. "There are several ghosts here in town, and it's kind of a mixed bag. Some remember the circumstances surrounding their death, especially if it was something they expected to happen, like a terminal illness or some other event. Others have something of a gap in their memory between their time in the realm of the living and then crossing over. How did you get here? Do you remember anything before coming to the manor?" "No. It's like I said. I was here a few days ago, but I was very much alive, and everything looked different." She scanned the line of houses on the other side of the street. They were far more contemporary than the historical mansion, though I didn't know exactly when they had been built. "Do you remember what year it was?" Rachel nodded. "It's 1997. She paused, considering the group of us with a sidelong glance. "Isn't it?" Holly shook her head sadly, as though wishing she could tell the young woman it was still 1997, which honestly was relatable. The world seemed a lot less stressful back in those days. "It's 2026, Holly said after a moment. Rachel gasped, flinging her hand back over her mouth. "Wait a second," Harmony interjected. "If you thought it was 1997, then you've presumably been dead for 30 years. But you don't have any memory of being anywhere else as a ghost?" Harmony looked at Holly. Holly waited for Rachel to answer. "It's just like I said," she insisted, her voice wavering. "I was meeting my ex-boyfriend at the Lookout. It was our special place. We'd recently broken up, and he left me a note, and I thought he wanted to get back together, but now I don't know what to think." She floated a few feet, then swirled around and paced back to the middle of the garden. "I drove into town, parked my car, and walked up here to go into the woods. This sidewalk didn't go all the way to the end of the street," she continued, floating across the yard to gesture at the curb, then raised her hand to point out the houses across the street. "And those weren't there. And then I don't know what happened after that." Holly raised a hand again. "It's okay. You don't have to know everything right now. Sometimes it just takes a bit of decompressing for the memories to come back. Rachel jolted, her eyes going wide.
What about my parents? What about my brother?
She shimmered, winking in and out of existence, each time reappearing a little fainter in color than before.
I have to see them.
The trellis shook violently, banging so hard I worried the small nails holding it in place might rip out altogether. "Wait!" Holly exclaimed, reaching toward her. Rachel blinked out of existence then, but this time she remained gone. The night clear and quiet again, with no sign of the agitated spirit.
"Whoa!"
Valoria said. Holly turned toward her husband, her expression troubled. "Are you all right, Blair?" Harmony asked. "We heard you scream." I folded my arms, halfway as a defensive posture, but also because it was cold, and the lightweight shirt under my thin robe was no match for the January weather. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you?" I paused, realizing that no, in fact, she wouldn't. "This is all new for me, remember? Sorry." I cringed, hating the tone of my voice. "It just scared me." Harmony winced. "Sorry. I didn't mean to sound like I was blaming you. I was just curious how you found her is all." I tamped down my frustration. It wasn't her fault I felt completely out of my depth. I felt a chill in my room, and then I heard something raking along the side of the house. I think she was moving through the rose bushes. It just doesn't make sense. If she's been a ghost for 30 years, she should have other memories," Holly said. "We're not going to figure it out standing around here," Adam said, adjusting his grip on his young daughter to more easily hold her. "And someone is up past her bedtime." He playfully poked Valoria in the tummy, and she laughed.
"I can help,"
she protested through her giggle.
"I can solve a mystery, too. We just need Auntie Gwen, Auntie Scarlet, and Flapjack."
Harmony and Holly both groaned at the last part of Valoria's request. I arched a brow. "Flapjack? You really don't want to know," Holly said, rubbing her temples as if expecting a headache on its way. "Come on," Harmony said, leading the way back inside. "I actually wouldn't say no to a cup of cider about now." We went inside, but the chill remained in my bones long after leaving the garden behind. Chapter 7. My introduction to the mysterious Flapjack came the following morning, when I woke to the semi-transparent face of a Himalayan cat hovering mere inches from my own. "You're new," the cat, or what was left of the cat, trilled, in a tone that reminded me of the Cheshire Cat from one of my favorite Disney movies as a girl, the adaptation of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. Though at the moment the comparison was less of a childhood comfort and more of a waking nightmare. Literally. I felt the shift moments before it happened. And like someone being bodily dragged down the sidewalk, the mental fingers in my mind clawed desperately for purchase, only for a final yank to send me hurtling through the unpleasant transformation. Gone were my legs, arms, face, and hair. In an instant, I was reduced to an average-sized house cat with medium-long fur in midnight black. Fur that looked a little worse for wear, as I maintained a solitary shred of dignity by refusing to groom myself. The last time I shifted, I'd complained about the texture of my fur, and Harmony generously offered to brush me. But somehow that idea was even more horrifying than the thought of licking each strand into place with my sandpapery tongue. What the? The only benefit to this current shift was that I seemed to have turned the tables on the spectral feline, sending it recoiling away from me. The translucent cat hit the ceiling, momentarily vanishing through it, before reappearing, silvery eyes narrowed, and a full bristly tail twitching with curiosity. That was quite the party trick. What else can you do? the cat asked, floating closer, but not quite as close as he'd been. Never mind what I can do. What are you doing in my bedroom? The cat's eyes flashed with amusement. You can talk like that? How interesting. Ugh! I burrowed under the covers long enough to slip free of the tangles of my human-sized pajamas. Was this just how my life was going to be from here on out? I'd seen one ghost, so some sort of spectral dam had broken, and now I was resigned to find them everywhere? Before I could fall too deeply into the well of ramifications that fate would hold, the cat spoke again, still looking far too pleased with himself. The name is Flapjack, he said, puffing out his chest with pride managed only by cats. I am the unofficial mayor of Beechwood Harbor, which means nothing is off limits to me, including your bedroom. I frowned. Well, in my head I frowned. My cat form probably just looked constipated. Pretty sure that's not how mayors work, I told the cat. Standing at my full height, I realized the ghost cat and I were fairly evenly matched in size. Though, if anything, I had the upper hand, seeing as how I still had a corporeal form. Take the small wins where you can. What would you know about it? Flapjack asked, his tail twitching again. You're not from around here. I would remember hearing about a witch who could turn into a cat. I blinked. How do you know I'm a witch? The cat eyed me as if he'd been asked to explain a simple knock-knock joke. I just mean, I hurriedly said, most people would assume I'm a shifter, not a witch. Well, see, there's your problem, the cat said, his ghostly canines flashing. I'm not most people, am I? Well, he had me there. No, I suppose not. So you're the Flapjack I've heard about? His eyes gleamed, his chest puffing out all the more. See? I told you I was famous. I laughed softly. Maybe more like infamous. He swished his tail through the air. Same difference. The point is, you've heard of me. I shook my head, but dropped the argument. For starters, a hazy pre-dawn light glowed through the windows, meaning it was far too early for arguments of any kind, but especially those with dead cats. Also, I hadn't had my coffee yet. As for what I'm doing here, I was called in on a special mission, Flapjack continued, now floating/stalking along the edge of my bed. He considered the shelves on the opposite wall, largely left undecorated. I'd been living at the manor since November, but hadn't fully settled in. A few books were stacked by size, a couple of small keepsakes set on either side. When I'd been a guest of the inn, the shelves were decorated like something from a magazine spread or a Pinterest pin. The room had a nautical theme, so the shelves had seashells, framed art in oceanic colors, and a pair of bronze octopus figurines that served as bookends. Holly had removed most of the items prior to my official move-in, even when I told her I didn't mind the existing decor. According to her, it was important I had space to make my own mark on the room. Flapjack's tail twitched like a lazy metronome as he considered the room, not missing the pile of unwashed laundry overflowing from the wicker hamper shoved into the corner, the assorted shoes laid out in front of the armoire, or the 2 empty coffee cups, both adorned with old lipstick stains, sitting by the small TV. My cheeks warmed. The ever-present voice of my grandmother chastising me from the other side. She'd have had a conniption fit if she could see me now. Living in a house with so much activity made it hard to buckle down and tend to the to-do list of day-to-day tasks. Not to mention, with 4 adults and 2 young kids also in residence, getting a turn with the pair of washers and dryers in the basement was a hit or miss at best. Love what you've done with the place, Flapjack said, sarcasm dripping from his voice as he turned back around to face me. I've been busy, okay? Not that it's any of your business. You still haven't told me what you're doing in my room. And what is this mission you're talking about? Is this about Rachel?" "Rachel?" Flapjack said, as if trying out the word for the first time. "I don't know the name, but there's a rogue ghost on the loose, and when weird, spooky things happen in town, I'm the first to get a call." I stared at him, unblinking, waiting for him to flinch. He didn't. "As for your question about how I knew you were a witch, let's just say I have special skills." It was my turn to swish my tail. "Do you always talk in movie quotes? First it was, 'But have you heard of me?' Okay, Jack Sparrow. Now you're Liam Neeson. Pick a lane, dude." Talking to the ghost cat was every bit as aggravating as trying to get answers from the Cheshire. So I decided my best bet would be to go find Holly or Harmony, or anyone with a solid form, really. Unfortunately, Flapjack didn't take the hint and followed me from the room. During the Christmas holiday, Adam installed a cat flap in the door to my bedroom, allowing me to close the door completely for privacy, while also providing an easy out for the days when shift happens. At the time, I insisted it wasn't necessary, but it had come in handy enough times that I'd come to appreciate it. For his part, Flapjack didn't need the cat flap, but he followed my movements to a T, like an irritating younger sibling copying my every move just to mess with me. I didn't have siblings, but I had enough friends who had siblings to know this was a common game. Despite the early hour, the scent of coffee and something that smelled a lot like banana bread muffins clung to the air wafting down the hallway. I followed my nose to the kitchen and heard unfamiliar voices as I stood on my hind legs to push open the swinging door with my front paws. The move was almost effortless now, though it still took a bit of coordination to slip through without getting squished when the door inevitably swung back. I slithered through, only to have Flapjack leapfrog over me. A shock of cold gripped me like a fist made of ice, momentarily freezing me in place. Flapjack chuckled. "Oops, didn't see you there," he said, before vaulting across the room to stand on the large farmhouse-style table where two others sat. Following him, my gaze hitched onto the other spectral forms, this time human, thankfully. A man with a top hat and a bushy mustache, dressed to the nines, sat beside a ghost who looked like a 20-something woman from a vintage perfume ad from the 70s, with long, silver-blonde hair, dangling feather earrings, and a fresh-faced approach to makeup. Holly and Adam sat in the two chairs at the head of the table. Harmony was at the coffee pot, still in her pajamas, a mismatched set of flannels, the bottoms printed with hammerhead sharks in neon colors, the top pastel pink with a large strawberry cupcake in the center of the chest. Apparently I wasn't the only one who needed to do laundry. "Blair," Holly said, setting down a large hand-thrown ceramic mug on the table, steam rising in billows. "Did we wake you?" Her eyes shifted toward Flapjack, who pranced along the edge of the table, his nose and tail pointed in the air like he was walking a literal catwalk. Recognition dawned, and Holly frowned. "Flapjack, I'm pretty sure I remember telling you not to bother my guests." The top hat ghost twitched his mustache, bringing to mind the image of a cartoon walrus.
"Flapjack, you heard what Lady Scarlet told us before she left,"
he said, his voice deeper and peppered with an Oxford accent.
"I say."
The woman shook her head disapprovingly.
"I told Scarlet she should have put you in the ghost trap. You're nothing but trouble."
If Flapjack felt any shred of remorse, it didn't show. He continued strutting, sniffing at the air as casually as if he were walking through a meadow of wildflowers, without a care in the world. The top hat ghost lowered his gaze to mine and exhaled deeply.
"You have my apologies,"
he said formally.
"In the end, the responsibility falls to me. I should have been keeping a closer watch. My name is Lord Hayward Kensington II. This is my companion, Lady Gwen. and we are both pleased to make your acquaintance."
Gwen nodded, sending her feathery earrings bobbing around her thin neck. "I'm Blair McGill," I said, nearly stammering the words. "And I'm not actually a cat, or at least not 100%. It's complicated." Hayward and Gwen gave understanding nods. "I hope you don't mind, but we did fill them in a little," Holly said, a tad sheepishly. "That's fine. The fewer times I have to explain it to someone, the better." Holly offered a sympathetic smile. "Want me to warm up a bit of milk?" Coffee didn't agree with me in my cat form. Yet another tragedy of the situation. Before I could answer, a timer chimed, and Harmony put down her mug, waving Holly off as the latter popped up from her seat and went to open the oven door. With a flick of magic, no oven mitts required, she levitated a silicone mold from within and sent it sailing to the counter nearest the fridge to rest on a wire baking rack. "Thanks, Harmony," Holly added brightly, taking her seat again. Harmony nodded and shuffled back to retrieve her cup of coffee. She wasn't much of a morning person either.
"Hayward and Gwen are here to help us with Rachel," Adam said, as he pulled out the chair beside him, opposite from Gwen. Gratefully, I hopped onto the seat. "We've dealt with our fair share of ghosts, but it's always nice to have experts in the field," he added, with a smile toward 2 of the 3 ghosts at our table. "Exactly as I already told her," Flapjack interjected. He made his way to the French doors leading to the back deck and was sniffing around the ceramic dishes Holly left out for Boots, though the large orange cat was nowhere in sight. I assumed he might be upstairs with Valoria. He was Holly's familiar, but the bond between him and Holly's oldest child was undeniable. He followed her around the way a guard dog watched over a flock of sheep, always keeping a wary eye out for trouble. And in return, Valoria made sure to sneak him a myriad of treats and snacks whenever the opportunity presented itself. "Maybe I'm missing something here?" I began cautiously. "But why do we have to do anything? If ghosts are just a normal thing, then why are we worried about it?" When everyone stared at me, I quickly amended to add, "I mean, she's fine, right?" "Where did you find this one? She's a riot." "Flapjack," Gwen warned. "Blair is relatively new to the magic world," Holly explained patiently. Afterward, she flashed me a sympathetic, almost embarrassed smile. "It's not a bad question. There's no such thing. In this supernatural world, ghosts are fairly common. It's sort of like what you see in movies or TV shows, usually involving people who pass away with unfinished business. Or they might have some type of mental block, be it fear or anxiety, or a reticence to leave behind their old life or loved ones. Normally, when someone dies, their body and spirit separate, with the former staying in this realm, the latter meant to move on to the next. But for some, it's like they hit a metaphysical wall, and the spirit part gets caught in something of a limbo. Though we generally don't call it that. Some ghosts don't like the term." Gwen shrugged. "I always liked limbo. I was pretty good at it in my day." Hayward gave her a dreamy smile and patted her hands. Interestingly, the 2 ghosts were able to physically interact, Hayward's pale, translucent hand resting atop Gwen's, just the way 2 people who were still wearing their respective fleshy suits would. Holly continued. "Sometimes ghosts are able to find peace or closure and cross over. That part is like the TV and movies too, incidentally. Others choose to stay longer." She glanced at Hayward and Gwen. "Okay." I nodded, taking it all in. "I guess this might be insensitive," I said gently. "But why would you want to stay when most people can't see you or hear you?" Gwen smiled, her affect warm and seemingly unoffended. "We all have our own reasons," she replied, then turned her head slightly and returned Hayward's charming smile. Glancing down, I noted their hands were still together, neither having made a move to separate them. Ghosts are people, Holly said. And just like living people, they have their own desires and interests and plans for their life, current or afterlife. The thing is, sometimes it goes south, Harmony interjected, coming to join us. There are some ghosts who hate being stuck in between, and over time they can grow frustrated or angry, or feel overwhelmed with negative emotions. And occasionally, those negative emotions can manifest in unpleasant ways. I couldn't help but look past the table to the mouthy cat standing watch at the back door, his gaze fixed on the small birds who came early in the morning to pick through the dew in hopes of a warm meal of bugs and worms. Though, with the ground as cold as it was, I couldn't imagine they were finding much success. "Have you heard of the term poltergeist?" Holly asked. I shrugged one shoulder. "Sure. Like the movie?" Holly tilted her head to the left and the right before continuing. "In a way, but not completely. I'm doing a bad job of explaining this, aren't I?" "No," Adam said, taking over where his wife left off. "It's complicated, and rarely cut and dried. The main thing you need to know is that most ghosts can't hurt you or do anything to cause you bodily harm. If you walk through one, you get a nasty shock, kind of like brain freeze when you eat ice cream too fast." "A sensation this one is all too familiar with," Harmony quipped, smirking over the top of her mug in Adam's direction. Holly snorted into her own mug. "As I was saying," Adam said, pointedly glancing between the pair of women, "sometimes the angry ghosts can interact with the physical world. There's something called manifesting, where a ghost can physically invade a corporeal body and take it over. Granted, this is temporary and incredibly rare. More common is ghosts who can move items, usually small ones. Or, as was the case with our former landlady, may she rest in peace, her emotions were charged and somehow channeled through the house itself. When she got really upset, the house could shake and rattle, the pipes could burst, the furniture could rearrange itself. It wasn't something she actively thought to do, it was more of a reaction to the surges of her negative emotions. We were lucky no one ever got seriously hurt by her outbursts, but that isn't always the case. And though we don't know much about Rachel or her past, it seems she might have some of that same power, where her emotions can interact and impact her surroundings." I nodded, the pieces finally coming together. "Like the rose bushes and lattice, last night in the garden." Adam gave a solemn nod. "So wait, do you think Rachel is connected to the house?" I asked, looking around the table. "Maybe not the house," Holly said carefully. "I feel like Posey would have sensed if another spirit were also anchored here. But something drew Rachel here, and we need to figure out what that is. And if there is anything we can do to help before her power grows and causes problems, either here or elsewhere in town." Holly paused, lifting her mug to take a sip. "So, I suppose the short answer is no. We don't technically have to do anything. But it seems irresponsible to leave her out there on her own, not knowing what she's fully capable of." "Okay," I said, slowly nodding my furry face. "What about the SPA? Don't they have some sort of, I don't know, ghost-busting department or something? You know." I hummed a few bars of the Ghostbusters theme song. Flapjack turned and gave me a scathing look. "Now who's ripping off their material from the movies?" "We can report it to the SPA," Holly said, casting a sidelong glance at Gwen and Hayward. Gwen interjected, matter-of-factly, "But it would be better if we handle it ourselves." Holly didn't argue. Not for the first time, I wondered what other secrets Beechwood Harbor might be hiding from the official magic law enforcement agency. And, although I was newly dating one of their agents, I wasn't going to be the one to cross those lines. It really wasn't any of my business. We called our friend Scarlett last night, but she's out of town. These guys heard the voicemail and came over to help, Holly said, as an explanation for the trio's sudden appearance. They're going to go around town and talk to the other ghosts and see if anyone has met Rachel or saw her before last night. The sooner we can find her, the sooner we can get some answers. And hopefully put this whole thing to rest. No pun intended, Flapjack said dryly, flapping his tail as he once again sniffed around Boots's dish. Holly sighed, scowling at the cat. I already told you I'm not opening a can of cat food for you. She waved a slipper-clad foot in the cat's direction. Not that it seemed to do much good. And here I am volunteering to help you, Flapjack sniffed.
Oh, come off it, Flapjack,
Hayward said.
We all know you can't resist sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
Then, turning to Holly, he added,
We don't need payment, Lady Holly. We're more than happy to help.
Flapjack cleared his throat noisily, the sound like a precursor to a nasty hairball. Thank you, Hayward. And you too, Gwen, Holly replied. Flapjack closed his eyes and puffed out his chest, waiting for his accolades. Holly fell silent and sipped her tea. Chapter 8. After the ghosts left on their mission to find Rachel, I returned to the warm and ghost cat-free safety of my bed to get another hour of sleep. When I woke, I blessedly found arms and legs tangled in the sheets and cast-aside jammies, and hurried to get ready to go into the Seattle Haven for a day of work at the apothecary. I must say you're handling this whole breakfast with the dead thing pretty well, Harmony said, as we stopped outside the back entrance to the Starfire apothecary. With a twinkle of her fingers and a series of specific gestures, the lock released and she opened the door. I think you're forgetting the part about how I had to eat my scrambled eggs without a fork, I replied, my voice dry as I followed her inside. At least Holly served me on a proper plate and not a cat dish. Another wave of her hand and the lights flipped on. The storeroom was kept neat and organized, everything in its proper place, except for the workbench, where Holly and Harmony brewed their multitude of potions. They did their best to clean it up each night, but I've learned, with potion work, some brews simply take longer than others. Since neither of the two witches welcomed the idea of staying overnight, certain ingredients were left out or set up in some kind of magical crock-pot situation where potions could continue to brew without risk of lighting the entire strip mall on fire. Since the one-day sale had knocked out a good chunk of the overstock, the storeroom looked even more sparse as we stepped inside and began disentangling ourselves from our rain-splattered bags, coats, and scarves. I wouldn't worry about that, Harmony replied, tugging off a pair of black gloves. Besides, look how fast you changed back. I think that must be some kind of record, don't you? Maybe, I said, as if I hadn't been timing it for myself. Harmony was right. My little power nap technique had worked in the past, but never after such a short duration. It's all coming together, Harmony continued, striding across the room to hang her coat and purse on one of the pegs mounted to the wall by the door, beside the mini-fridge and coffee machine. And hey, now you've had your first ghost encounter, so you can check that off your bingo card. Yay for milestones, I said, twirling one finger in the air. Harmony quirked one well-manicured brow at me, the pink streak arching. Okay, what's up? You've been down all morning. Was it something Flapjack said? He can be a real pill. I wouldn't take anything he said to heart. No. I guess the whole experience just dredged up more questions for me is all. Anything I can answer? I don't know. I hesitated, my thoughts still jumbled and uncertain. I guess I'm just not sure why I haven't seen a ghost before. I mean, it makes sense why I never saw magic before. I've led my whole life in the so-called human world where magic is purposefully kept out of sight. But ghosts don't have to stay in certain areas like the Havens.
There's at least 3 running around Beechwood Harbor right now, so why haven't I ever seen one before last night? I frowned, as even darker thoughts percolated in the back of my mind. Harmony hummed. It's a good question. I wish I had the answer. Maybe it's something to do with the way your magic was blocked? If what Esmeralda said is true, and the Fairy Godmother Guild were the ones to block your magic powers, maybe that also shut off whatever it is that enables us magic wielders to see into the spirit world. Maybe it's part of the package somehow. She wrinkled her nose, clearly unsure of her own theory. Exhaling, I dropped into one of the chairs gathered around the table where employees could eat their lunch or take a coffee break. My rear end landed hard in the chair, and I sagged forward onto the table. I think part of this goes back to my grandmother, too. I started wondering if maybe she's still here. As a ghost, I mean. Maybe she's out there somewhere, looking for closure, and I just couldn't see her before. We always had a rocky relationship, and I guess part of me wonders if maybe I'm holding her back from crossing over and being at peace. The idea never occurred to me before, but now that I know it's a possibility, I can't get the thought out of my mind. Harmony crossed the room and placed a hand on my shoulder. Oh, Blair. I'm so sorry. That's really heavy. I wish I had the answers for you, but unfortunately there isn't a directory of all the active spirits. My heart sank further. I mean, sometimes ghosts hang around a place that was important to them, like Posey, our former landlady. Her spirit was kind of tethered to the manor, due to her history with it when she was alive. It was also not too far from where she ultimately died and turned into a ghost. Although I'm not sure that part is essential. Harmony frowned, her lips twitching at the corners as if deliberating whether or not to continue speaking. I glanced up at her, silently offering an encouraging look. Well, take Hayward for an example. He died at the Vienna Opera House back in like the 1800s or something, but for whatever reason he never crossed over. Then he met Scarlett while she was traveling through Europe. He liked the idea of traveling and asked if he could join her. She agreed, and the rest is kind of history. He's traveled quite a few places with her, and ultimately followed her to Beechwood Harbor when she moved here and opened her flower shop. I don't know where Gwen died, or if there were any special locations for her to bond to. And Flapjack, well, Flapjack seems like he's bonded to Scarlett. I sometimes wonder if after she passes on, he will too. Harmony shook her head and flicked her hand. Sorry, that's kind of a morbid thought. It's okay. I don't think it's morbid, it's just the reality. But you're right, a little heavy, especially before we've even had our second cup of coffee. I tried to smile, but it came out more like a grimace. If you want help looking for your grandmother's spirit, I'm more than happy to do what I can. Thanks, Harmony. I think I might need more time to think about it. This is all really fresh. She squeezed my shoulder and gave an understanding nod, before pushing up the long sleeves of her lightweight sweater and approaching the workbench, with the determined look she always got when brewing potions. It was one of the things I appreciated most about Harmony. She was the kind of friend who would always be there, but she also had a sense of when to give you space. I think I'll go out front and see what we missed last night. Then I can come help you bottle up whatever is ready to go. Harmony smiled in my direction. Sounds like a plan. Jewel should be here any minute to help out, too. Maybe we'll send her on a coffee run. She winked. I smiled. I hadn't been working at the apothecary for very long, but there was a certain routine to it that was fairly easy to pick up. I still didn't have all the answers to every last customer question, but I knew the main ones. It helped that Harmony and Holly were meticulous when it came to writing the instructions on the labels for each potion. It was amazing how often the answer was right there, staring up into the customer's face, if only they would slow down long enough to read the instructions. But then, that was not a problem unique to the magical world. I'd worked enough retail to know how often people disregarded obvious rules and signage. I swept the floor, ensuring nothing had been missed the night before, set up the cash register for the day, then used glass cleaner to remove smudges from the front window and the pair of glass product displays containing some of the more expensive salves and tinctures, before working to polish the mirrors by the beauty potions. Once everything was polished and shiny, I circled back to the cash register and wiped down the keys, checking to make sure there was enough tape in the receipt maker, and restocked the small impulse buy items near the register. Lip plumper balm, hangnail remover drops, bad breath banishing spray. By the time Jewel arrived, the place was practically glowing. The first person through the apothecary's doors wasn't a customer, but a delivery person bearing a beautiful flower arrangement. Nestled in a delicate ivory wrap, the bouquet showcased a radiant array of buttery yellow roses contrasted by deep violet tulips and sprigs of lavender. "I have a delivery for Blair McGill," the young man said, reading from a card nestled among the delicate blooms. I held up one finger, my brow creased. "That's me." The delivery person bustled over to the counter and handed me the flowers. "Just need a quick signature." He conjured a pen from thin air and handed it to me. I glanced around, expecting a pad or tablet. "You just sign in the air," Jewel whispered out of the corner of her mouth from where she stood at the register. The delivery guy gave me a perplexed look, but said nothing. Awkwardly, I made the loops of my signature with the pen in midair, and while no ink appeared anywhere I could see, it seemed to satisfy the man. With a second plucking motion, the pen disappeared from my fingers and reappeared in his. Smiling, he tipped his cap and headed out of the shop, whistling a little tune under his breath. "Thanks," I said to Jewel. "I swear I learn something new every day, sometimes every hour." She chuckled softly. "No problem. Just don't ask me how it works because I have no idea." I smiled, then ruffled my fingers through the edges of the foliage carefully arranged throughout the flowers and picked the white note card from a plastic stake. The outside of the small envelope had my name, and inside was a card with printed type. "Looking forward to Tuesday. Brandon." My cheeks warmed. The morning had started out a little rocky, but things were starting to look up. Upon returning home, Harmony and I crossed the backyard, only to stop short when a glimmer of movement caught our attention. Rachel had returned to the garden, the early moonlight highlighting her spectral form. Harmony nudged me gently. "Should we go see if she's okay?" I hesitated, glancing around for any sign of the 3 ghosts who had visited that morning, but the rest of the yard was quiet and still. Rachel stooped over, circling the bare trellis, her ghostly hands moving through the shrubbery. "It seems like she's looking for something," Harmony added with a frown. "Maybe we can help her look?" We approached cautiously so as not to startle her, but when Harmony cleared her throat, the ghost jolted and spun around, growing invisible for a moment before popping back into view. Harmony winced. "Sorry. We didn't mean to scare you," I added with an apologetic shrug. "Are you looking for something? Maybe we can help." The young woman glanced past us, toward the house standing at our backs. I don't know," she stammered, bringing her eyes back to us. "There's just this feeling, like there's something here, something important." I frowned, canting my head as I considered the garden. It was well maintained, but in winter it looked sad and slightly depressing, with bare spaces of dirt where annuals or perennials would go during the warmer months. The rose bushes were bare of their leaves and pruned back for the winter, little more than collections of thorny sticks jutting up from the ground in clusters. "I went to see my parents today," Rachel said, her expression forlorn. I braced myself, wondering if her parents were even still alive. I could only imagine what it must feel like to be in Rachel's ghostly Doc Martens. Finding yourself flung forward in time 30 years and a ghost to boot was awful and strange enough. Adding in the grief of losing a parent, or, heaven forbid, both, was unthinkable. Rachel laced her fingers together and continued, her voice tense.
They still live in the house where I grew up. So much of it looks the same, although it's yellow now. It was blue when I last saw it." She paused, shaking her head slightly as if to clear her thoughts. "They're so old. Mom has short hair now and it's gone completely white, and my dad uses a walker to get around. Someone else lives there too. They sleep in my old room. I think she might be a nurse. She has framed pictures on the dresser, and I don't recognize anyone in them. I'm not sure where my brother is, but there were pictures of him inside on the mantel." "I'm sorry, Rachel," I said softly. It had to be unsettling to go through town and uncover all the ways in which time had marched on without you. For a long moment, the ghost remained silent, just hovering there, her form oscillating in and out of sight, like ripples distorting the reflection of moonlight across a dark pond. "They couldn't see me or hear me," Rachel added, then looked up. "Why can you see me? How can I talk to you but not them?" Oh boy, that was a question and a half. I deferred to Harmony. "Well, that's because we're witches," she said, with an almost apologetic shrug. Rachel's eyes narrowed, as if looking for a mark of some kind or insignia. "Witches? I'm supposed to believe that?" Well, not to be rude, but you are kind of a ghost," I interjected. Rachel frowned, then turned away, her attention back on the frozen ground around the base of the trellis. "Witches?" she muttered to herself. Harmony and I shared a concerned look. "We're happy to answer any questions you might have," she offered. "We know other ghosts here in town. They could help you get, acclimated, if you'd like." Rachel was silent for so long I thought about grabbing Harmony's sleeve and tugging her back toward the house. Then Rachel spoke, her voice thin and tired. "I don't know what I want," she said, the words almost a sigh. "This all seems so big. Like no matter how hard I try, I can't fully get my arms around it." She sniffled, and a single silver tear streaked down her cheek. "What will happen to them when they die? Will they be like me? Will they be able to see me then? Could I hug them?" There was a bit of strangled hope in her voice, suggesting that while she didn't want her parents to pass away, a part of her couldn't help but wish to be reunited. I looked to Harmony, not knowing the answer myself. "I wish I knew," she said. "I guess I meant we could help more with the here and now of things." "So, you don't know what happens after?" Rachel asked. "Not really, but I have seen a ghost cross over. 2, in fact." Emotion played across Harmony's face, her eyes growing wistful. "It seemed really peaceful and wonderful." Rachel considered this, her expression guarded. "Earlier, it seemed like you were looking for something," I prompted, gesturing briefly at the ground. "Is there something specific? Maybe we can help." "That's the problem. I don't know." Rachel shook her head, her gaze raking over the cold earth. "But after spending the day walking, or rather floating around town, something dragged me back here. It's like this place is some kind of beacon. Do you think that means something?" Harmony bent over and started rooting through the underbrush at the foot of the trellis. Suddenly it hit me, and I grabbed Harmony's arm. "Pickles!" Harmony grinned. "Pickles?" Rachel shook her head. "Sorry, what do pickles have to do with anything?" "One of the guests at the inn, he has a pet with him." "A dog?" Rachel asked. Harmony and I exchanged a quick look. "He's mostly a dog," Harmony said. Rachel frowned. "He was out here yesterday morning digging. He got a link in a chain from a bracelet snagged on his tooth. He brought it inside, and Holly, she's the one who owns this place, put it in a drawer for safekeeping in case a former guest called to ask about it. Maybe it belonged to you. It did look pretty old." "A bracelet?" Rachel winked out of sight, then reappeared, her eyes wide. Did it have a heart-shaped charm on it? Harmony and I both nodded. Yes, it did. Rachel looped the finger and thumb of her right hand around her left wrist, finding it bare. I never took it off. She hesitated, her expression going dark again. Well, at least not until... Do you think that's what's calling you back here? Harmony asked. The bracelet? Maybe? Can I see it? Rachel asked. Maybe it will jog some kind of memory. Of course! Follow us. Chapter 9. Rachel zoomed across the garden, streaking toward the manor like the tail of a falling star. When moving over flat ground, she was quite fast, but she faltered at the stairs, caught between trying to climb them and float above them. It was as though some kind of muscle memory was at war with her new ghostly powers. Her movements were strange and jerky as she made her way up the stairs, rather than through them, almost reminiscent of a child learning to walk. I could relate in a way. Turning into a cat was the easy part. Navigating the world on 4 paws was a bit trickier. In theory, having 4 legs seemed easier. But the transition between life on 2 legs and life on 4 was harder to master than one might think. By the time Harmony and I caught up to her, she had maneuvered herself up/through the stairs and onto the front porch. She hesitated at the door before shaking her head and sliding through. Harmony opened the door, and we both followed the ghost inside. It was dinner time, and judging by the savory scents in the air, someone, most likely Adam, was cooking. For all his love of takeout, he could cook a pretty nice meal when the occasion called for it. Despite the large square footage of the historic home, the kitchen was the room that got the most use. The formal living room was left for the use of guests, and even when there were no guests, I found the family rarely used it. Instead, the sitting room served as more of a casual gathering place, with a squishier, more broken-in couch, a large-screen TV, a cabinet full of board games and puzzles, and a bookcase full of books in a rainbow of colors. Samuel had a trunk full of chunky building blocks, and Valoria had a small assortment of magic toys. She seemed to prefer stuffed animals with various charms and enchantments bestowed upon them. Her favorite, at least for the moment, was a white-spotted owl with working wings, dressed in a jaunty little scarf. With a word of enchantment, the stuffed bird would flap its wings and even take flight for a few seconds. Still, the kitchen was more of a gathering place, and oftentimes the toys and books ended up there anyway. Rachel hesitated in the living room, glancing around at the polished wood floors, the details carved into the mahogany trim, the ornate sconces and flourishing houseplants, and the thick rugs that looked both expensive and homey at the same time. Harmony took the lead, stepping around the ghost, careful not to pass through any part of her. With quick steps, she walked through the formal living room and bypassed the archway to the dining room before placing one hand on the swinging door barricading the kitchen. Voices and laughter carried from the other room, even before Harmony opened the door, and Rachel faltered. She twisted her fingers together, her teeth working at her lower lip. "We'll wait here," I told Harmony. Rachel's shoulders sagged with relief, and she glanced at me. "Is that okay?" Harmony gave an understanding nod. "Of course. I'll go grab the bracelet." Harmony disappeared into the kitchen, a fresh wave of savory scent coming from beyond as the door swung closed in her wake. My nose twitched. Definitely something with garlic. Rachel looked around again. "This place is huge, even bigger than I imagined." "I think it has to do with the magic," I said. "Believe it or not, I'm pretty new to all of this magic stuff myself. It definitely takes some getting used to. Everyone here is really friendly and welcoming, but don't feel pressured to stay or participate in anything you don't want to. Just know that if you ever need someone to talk to, someone who understands what you're going through, this is as good a place as you could ask for, in my opinion." Rachel considered me. "How are you new to this? Isn't this kind of something you're born into?" She frowned bitterly. "Or, I suppose in my case, die into?" "It's a bit of a long story, but
Our working theory is my magic was blocked up until recently, when I went through something kind of traumatic and turned into a cat." Rachel's eyes went wide. I chuckled softly and nodded. "I know. Surprised the heck out of me, too." I shrugged. "Anyway, I'm some kind of witch, but still trying to pin down the specifics. It's why I'm staying here, actually. Holly, Harmony, and the rest of them are all trying to teach me how to navigate this new world I'm suddenly a part of. So that's what I mean when I say I can relate." "Wow." Rachel breathed, or at least it looked like she breathed, though that wasn't quite the accurate word for the movement of her chest. Perhaps it was another old habit, like walking and climbing stairs. "What did the manor look like from your time?" "I don't know much about the history, but it used to operate as something of a halfway house for paranormal beings who, for one reason or another, were no longer living in the magic world." "Well, I never saw the inside, but the outside didn't look as nice as it does now," Rachel began, floating past the couch to get a closer look at the framed artwork over the fireplace. It featured a painting of the manor's original owners. "It didn't look run down or anything," she clarified, glancing over her shoulder at me. "It just didn't look homey, I guess is the best way to describe it. The grounds were maintained, but there weren't as many plants. The garden out there was pretty rough and overgrown. I saw people coming in and out occasionally, but never any cars. And of course, there were the rumors it was haunted. Sometimes kids from school would come out here at midnight and dare each other to look in the windows or ring the doorbell and run away before anyone came to answer it. Some people said the ghost of an old woman showed up in the forest sometimes, and on clear nights you could hear her crying echoing through the trees." Rachel shook her head. "It's kind of ironic, I guess, but I never believed in any of that stuff." I smiled and slipped my hands into the front pockets of my coat. "Sounds familiar. I was the same way. I was always so logical. Good student, book nerd, president of the debate club." She smiled, her eyes growing distant even as she continued staring up at the painting. "I wanted to become a journalist or a world news reporter, something to get me out of this town. I wanted to see the world." She dropped her train of thought as she continued floating through the room, perusing the gallery of framed art hanging over a sideboard table, stocked with glasses and other items one would expect to find on a bar cart. The artwork depicted various landscape scenes from around Beechwood Harbor and the greater coastal region, painted in a variety of styles by local artists. A small black paper hung underneath each frame, embossed with gilded lettering to give the artist's name. It was just one of the small ways the couple included the town and its legacy in their business. "Well, I guess maybe there's a silver lining in all this," I said gently. "You don't have many limitations now. You can travel just about anywhere you'd like. If you want, I can introduce you to a ghost I met this morning. It sounds like he has some experience." Rachel nodded, but it was hard to say whether she was entertaining the idea or just humoring me. Before I could ask Rachel a follow-up question, an attempt to gauge whether I'd made a misstep, Harmony returned. "Here it is," she announced, raising one cupped hand. Rachel's form quivered, pieces vanishing and returning, before she pulled herself together, literally, and moved closer to Harmony to inspect it. "That's it," Rachel said. She attempted to touch the bracelet, only for her finger to pass through it and Harmony's hand. Harmony shivered, but said nothing. "It was a gift from my—" She broke off, her expression rearranging from excitement to regret. "Well, I suppose he's still my ex-boyfriend, though I thought we were about to get back together. His name is Sean Harrington." Rachel stared down at the bracelet nestled safely in Harmony's hand. "He gave it to me on our 1-year anniversary. I was going to marry him." "I'm so sorry, Rachel," Harmony said. Rachel nodded, though her expression remained unchanged. "We can't change the past, but maybe we could at least help you figure out what happened to you." I spoke, stepping a little closer. "How you ended up here." Harmony nodded, but then added, Of course, it's okay if you don't. This is all still really new.
Rachel considered this for a long moment, her teeth running along her lower lip once more. Finally, she looked up from the bracelet, her eyes silver and glossy. You really don't mind helping? Of course not. It would be our pleasure. She nodded again, this time more shakily, her voice quavering as she continued. It's worth a try, right? I could think of it like research for an article. Only about me, I guess. Anything is better than spinning my wheels. Every other thought is some new theory, and I'm just jamming ideas together, trying to make it fit. But I'm not getting very far. And I don't think I can make a decision about eternity until I know what happened in the past. Does that make any sense? She grimaced. I'm babbling. Harmony smiled gently. No, you're not. It makes perfect sense to me. Where should we start? I asked, looking equally at Harmony and Rachel. Are you allowed to talk to my parents on my behalf? Harmony's smile wavered, her blue eyes sliding toward me. Do you think they're the kind of people who are open to ghost stories? I asked. Rachel frowned, her brows drooping as she shook her head. No, they're pretty pragmatic, which makes sense considering I am too, or was. You're still you, Harmony interjected softly, her hand reaching out but stopping short of touching the ghost's shoulder. Maybe there's a way we can talk to them and see what they know without talking about ghosts and witches. Tell you what, give us tonight to think about it and come up with a plan. Tomorrow we both have the day off, so maybe we can go try and talk to them in the afternoon. Rachel agreed. Thank you. I honestly don't know what else to say. You don't have to say anything, Harmony said. She closed her fingers around the bracelet. I'll put this in my jewelry box for safekeeping. I promise nothing will happen to it. Do you want to stay for dinner and meet everyone? I asked, gesturing with my head toward the door to the kitchen. Rachel floated up off the ground a few inches, her back toward the wall. No, I don't think I'm ready for that. I think I need some time. I'll come back in the morning. My chest constricted at the idea of the young girl spending another night out in the cold, alone, and wrestling with her own thoughts and doubts and fears. But in the end, there was nothing we could do to convince her. All right, Harmony said, offering another gentle smile. Just remember, we're here even if you change your mind. Blair is basically a creature of the night and stays up all hours. So if you come back, someone should be awake. Rachel nodded, though from the look on her face, I knew not to expect her until after sunrise. She made her goodbyes and floated through the front door, vanishing from sight by the time I turned and looked out the front window. What are you going to tell them as your cover story? It was Holly's first question upon hearing of our intentions to speak with Rachel's parents. And it was a good one. Harmony and I exchanged a quick, pleading glance, each of us hoping the other had some brilliant idea right on the tip of their tongue. It quickly became apparent that neither of us did. Maybe there's another way to find out what happened to her? I suggested, sinking back in my seat. We know her name, and we know she lived here. She grew up here and was roughly in her 20s when she died in the late 90s. Surely there's a way to access the newspaper article archives and find a story about her death. An obituary at the very least. Sure, but we also promised we'd talk to her parents, Harmony said. I feel like we should keep our promises to her. Oh, I know. And I want to, but in hindsight it seems a little insensitive going to her parents and dredging up these memories. True. Harmony reached forward and snagged one of the few remaining slices of garlic toast from the basket in the center of the table. Adam had prepared a baked ziti dish with marinara and fresh ricotta cheese. It was a simple meal, but filling and warm, perfect for a cold winter's night. Samuel managed to wear more of the meal than made it into his little mouth, which was partly due to his age and unmastered motor skills, and partly due to the fact that his hands kept shifting into paws.
The young boy found it wildly entertaining whenever his body would do strange transformations, cackling and giggling with glee as he raked at the air with his claws and tried out new animal sounds. It was adorable, but made for a messy dinner show. Miriam had taken Valoria and Samuel upstairs for a bath, while Adam took a late work call from a client in another time zone. As he'd followed the kids upstairs, though, he promised to be done in time to read them a story before bed. Holly, with help from me and Harmony, had cleaned the kitchen before sitting down for tea. Holly considered us through the steam rising off her brew. As a parent, I doubt thoughts of their daughter are very far from their minds, even after so many decades have passed. My mind drifted, following a faint tickling sensation to a memory from Rachel's visit. My eyes widened as I straightened in my chair, shot through with fresh enthusiasm. What if it were more of an interview? Harmony and Holly frowned, their expressions eerily similar, though I suppose that was bound to happen after so many years spent living and working together. They weren't related by blood, but in a lot of ways they were like sisters. Like, pretend we're with the Harbor Herald? Harmony asked, the wrinkle across the bridge of her nose showing her opinion of the suggestion. No, I hurried to say. Nothing like that. I don't want to lie about who we are or what we're doing. But the inn has a lot of little touches as an homage to the town, like the local art in the living room, for example. What if we did something of a memorial to notable people in town who have passed away, especially those who passed away before their time, like Rachel? That way we don't have to lie, and we can hopefully get an interview with Rachel's parents. On top of that, we could put together a book or a section of photographs to tell the story of Beechwood and its people. Holly's green eyes sparked as she nodded. You know, that's actually something Adam and I have talked about before, but it's one of those projects that gets shoved to the back burner. We wanted to start with Posey and Earl, the town founders, and kind of work our way to the present. It would be a massive undertaking, but it could be something really special to share with our more history-minded guests. Harmony's brows raised as she nibbled the corner of her now cold garlic bread. I like it. And it softens the conversation a bit if we're coming to talk to them as a way to keep Rachel's memory alive. That's a much more pleasant framing. Perfect, I nodded, allowing myself a moment of self-satisfaction. It was amazing what getting 8 hours of sleep on the regular could do for one's cognitive powers. We sipped our tea, and the conversation moved on to talk of the 2-for-1 sale and Valoria's latest antics at school, before circling back to the topic of ghosts, when I asked what happened to Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack. They were supposed to be out looking for Rachel, but she found us before they found her, I said. Harmony laughed. I can almost guarantee that Flapjack got distracted by something fishy, which then led to Hayward scolding him, which then turned into a full-blown argument between the two. Gwen probably got fed up with the pair of them and went off to the salon to get the daily dish, and by the time she finished circulating whatever rumors are churning through the mill today, Hayward and Flapjack were probably distracted, the errand all but forgotten. Holly snorted. That's exactly how I pictured it. Without Scarlet here to keep them in line, things quickly go off the rails with those three. They mean well, but just like us living folks, they have their shortcomings. I nodded, thinking to myself for a moment. Was there something you wanted to ask them? Holly asked, picking up on my sudden silence. I don't know, I answered honestly. It's probably a long shot. What is? I was wondering if maybe they might be able to track down the spirit of my grandmother, assuming she's even around still. I was just thinking about how it seems like ghosts talk to each other and have their own social network. I shook my head, like the clearing of an Etch-a-Sketch. Tacoma is probably too far away, though. And like I said, I don't even know if she is a ghost or not. Harmony reached out and squeezed my arm, careful to use the hand not covered in melted butter and garlic spread. It's not a bad idea, honestly, and I'm sure they wouldn't mind. But like Holly said, those three work better under strict supervision, so it might be best to wait until Scarlet gets back in town. Alternatively, you could go to Costco and buy an entire case of tuna fish cans and promise one to Flapjack for each lead he finds. She smiled gently. Might be an option. I smiled absently. I'll think about it. Chapter 10. Rachel met us the following day, and we explained our plans to her while waiting for the car to warm up. Harmony didn't own a car and took Holly and Adam's SUV on the rare occasion she needed to drive somewhere in town. With the portal to the Seattle Haven in the inn's backyard and most errands in Beechwood Harbor within easy walking distance, it wasn't often that anyone needed to use the car. But Rachel's parents lived a few miles away, and it was barely 40 degrees outside. At least with Rachel's incorporeal form, Harmony and I didn't have to wrangle the car seat and booster chair out of the back seat, a task neither of us child-free ladies was likely to accomplish with much grace. It sounds like a great idea, Rachel said, but you shouldn't feel pressured to make a memorial to me just for this. It's not like I wrote some Pulitzer Prize-winning piece or went to the moon or anything. For the first time, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. That's not really the point of the memorial, Harmony said, running her gloved hands over the air vents, though they still spewed cold air. It's more about celebrating and remembering the people of Beechwood Harbor. I know you mentioned wanting to travel, but do you think you would have lived here in town? I asked, regretting it almost immediately as Rachel's smile faded. Sorry, that was insensitive. I wasn't thinking. It's okay, Rachel said. She sat between the booster seat and Samuel's car seat, her form jutting through both of them, though it didn't seem to cause her discomfort. She twisted her fingers together in her lap, staring down at them as she spoke. I probably would have. I went away for college, but then moved back here afterward. I wanted to write for a big paper in a big city and travel. But those kind of jobs seemed like a lottery, so there's no guarantee it would have happened. And then there was Sean. His family ran the seafood processing plant here in town, and he was supposed to take over when his dad retired. She scoffed softly under her breath before adding, although, if I'd lived and published my article about them, I doubt they would have supported my relationship with Sean. Harmony and I exchanged a glance across the center console. Come again? Harmony said, taking the words from my mouth. You were writing an article about your boyfriend's family? It didn't start out that way, Rachel replied carefully. I was investigating the illegal dumping of toxic waste and chemicals into the harbor, and it led back to the Harrington's plant. Did Sean know you were looking into his family business? I asked. Not at first. I was working on the article when we first met. I was out at the harbor, off the marked trails. I was collecting test samples from the water and ground. I was working with a research lab to help me figure out where the pollution was coming from. Her gaze drifted out the window. Anyway, Sean was out with his dog, and we hit it off right away. I didn't know who he was, or rather who his family was, until later. He didn't want to take over the plant, so he didn't talk about it. I was devastated when my investigative work and our relationship collided. And he found out about your investigation, Harmony prodded. Rachel hesitated and nodded, her expression downcast. He did. He was supportive at first. He wasn't like his parents. He was angry about the illegal dumping, too. If he were to eventually take over the plant, I knew he would do things the right way. She paused, the silence heavy. For all I know, he did. I haven't brought myself to go out to the plant and see for myself. I flicked a silent question toward Harmony. She shrugged. Sean helped me get information about the plant's practices, partially to see for himself, but also to make sure I had the correct details for my report. My intention was to get published in a national paper, or at the very least a larger paper here in Washington. I didn't want to hurt Sean or his family, but I wanted them to do the right thing and change their ways before it got worse. And I told Sean that. What were they doing? I asked. I still don't know how they were getting away with it for all those years, but somebody was looking the other direction while they illegally dumped toxic waste and byproducts from the plant. It saturated the ground and ran off into the harbor, killing wildlife and destabilizing an entire ecosystem. That's awful. Rachel nodded, her expression a stony mask, filled with regret and disappointment. Sean told me he would work to change things from the inside, but I couldn't wait for him to be the one to take over, or to somehow convince his family to do the right thing. It would have cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. When he read the article, we had a big fight. He was upset that I didn't trust him to fix things on his own, and accused me of trying to ruin his family. I didn't name him in the article, but he insisted that as soon as his parents read it for themselves, they would know he was the one who gave me the inside information, and he would likely lose his entire inheritance. A flicker of anger crossed Rachel's delicate face before she continued. I got mad. I told him he was choosing money over doing the right thing, and placing his family above our relationship, our future. We argued, and eventually broke up. My heart went out to the young woman. For all her protests, it was evident Rachel was more than worthy of being part of the planned memorial at the inn. That must have been so scary, I said. Was he going to tell his family about the article? Rachel shook her head. He said he wouldn't, but he wanted me to take out some of the more detailed infractions, to give him a bit of a shield. Did you? Harmony asked. We were still idling in the driveway, but it seemed Harmony had temporarily forgotten about our intended errand. I hadn't decided yet, Rachel said sadly. I never got a chance to submit the article. At least, not that I remember. I guess there's a chance I did, and maybe that part of my memory is missing. But my gut tells me I never did. We sat in silence, the weight of Rachel's untimely end seeming all the heavier. I'm sorry, Rachel. You deserved better. Harmony nodded. I can't say for sure, but I don't think there is a seafood plant in town anymore. At least not one that I've ever seen. Beechwood is more of a tourist town these days. A lot of the landmarks and old buildings have been converted into more tourist-friendly attractions or expensive beachfront homes or condos. Well, at least that's some bit of good news today, Rachel said. Harmony slid the car into reverse and eased out of the driveway. Let's go see if we can find some more. Maybe your parents can tell us if your article ever got published. Rachel's childhood home was a ranch-style home in a well-established neighborhood several miles from downtown Beechwood Harbor and the various beach access points. The smell of salt lingered in the air, but there was no water view, and aside from the briny scent, there would be no differentiating between their neighborhood and most American neighborhoods in upper-middle-class areas. The houses were a mix of styles and colors, some heavier on the yard ornaments, while others had more neat and minimalistic landscaping, while still others looked a little worse for the wear. It wasn't a neighborhood governed by the iron fist of an HOA. Rachel's parents' home was painted a sunny yellow, with ivory trim, that made me think of sunny-side-up eggs. A short white picket fence bordered the front yard, with shrubs planted along the driveway's edge. A large window beside the front door revealed a pair of cozy upholstered chairs, and an elderly woman with short white hair sat in one, a paperback in one hand as she sipped from a mug. We exited the car, and Rachel surged closer to the window. That's my mom, Rita, she supplied. My dad, Ben, is probably inside making their lunch. That was one of the promises he made to my mom. He said when he retired, he'd make her lunch every day to pay her back for all the mornings she got up early to pack his lunch before he left for work. A watery smile crossed her face, and she slipped through the front door. Sounds like couple goals, if you ask me, Harmony said, taking the lead as we walked up the driveway. Are you ready for this? I asked her. The plan had seemed so simple when talking about it in theory, but now, standing on the couple's welcome mat, my nerves flared, wiry and jittery. Maybe we should have done some more research before coming here, I said, picking nervously at the underside of my sapphire ring with my thumbnail as my hands balled together at my sides. We don't even know how she died. We're supposed to be asking questions for her memorial. We should at least know the basics, don't you think? I resisted the urge to flatten a palm against my forehead and hide my face. Don't worry about it, Harmony said, with her signature casual confidence. We'll wing it. We know Rachel, and she's here with us. She can help feed us information. Well, except for the whole how she died part, I suppose. Harmony scratched her chin. Before we could deliberate further or make a break for it, Rita turned in her chair, likely overhearing our voices through the storm window, and jolted, nearly splashing some of her beverage down the front of her pastel sweatshirt. Harmony waved. I gulped. A moment later, the front door opened, and Rita appeared, a pair of spectacles perched on the tip of her nose. A nose that looked nearly identical to her daughter's.
Can I help you?
Her voice didn't hold any note of hostility, but there was something to it that lent an air of suspicion.
Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but if this is a sales pitch for carpet cleaning, we already told the last gals we ripped all the carpet out of this place years ago and haven't looked back. There's nothing for you to clean.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Harmony assured her. We are from the Beechwood Inn, she continued, widening her smile. Or, as you may know it, the Beechwood Manor. It's been converted into an inn for some time now, and we work there.
I'm familiar,
Rita said, her suspicion giving way to curiosity.
I've never been inside. It was always closed to tourists, which I thought was a real shame. A missed opportunity.
Of course, if she knew the truth about the manor's purpose over the decades, she might agree that keeping tourists and locals at arm's length was, in fact, the right decision. That's something we should think about doing, Harmony said, glancing toward me. I nodded. An open house? You know, Holly and Adam would love to show the place off, Harmony said. That actually ties in with what we wanted to talk about. Are you Rita Palmer? Rita nodded.
Yes. Now, what's this all about?
Everything all right?
A male voice called from the other room.
Yes, Ben, Rita replied. There are two ladies out here from the old manor.
Oh, sorry. I'm Harmony, and this is Blair, Harmony said, extending a hand. Rita took it on reflex, and I offered her mine as well. After that, she stepped back and beckoned us toward her.
I'm sorry. Where are my manners? Please, come inside.
Thank you. Rachel was already inside, floating by the mantel over the fire, where an assortment of picture frames sat neatly arranged. She was younger in most of them, but it was easy to identify her. Part of the inn's mission is to share the storied history of Beechwood Harbor with our guests, Harmony began, taking Rita's lead to round the half wall separating the small entryway from the living room. Rita gestured at the sofa before taking her original seat in the wing-back chair at the window. The sun had bleached the backside of the fabric, fading the blue stripes, suggesting years of afternoons spent at the window, creating a cozy reading nook for Rita. A stack of paperbacks and magazines were piled on the table beside it, with more than a few coasters for mugs. We are hoping to put together something of a memorial to honor those the town has lost, and in doing our research, we came across your daughter, Rachel. Harmony said this last part gently, pausing momentarily to gauge the woman's reaction. Rita's lips pinched as she nodded.
I can't believe it's been nearly 30 years.
A man shuffled into the living room, a tray with 2 small plates balanced precariously atop the handles of a walker.
What's this all about?
He asked, without looking up, careful not to overturn the food as he made his way into the room.
Ben, these ladies are here to talk about Rachel.
He looked up, his white brows rising. Harmony smiled and stepped forward, extending a hand. Here, let me get those for you, she offered. She took the plates and set them where Rita indicated, on the oak coffee table, midway between the TV and the sofa.
Sorry to catch you in the middle of your lunch, Harmony added, as she took her seat on the couch. We could come back another time, I offered. By the mantel, Rachel swung around, looking at her father with worry painted on her face. I could relate. Now that she'd decided she wanted to get answers, it felt more pressing. Any sort of delay would feel disappointing. Ben paused his shuffling long enough to flap a hand in Harmony's direction.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's just pastrami. It will keep.
They work up at the Beechwood Inn. You know, the old manor, Rita explained. They're making some kind of memorial, and they want to include Rachel. Isn't that nice? Ben smiled. It was the heart-wrenching smile of an old man who'd seen so much of life, both happiness and sorrows. It had weight, meaning. My heart clenched. I'd never met my father, and had only the barest scraps of information about him. It was hard not to wonder if, in another life or another arrangement of this life, I might have had a father who would smile at the sound of my name. I quickly suppressed the question, and its yearning for an answer, and shifted my attention back to the matter at hand.
Well, that sounds like a very nice thing,
Ben said, easing into a reclining chair. His movements were stilted, suggesting tight muscles and achy joints. He exhaled softly as he sank into the chair and pressed a button to raise the footrest. Only then did he flinch.
Bah! I forgot the tea.
He started to lower the footrest, the electric motor whirring to life again. Rita got to her feet. I'll get the tea. Should I bring some for you two as well? Harmony and I both declined, politely. Rita slipped into the kitchen, returning as quickly as she left with 2 glasses of amber liquid, the circular chunks of ice clinking together as she handed one to her husband before returning to her seat.
Our Rachel was young, too young when she passed,
Ben said after taking a sip.
It would be nice to have her memory carried forward, especially now that Rita and I are getting up there in age.
Rachel looked on the verge of tears. Oh, Dad. Of course he couldn't hear her. What would you like to know about Rachel? Rita asked. So much of it was covered in the paper after the accident.
Accident?
Ben snapped, his face suddenly stormy. Rita's expression caved in on itself, as though wishing she'd not said anything at all. Clearly, this was an argument the couple had had before. Ben, let's not start that again, she pleaded softly, though her voice remained tight. It's settled now.
Like hell it is,
Ben roared.
Rachel's death was no accident. She was murdered.
Chapter 11. Rita pinched the bridge of her nose, her glasses bumping up high on her temples. Ben, please.
I don't care what the newspaper or the police or anyone says,
Ben continued, undeterred.
For all we know, the Harringtons paid off the lot of them. Anything to keep their golden boy from being found out as the cold-blooded killer that he was.
What? It was Rachel's turn to shout. She launched forward from her place at the mantel until she was mere inches from her father. Sean didn't do this to me, Daddy. How could you think that? The Harringtons being the ones with the seafood processing plant? I ventured, stringing together a few pieces of the puzzle. Rita and Ben both stared at me.
Of course,
Ben replied, tossing his head slightly.
Who else?
Ben, honey, you have to remember this was a long time ago. Neither of these girls look like they were even old enough to have been alive when Rachel died. Technically, I had been very young at the time, but figured that wasn't relevant. Ben sank back in his chair, wiggling his shoulders against the worn leather, as if he could burrow in deep enough to become one with the upholstery.
My apologies. I forget sometimes. It feels as though it all happened yesterday.
We didn't mean to stir up unpleasant memories, Harmony said with a wince.
No,
Ben said, flapping his hand passively.
It's good to get her story out there. If anything, This goes to prove it's falling out of people's minds, and they could use a refresher.
Technically speaking, Rachel's death was ruled an accident by the police, Rita explained. That's what the papers will tell you. Ben snorted. Rita raised an eyebrow at her husband, then continued without pausing long enough for him to interject. She slipped off a cliff, overlooking the south part of the harbor, and fell 50 feet. They didn't find any evidence of foul play or even see signs of someone else being with her at the time. Another snort from Ben. Rita held his eyes this time, but barreled on. Ben and I have long been suspicious of her ex-boyfriend, Sean Harrington. When she left the house that night, she said she was going to meet him. They'd recently broken up, but she thought they might patch things up.
Did you tell the police this?
I asked tentatively. Of course. But like we said, the Harringtons' influence in town was quite powerful back in those days. Nothing ever came of it.
So what happened? Did they not even question him?
They claim they did,
Ben said dismissively.
They said he had an airtight alibi, though they never felt the need to share it with us. We tried to get the detectives to see things our way, but eventually they stopped returning our calls, no matter how many messages we left.
Let's not rehash all of this, Rita interjected. This is about Rachel's memory. I'd rather not tarnish that with speculation and old wounds.
See? She doesn't think he did it,
Rachel said, gesturing at her mother.
She's sort of old-fashioned. She won't go against my dad when he's made up his mind about something. But she knew how much Sean and I loved each other, even after we broke up. She knows that he wouldn't hurt me.
I considered Rita for a few extra moments, weighing the words of her daughter. There was something there, some thought left unspoken, but Rita quickly pushed the conversation in a different direction. We set up a foundation in Rachel's name, Rita explained proudly. It's to protect the wetlands. Environmental conservation was so important to her. She was going to be a journalist and use the power of the pen to get people to pay attention. Ben's ire faded, and he reached for his plate.
Even when she was a little girl, she'd rescue tiny creatures from tide pools and throw stranded starfish back into the sea. She was always on the lookout for fallen baby birds and stray cats, and she spent her summers going around collecting recycling and doing charity work for the wildlife conservation up the coast.
Rita smiled sadly at the list of memories. She was really going to make a difference in this world. Such a bright light, our Rachel. The room fell silent. Rachel shrank back to her original place at the mantel, lost in the frozen memories.
Until that boy snuffed it all out,
Ben muttered, tossing his head. Rita sagged in her chair, her eyes falling shut for a moment. Dear,
he could have at least done the decent thing and moved out of town,
Ben added.
But no, even when his parents sold the plant and moved away, he stayed, like he wanted to taunt us.
Sean didn't do this,
Rachel screamed. The force of it seemed powerful enough to rattle the windows and frames, but not so much as a hair on her mother's head blew out of place.
He's got a job with the electric company,
Ben continued.
I've seen him around town, taking readings and climbing utility poles. I know he's seen me too, but he never says anything.
I couldn't imagine that even if he wanted to speak with Rachel's father, he would consider that a wise idea, given the man's open hostility. Still, it must be a heartbreaking reminder. Instead of seeing their daughter grow up, they would see her accused killer moving on and living the life their daughter was no longer allowed to have. So, will there be pictures at the memorial? Rita asked. Ben stuffed a bite of pastrami sandwich into his mouth. If you have some we can take, Harmony replied, peeling attention away from Ben. And there's no rush. We're really just in the beginning stages now, but we thought we'd come by and introduce ourselves. Rita nodded. It's very kind of you to ask. If it's all right, I'll go through and make some copies of our favorites. I can pull together some of the literature we had from the funeral. There's even a poem Rachel wrote in the back of the program. It might be a nice keepsake to add." Harmony and I nodded. Ben sat simmering as he ate his lunch, storm clouds brewing in his pale eyes. Rachel watched her father, her face stricken. Rita escorted us to the door, pointing out a few pictures of Rachel and her brother, Carson, on the way. The three of us said goodbye at the front porch, and Rita waited for us to get into the car before she turned and went back inside. I hope they aren't in there arguing," Harmony said, grimacing as she flipped the key into the ignition. "Here we were, worried about stirring up their grief, but instead it seems we raised their anger." "At least Ben's," I added, before glancing at the back seat, only to find it vacant. Turning, I glanced up the driveway and saw Rachel's ghostly silhouette pass across the window. She was still inside the house. "Looks like she's staying behind," I said to Harmony, pointing Rachel out. "Maybe she wants to wait around and see what else they say now that we're gone." Harmony frowned, her guilt chewing at her as she turned over the engine. We drove back to the inn in silence. After leaving the Palmer's house, Harmony and I decided to rewind a bit and start at the true beginning of things. We holed up in the sitting room with my laptop and a couple cups of coffee, and found that some kind soul had created a database with digitized versions of the newspaper articles from the Times. It took some work, but eventually we found enough articles to piece together the gist of what had happened and what was reported at the time. As Rachel's parents had already told us, Rachel died after falling from a remote cliff overlooking the harbor. The place wasn't marked on any trails, official or otherwise, and likely for good reason. A local geologist was quoted in a couple of the articles attesting to the crumbly terrain, which would be even more unpredictable after rainfall, and considering Rachel died in the spring, rain was a guaranteed factor. Other articles unfolded with a more human interest lens, featuring snippets of conversation and quotes from Rachel's parents, as well as kind words from various teachers and coaches and classmates. "It all seems pretty open and shut," Harmony said, clicking away from the last tab she'd opened upon finding the digital archive. I exhaled, staring at the desktop image of the ocean. "Is there a chance it was an accident?" "I don't see why not," Harmony replied. "Although the whole thing about the investigative article and the boyfriend does seem pretty damning." I inclined my head. "True." "So let's say her dad was right," Harmony said. "The boyfriend lured her out to some random cliff, shoved her over the edge, and it all got chalked up to an accident. It stops the article from coming out and his family's legacy, and his inheritance," I added. "And the inheritance are safe," Harmony concluded. "But there's no evidence to back that up. And if the ground was soft, like the geologist said, it seems like there would have been footprints or something." I frowned. "Unless the Harringtons swayed someone into covering it up." "I don't know," Harmony shook her head. "That seems kind of far-fetched, don't you think?" "It's a small town," I replied with a slight shrug. "And technically we don't know that the police didn't find footprints. We just know they ruled it an accident. Maybe they found prints, but after they talked to Sean and got his alibi, they figured case closed. Not worth tangling with the Harringtons when they were still left with nothing but circumstantial evidence." "Right. I guess that makes sense." Harmony considered this for a moment, chewing the corner of her lower lip. "So where do we go from here? Should we try to talk to Sean? Maybe he has his own theory." "We could. Is there some kind of magic that could help us? Like a, I don't know, truth potion or something?" Harmony exhaled. "Boy, that's a long story. The short answer is yes, there is. But the SBA made them illegal a few years back, lumping them in with all other forms of mind magic." I blinked. "Mind magic?" "Altering memories,
making people forget things. Potions designed to control or suggest another person's free will. Love potions and the like. So does that mean the SPA could use a truth potion? They can, but it's become more regulated there, too, and used for only the most extreme circumstances. I technically could brew one, but it's not worth the risk. If anyone found out, it would get my potions license stripped, and could even get Holly's whole shop shut down by simple association. That seems kind of extreme. It is, but I can't say it's not for a good reason, Harmony replied with a slight shrug. The SPA has their hands full, trying to contain magic in an ever-changing world. In some ways, technology has helped. Like if someone gets a video of someone doing magic, it can more easily be waved away as Photoshop or video editing tricks. But on the flip side, it's harder for the SPA to keep tabs on everything. Back in the day, witches and other magic creatures or beings were more isolated, usually living in the protected spaces that are now havens. Even in the so-called human world, it wasn't common for witches to live in constant communion with dozens, let alone hundreds or thousands of other witches. With modern communication, spells can advance and evolve more quickly. More experimentation can be done in a shorter amount of time, and instructions on how to perform various spells or craft various potions can spread further and faster than ever before. This can be a good thing, of course, but as with all things, it has its downsides, and the SPA's resources are finite. They can only be in so many places at once. My mind shifted to Brandon, my closest link to the magical law enforcement agency. No wonder I have to schedule dates at least a week in advance, I quipped. Harmony smiled. Been there, done that. I don't mean to sound bitter, I hurried to add. I think it's cool that Brandon has such an important job, and that he's so passionate and dedicated. But it's a big leap from anyone I've dated in the past. I'm used to guys who had similar jobs to mine, hourly mostly, or an office job. I've certainly never dated someone who literally keeps a cot at work, and frequently has days or weeks on end where the only reason they go home at all is to do a load of laundry and throw out the spoiled food in the fridge before the neighbors start complaining about the smell seeping through the vents. Harmony laughed. I feel like that last part might be based on a true story. My nose scrunched as I nodded. He claims he almost got evicted over 2-week-old Chinese food left to rot because he was out of town, chasing the trail of some kind of fire-breathing wyvern that had the ability to go invisible for chunks of time. Aha! I shouldn't complain, though. At least he has a job. Harmony groaned. Isn't that always the struggle? I laughed. Hey, you know you're kind of a workaholic too, so I'm not sure you should be throwing stones. Harmony grinned as she drew her legs up onto the couch. True, but I'm not out there saving the world, so I don't usually get a free pass. I've dated lots of guys who complained about never being able to pin me down, or about forgotten date nights, missed plans, blown up weekend plans, etc. The grass is always greener, Blair. I'd say Brandon is worth holding on to, even if it takes a little time to find your equilibrium. I think so. It's just hard because I don't know what his expectations are, and it feels too early to ask. I don't want him to think I'm trying to force him into some serious commitment, especially since I'm not even sure how long I'm going to be here in Beechwood Harbor. And while with the portal system it doesn't take all that long to travel to and fro, it would certainly complicate things if I were to move back to Tacoma. Harmony crossed her arms and rested them on her knees, now drawn into her chest. Are you thinking of leaving soon? I don't know. But now that the holidays are over, it's like there's this clock ticking in the back of my head, reminding me that this is all supposed to be temporary. I get that. Believe it or not, I haven't always been the picture of responsibility and stability. For most of my late teens and 20s, I didn't even have a permanent address. I couch surfed at various friends' houses in between road trips to follow my favorite bands around the country. I'd work odd jobs along the way, sticking around in some small town or another.
Usually just long enough to refill my gas tank and build up a small cushion of cash before hitting the road again. I smiled, trying to reconcile that version of Harmony with the nose to the grindstone witch I knew. Eventually, I'd burn through my funds and the goodwill of my friends and wind up crashing at my sister Anastasia's place. I always wanted to do something with potions, but lacked the focus and direction to really make it a career. The last time I found myself on Anastasia's doorstep begging for help, she basically kicked me out and sent me here to be Holly's apprentice. And bam! Just like that, my entire life changed. But see, the difference is you always knew what you wanted, at least in the back of your mind. You had an interest in potions, even when you were chasing rock bands and body surfing through a mosh pit. I hesitated, a familiar lump forming in my chest. I don't have that. I've never had that. I feel like even when I was young, I was always just going day to day, like I wasn't really allowed to set goals or make plans for myself. My grandmother had her ideas, of course, of which there were many, so I guess I kind of stuffed down my own ambitions and dreams because I knew whatever I came up with wouldn't match what she had in mind. I exhaled, my chest tight with the memories and years of disappointment and false starts. Eventually, the pressure got to be too much and I rebelled against her, which looked a lot like running face first into a brick wall. Talk about a reality check. I was too proud to go back and ask her for help, so I did the same thing as you, at least in some ways, working whatever job I had to, usually jobs, plural, to pay the bills. Harmony nodded, her chin falling to rest on her arms. The thing is, you still have time. I don't think you have to know what you're going to do for the rest of your life by the time you're 30, or even 35. And even if you choose one direction, it's never too late to turn around and go a different way. There's nothing wrong with taking the scenic route. She offered an encouraging smile. I returned it, though the doubt and subtle pressure in my chest remained. Maybe she was right, but I sure would feel better if I had even a glimpse of the first step on the path. Do you think we should go and find Rachel? I asked, not so elegantly twisting the spotlight in a different direction. Harmony shook her head. I think we should give her some space. She knows we're here. I tapped my fingers along the edge of the table. The silence suddenly too loud. Where is everyone? I asked, glancing around. Usually this is about the time the pre-dinner rush hits and the house sounds like a herd of elephants is stampeding through it. Holly and Adam are at some school thing for Valoria. A recital or a talent show? I can't remember. Samuel and Miriam are with them, so I guess it's just us tonight. There are leftovers in the fridge. Sounds good.
Why don't you go ahead? I'll come help in a few.
Okie dokie. Harmony stood, leaving her laptop behind as she left the study, whisper singing the lyrics to some song she had had stuck in her head for most of the afternoon. As she rounded the corner, she started air drumming. I smiled and waited for her footsteps to fade before lifting the lid on the laptop. I typed in what I was searching for, jotted down a couple of notes, closed the browser, and then left the computer. I might not know what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, but when it came to helping Rachel, I knew the next step and didn't want to wait. Chapter 12. My plan to slip out of the manor unnoticed the following morning, while everyone was busy getting ready for the day, was thwarted almost immediately. Not by one of the other residents, or even Mr. McDougal and his exotic pet, but by a semi-translucent cat who spotted me scurrying down the front steps and made a beeline in my direction. Fortunately, thanks to his not-quite-alive status, he couldn't slip underfoot and send me sprawling to the paver stones in a splat. But his sudden appearance startled me all the same. "Good morning," he purred. I questioned my sanity momentarily before adjusting the strap of my bag and skirting around the spectral feline. "You about gave me a heart attack," I told him. "Don't worry, death isn't all that bad," he replied, floating in midair to keep pace with me. Why are you sneaking about?
Who said I'm sneaking?
He cast a sly glance in my direction that had a silent, "Seriously, lady, I didn't die yesterday," kind of quality.
Okay, fine, I just don't want people worrying about me.
And why would they? He floated nearer, as though desperate to be let in on any pending mischief. If you're in trouble, I can help. I happen to know the combinations to a good majority of the safe deposit boxes over at the bank. For the right price, I'll let you in on some of the juiciest stashes. You can grab the cash and start a new life by this time next week.
Well, that's not at all unsettling, I quipped. Do you just go around offering up people's secrets as some kind of hobby? I suppose crocheting or knitting is kind of out of the question, but it does seem like there might be something better you could do with your time.
Time? The cat scoffed, the sound somewhere between a percolating hairball and a laugh. The thing about being a ghost is that time kind of loses all meaning. Sure, I'm still pretty young, especially compared to old prickle britches, but even still, I'm no longer on some sort of cosmic countdown timer to my expiration date. The worst has already happened. So now, I do whatever, whenever. And if that means spending an afternoon in the bank trolling for security codes, well, I consider that an afternoon well spent.
Right, I said, drawing out the word. Well, this isn't about money. I'm trying to help Rachel. You remember her, don't you? The ghost you were supposed to be tracking down yesterday? I suppose you just got distracted?
Again, see my comments about the concept of time. Who's to say I'm not looking for her right now? Why is it such an emergency anyway? After all, it's not like she's going anywhere. She's stuck here like the rest of us.
You know what? Never mind.
I continued along the sidewalk, the road sloping downward from the crest where the historic manor perched above the harbor, and wandered into the main strip of shops and businesses in the heart of the small coastal town. In Tacoma, there were plenty of places I could get to on foot from my old apartment, thanks to its location just down the road from a large shopping center, along with a convenience store and a handful of fast food and casual dining restaurants. Even so, I had to use my car more often than not. I'd opted to sell it prior to moving to Beechwood Harbor. It was on its last legs, and I didn't figure my new hosts would appreciate having an old clunker parked out in front of their beautiful home, marring the otherwise nice neighborhood. I hadn't gotten much for it, but it was one less thing to worry about, and it was nice that in the small community, a car was largely optional. Seriously, where are we going? Flapjack asked, still trotting in midair beside me.
We?
I shot him a glance and picked up my pace. It was cold, and I was in a hurry to get to my destination as quickly as possible, not only to complete my mission, but also to get my hands on the largest cup of hot coffee I could buy.
I don't remember sending an engraved invitation in your direction. Why are you so interested in my life?
What can I say? I like new things.
That's nice. Good to know I'm a thing, I replied sourly. For some reason, the cat got under my skin, talking about me like I was some kind of animal in a zoo exhibit.
You know what I mean, he protested, giving his fluffy tail a sassy little swish. What's so important about this ghost woman anyway? Rachel.
She needs help, and I have time. Don't you ever like helping people? I asked, having a feeling I already knew the answer.
It depends on what's in it for me.
Figures.
I'm not heartless. He paused, momentarily floating in place while I continued walking. He quickly zoomed ahead and caught up with me. Well, I suppose I am heartless, in the truest sense of the phrase. He flashed his ghostly feline teeth in a grin. When I kept walking, not acknowledging his joke, his expression morphed into a scowl. Fine, I'll tell you. For years, it was just me and Scarlett. She used to stay out of ghost problems. She'd talk to me, of course.
How could she resist your charms? I interjected dryly.
but she wouldn't get involved with other ghosts. Then we met Mr. Pricklepants.
Hayward?
Yes. Another swish of his tail. For reasons I'll never understand, Scar let him tag along. Then we moved here, and suddenly she was running a weekly support group for ghosts, which, as you can probably imagine, led to all sorts of problems. Some of them are more fun than others. These days, Gwen handles most of that stuff, but Scarlett pitches in when she needs to.
And what about you? You just watch it all from the peanut gallery, I suppose?
Here's the thing, Flapjack replied. When it comes to ghosts, they have to want help, at least on some level. It's difficult if you're trying to force it.
Rachel does want help. She wants to know what happened to her. She's missing the memories of her last days and of her death, and I think that might be the key to helping her find some closure and maybe move on to the other side. Surely you've experienced that, considering the work you're... Is guardian the right word here?
I quirked a brow in the cat's direction. He puffed out his fluffy chest. I'm my own cat, thank you very much.
Okay, fine. All I'm saying is, in these years spent witnessing others helping ghosts, you've probably seen spirits cross over to the other side, right?
Oh, yes. It's all a very big production. Lots of tears and sappy words. Not really my thing.
Fair enough. But for the ghost, the deceased, I guess, it's a good thing, don't you think?
Sure. Although I couldn't say what's waiting on the other side. For all we know, it's an ocean filled with sharks, or a little room with a locked door, and you have to answer riddles to get to each new chamber. My lips twitched.
Or maybe it's like paradise with catnip and tuna raining from the heavens. Flapjack considered this, then dismissed it with a flick of his tail.
Well, maybe. I'm not in a hurry to find out for myself.
I don't think anyone's forcing you. But if Rachel wants closure and there's something I can do to help her, then that's what I'll do.
But why? You don't even know her. See, this is the thing I'll never understand. He shook his head, the concept of empathy clearly lost on him.
I didn't see much point in trying to explain it to him. If after however many years he still hadn't grasped the basics, I doubted there was anything I could say that would give the feline a light bulb moment. Besides, we'd made it down the hill into town, and the coffee shop, Siren Song, was only a couple of blocks away. Listen, Rachel's parents think she was murdered, or at least her dad does. They think her ex-boyfriend killed her, in order to keep his family's literal dirty secret from getting out. The police never charged him, but I want to talk to him and see if anything shakes loose. Flapjack's eyes glowed brightly.
Okay, I'm listening.
I found him on social media, and as far as I can tell, he comes here every Sunday morning to participate in a local chess club.
Nerd alert,
Flapjack declared. I just want to ask him some questions about Rachel and see if I can get a vibe. And I'd appreciate it if you would stay out of my way.
Why? Is he magic? Because otherwise he won't be able to see or hear me. Did no one explain this to you?
I exhaled an exasperated sigh. He won't, but I will. And I feel like it would be pretty distracting to have you sitting there chattering on the sidelines while I'm trying to focus. Flapjack considered this a moment, but continued at my side as I approached the coffeehouse's entrance. I shot him a meaningful look. Okay, I give. How do I get rid of you? He flashed a wicked grin and slipped through the glass door without another word. Right. Adding that to my to-do list. Find out how to banish an obnoxious ghost cat. Exhaling, I pulled the door handle and stepped inside. The coffee shop was busy, which was to be expected for a Sunday morning. Several baristas worked behind the counter, the sound of steaming milk and the roar of the espresso grinder punctuating the casual chatter of customers. The coffeehouse was nautical in theme, with a restful, lived-in sort of style. The chairs were comfortable but faded,
The front counter was polished and clean, but showed its age in the wood. The art on the walls was similar to that hanging in the Beechwood living room, a collection of local pieces, most of which were landscapes or pastoral in nature, with a few portraits and more abstract pieces tossed in for variety. Most of them were for sale and rotated out as each piece sold. A large hammered copper clock hung on one wall, between a pair of exposed beams. I doubted I'd still be living in town come summertime, but if I were, I could easily imagine spending hours on the expansive patio, sipping an iced coffee under a large umbrella while breathing in the warm sea breeze. It was cozy and homey and smelled of fresh pastries and rich coffee. And even when busy and buzzing with a line at the counter, it was the kind of place where the baristas would still take the time to ask you about your plans for the day or follow up on a snippet of conversation from your last visit. This time of year, well before tourists would descend upon the small town, the clientele was largely made up of regulars, most of whom likely came in several times a week, if not daily, and added to the charming small-town feel of it all. Even in the short time I'd been in Beechwood Harbor, I knew several of the baristas by name, and had been introduced to the owner, Cassie, who was married to the town's police chief. Cassie and Holly were good friends, and while Cassie didn't usually come to the inn, I knew the pair got together pretty regularly, especially for play dates in town or at Cassie's house. The chess club was already present, occupying 4 tables in the back left corner of the coffee house. A chessboard was set up on each table, alongside timekeeping clocks. A few additional chairs borrowed from the neighboring tables sat along the wall, seemingly meant for spectators, though currently left vacant. I spotted Sean Harrington as I stepped into line behind a pair of teenage girls who didn't look overly enthusiastic about being awake at such an early hour as they waited their turn, both scrolling through their phones, wordlessly shuffling forward when the line moved. Sean was at one of the chessboards, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and a pair of dark-washed jeans. A pair of wire-framed glasses slid down his nose while he studied the board, waiting for his opponent, a middle-aged woman with short, sandy blonde hair, to make her move. Flapjack, though he didn't know my target, made his way over to the chess match and was swirling around like a shark, intently studying the players. I cringed, even though I knew the players couldn't see him. Still, I felt responsible for the cat's unsettling presence. What if someone walked through him? Since discovering the truth about ghosts, that was the #1 warning everyone had given. It wasn't fatal or anything, but still unpleasant and unexpected. Even more so if you couldn't see the cause of the sudden bone-chilling sensation. I forced myself to turn away, mentally reciting the snippets of an introduction I'd started compiling in the back of my mind. I considered telling Harmony about my plan, but chickened out at the last minute. I didn't think she'd tell me not to confront Sean, but in case I was stepping outside of some boundary, I didn't want to drag her in. Besides, it was kind of nice to have something that was just for me. I had spent so much of the last month and a half glued to either Harmony or Holly's side, like they were my magical seeing eye dogs, that I worried I was losing my sense of autonomy. "Good morning, Blair," Cassie greeted as I stepped up to the register. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair was pulled back in a single French braid, adding to her fresh-faced, youthful appearance. I thought she was around the same age as Holly, somewhere in her mid to late 30s, but wasn't entirely sure. She had laugh lines and smile lines, but otherwise didn't show signs of skin damage or true wrinkles on her freckled face. "Morning," I said, approaching the register as the 2 teenagers zombie shuffled off to the side to wait for their order. "I thought one of the perks of being the boss was getting to sleep in on Sunday mornings," I teased. Cassie laughed. "I've clearly been doing it wrong all these years," she replied with a smile. "In truth, I kind of like getting out of the house. Jeffrey's mother lives with us, and she likes to make the kids a big breakfast on Sunday mornings. It gives me a chance to step away and have a little me time." She glanced past my shoulder briefly to consider the nearly full dining room of the coffee house. "Well, you know what I mean." I nodded, returning her easy smile. She was one of those people that just had a way of putting you at ease. The man in line behind me cleared his throat. "I'd love a large white chocolate mocha," I said, feeling the heat of his stare on the back of my neck. "And one of those lemon blueberry scones if you have any," I added, leaning over slightly to consider the assortment of pastries and food items in the glass display case. "You've got it." Cassie rang me up and sent me on my way, wishing me well and asking me to say hi to Holly, Adam, and the kids. Within a few minutes, I had my drink and my scone and was scanning the room for an empty seat to wait for an opening in the chess match to approach Sean. I wasn't a master chess player by any stretch of the imagination, but I knew the basics, and from where I was sitting, the game Sean was playing wouldn't last much longer. Flapjack sidled up to me the moment I sat in a low-profile armchair a few feet from the chess club. He perched himself on the small table between my chair and the matching chair beside it, where an elderly woman sat reading a glossy hardcover book. "All right. Tell me which one you're interested in, and I'll tell you what I know," Flapjack said. I waved a dismissive hand at the cat, trying to shoo him away without uttering a word. The elderly woman beside me glanced up from her book, her brows knit together in a puzzled frown as she took in my seemingly random gesture. "Just a gnat," I said, giving an awkward smile. She went back to reading. "Come on," Flapjack pleaded. "Just point him out." Frowning, I pulled my phone from my pocket and scrolled through my inbox, casually deleting junk email while I waited. A smattering of polite applause broke out from the far corner, and I glanced up to see Sean and his opponent shaking hands, a polite smile gracing his features. The woman moved to one of the spectator chairs, and Sean moved around the table and excused himself, wandering toward the counter to get a refill on his coffee before the next game. My heart raced a little as I stood. I drew in a deep breath and went to stand near the order pickup counter. Flapjack followed me, transparent form swirling around Sean. "This is him?" he asked, inspecting the man as he made his order and handed over his metal tumbler. "Oh yeah, this guy has serial killer written all over him." "Shh," I hissed, hoping it sounded like a sniffle. "Want me to follow him home and see if he has a deep freeze in his garage? I bet that's where the other bodies are." Sean, oblivious to the cat's running commentary, pocketed his hands, staring at the array of cookies and baked goods with longing, before coming to a stop at the end of the counter. Showtime. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, are you Sean Harrington?" He turned, his expression amiable, if a bit surprised.
"Yes, I am. Can I help you?"
I extended a hand, trying to project confidence. "Hi, Sean. My name is Blair." He smiled, giving me a subtle once-over. His hair was dark, but for a few strands of silver at the temples, and up close it was easier to see his age. I didn't know exactly what age he'd been when he and Rachel met, but assuming he had been in his early 20s, he was in his early to mid-50s now. He was a handsome man, well-dressed, and clearly took care of himself.
"It's nice to meet you, Blair. Have we met before?"
"Oh, no. This is a little awkward, but I was hoping to bump into you. You see, I'm helping to organize a memorial for Rachel Palmer." A range of emotions flickered through Sean's eyes. Surprise, sadness, and then a soft, nostalgic warmth.
"Rachel? Wow. It's been so long since I thought about her. How did you find me?"
I crafted a careful response, ensuring my expression remained open and non-threatening. "I've been in touch with some of her old friends and family members, doing a bit of research for the memorial. Your name came up a few times as someone who was important to her. I was wondering if you'd like to make a statement for the memorial." Sean nodded, his face falling.
"I'm not sure that's a good idea. Her parents probably wouldn't take too kindly to my involvement."
"Awkward," Flapjack said.
"Time to play dumb."
"Oh?" I said, contorting my own features into a look of concern. I apologize. I didn't mean to drag up anything unpleasant.
It's not your fault,
Sean replied, lifting a hand. His coffee order was called, the metal tumbler set out on the counter by a barista with tawny skin, brown eyes, and coiled braids. She flashed a smile as he approached and took the mug, dropping a tip into the blown glass jar. By the time he came back over to me, he'd collected his thoughts.
Rachel's parents believe I had something to do with her death, and no matter how many times I deny it, they won't let it go. I guess they need someone to blame. They can't seem to accept the idea of it being a tragic accident, which I suppose is understandable in a way.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Liar, liar, pants on fire, Flapjack crowed, endlessly entertained by the little show.
It's okay. It all happened such a long time ago.
Sean's eyes grew wistful as he reached up and adjusted his glasses.
Rachel was special, kind, funny, and fiercely passionate. We were very much in love, and I was devastated when she passed away.
His words seemed genuine, and I found myself listening intently despite Flapjack's yammering.
We were young, but I really thought we had a future together,
Sean continued, his gaze distant, lost in memories.
I can't believe it's been 30 years.
His voice trailed off, and I nodded, offering a sympathetic smile. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry to bother you with all this.
It's all right,
he said, drawing his attention back to me.
I'm glad you're putting together a memorial. Rachel certainly deserves it. I'm sorry I can't be more involved, but out of respect for the family.
I completely understand. Thank you. As I turned away, Flapjack was right there, his eerie eyes gleaming. So, what do you think? Guilty? Innocent? That was the question, wasn't it? Chapter 13. Following my brief conversation with Sean Harrington, I trekked back to the inn, and in my hurry managed to spill part of my mocha down the front of my coat when I misstepped on a rough patch of sidewalk, lost in thought. Somewhere, I thought I heard a snicker that sounded a lot like Flapjack's, though there was no sign of the ghost cat. As expected, I found everyone in the kitchen, save for Mr. McDougal, Sir Pickles, and Poppy. Traditionally, Sunday morning was Pancake Day in the Bolt St. James household, a day most sacred to the small family, particularly Adam, who loved creating decadent short stacks for his children, while Holly looked on from her place at the griddle, mentally tallying up the sugar content on her children's plates.
And to finish it off,
Adam said, grinning wildly as he leaned over his son's high chair, a jar of marshmallow fluff in one hand and a serving spoon in the other.
Marshmallows,
he said with a flourish, as the gloopy sugar treat slopped onto Samuel's stack of 4-inch pancakes. The small boy clapped wildly, giggling as the marshmallow goo flopped and folded onto itself. Don't forget the sprinkles, Valoria said most seriously.
Oh, silly me,
Adam said, turning back toward the counter.
Let's see what we've got.
Harmony was a member of some sort of Sprinkle of the Month club and kept a dedicated shelf in the spice rack for small jars of gourmet sprinkles in a myriad of shapes and sizes. I'd say go for the one called Witch's Brew, Harmony suggested from across the kitchen, where she was pouring coffee into a large mug. He'll like the Eye of Newt sprinkles. Valoria frowned. Ew. I stepped fully into the kitchen, and Harmony was the first to greet me. There you are, sleepyhead. Should I pour you a cup? I held up what was left of my drink from Siren's song, and she blinked, as if just realizing I wasn't in my pajamas. Oh, I see. And you didn't ask if I wanted any? She teased. Trust me, in hindsight, I should have asked if you wanted to tag along. Instead, I was escorted by Flapjack. Harmony's brows lifted. Oh, no. Where's Flapjack? Valoria asked, glancing around the kitchen as if expecting him to appear. I think I scared him off. "Oh, did Holly tell you about the lemon trick?" Harmony asked. "Lemon trick?" "He hates the smell of lemons," Holly interjected, sliding one corner of the spatula under a pancake. She flipped it with practiced ease, revealing a perfectly golden brown underside.
Want me to grab you a plate, Blair?
Adam asked, moving to the cupboard to put away the small jar of sprinkles after generously decorating his son's plate. Samuel, for his part, dove in with both hands, despite the presence of a toddler-sized fork on his tray, and within seconds had sticky syrup and berries smeared across his cheeks and the front of his bib. Luckily, some genius had invented a bib equipped with a pocket, and that saved the kitchen floors from the worst of the mess. "That's okay. I have a scone," I said, making a mental note to start carrying a bottle of lemon oil in my purse. I sat down in the chair beside Valoria. "Thanks, though." Adam's gaze snagged on the pastry, and I tugged it closer to me out of instinct. "I'll make some eggs later," I told him. "I can do that," Holly said brightly. "You don't have to." Too late. She was already in the fridge and pulling a carton from the door. "He doesn't like the smell of oranges either," Holly said, as she cracked a few eggs into an oversized cereal bowl. "When I worked at Siren Song, he used to pop in and harass me, knowing I couldn't talk to him." She paused to pull the batch of pancakes off the griddle, ladled out the next batch, then returned to the bowl to whisk the eggs together. She added a pinch of salt and continued. "So I started using orange glow to clean the tables and countertop. The whole place would smell like oranges, at least for a little while, and that usually worked to keep him away. And if worst comes to worst, you can always use iron," Harmony added, coming to sit beside me. "Iron disperses ghosts. It's not permanent, but it sort of resets them, and it takes a bit of time for them to come out of it. It's not a very nice thing to do, though, and certainly won't win you any points with the friendly ghosts in our lives," Holly interjected. She placed a small frying pan on the front burner, ignited it, and waited for it to heat up. "Iron is really only reserved for dire circumstances." A scratching sound came from the door to the kitchen, and a long snout protruded inside, almost like an anteater sniffing for a meal. Valoria caught sight of the silvery scales and clapped her hands. "Sir Pickles! Mama! Sir Pickles needs a pancake." Holly turned, arching a brow in her daughter's direction. "Is that so?" Valoria nodded, her expression quite solemn. "It's a must. He told me." Holly's lips twisted, and she turned away before smiling fully. "You'll have to ask Mr. McDougal. It's always the best policy to ask a pet owner before feeding their animal, just in case there's some kind of allergy or dietary restriction." Valoria pouted, but didn't argue. Her little footsteps scampered across the kitchen, and she vanished, calling for Sir Pickles to follow her as she went. "You think dragons like marshmallow fluff?" Adam asked absently. Holly added the eggs to the small frying pan and chuckled under her breath. When Valoria returned moments later, she was accompanied not only by one snack-seeking dragon, but also by Brandon. I straightened in my chair, narrowly avoiding choking on a bite of scone as I hurried to wipe any traces of sugar glaze from my lips. "Brandon, what are you doing here?" He hesitated, holding the swinging door open as he glanced around the busy kitchen. Holly smiled, but there was a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she greeted the SPA agent. "Good morning, Agent Swan. Would you like a pancake? I've got just a little bit of batter left here." I started to stand, only to change my mind and lower back to my seat. Why did this all feel so awkward? Like I was back in high school, introducing a boy to my grandmother. Still, I wasn't sure if I should get up and kiss him in greeting or leave it at a friendly wave, like we were nothing more than a pair of casual acquaintances. Of course, the more I thought about it, the more I berated myself for overthinking it, and in the end, wound up paralyzed by indecision, wearing a restrained smile. Brandon stepped inside the kitchen and let the door swing shut behind him. It was hard to say whether or not he'd just come from work, as his day-to-day attire seemed much the same as his unofficial work uniform of jeans and dark-colored t-shirts. He wore a plain black jacket, not the one with SPA printed on the back and breast pocket in bold font. His dark hair was slightly tousled, as though recently washed and left to air dry. He looked as handsome as ever, if not a little tired, the creases around his eyes seeming deeper than when I'd seen him a couple of days ago. "I thought we were doing Tuesday," I said. "Or is this something about the inn?" My heart sank at the thought, and I realized the reason for the hesitation in Holly's eyes. If not for me, she would only expect a visit from Brandon if something was wrong. He screened guests for the inn and kept tabs on any magical happenings in the small town. It was kind of one of those no news is good news things. Seeing Brandon usually meant something was amiss. Brandon slid his hands into the pockets of his dark-washed jeans. "We wrapped up our case a little early, and Bramble all but booted us out of the office under pain of 1,000 paper cuts if we tried to come back before Monday." Across the kitchen, Adam snickered as he made his own pancake monstrosity/masterpiece, complete with butterscotch chips, caramel drizzle, strawberry compote, and more than a healthy dollop of chocolate whipped cream. "So I thought I'd come over and see if I could talk you into going out for a late breakfast or early brunch," Brandon said, smiling at me. I glanced down at the assortment of crumbs scattered on the table in front of me, and the empty paper coffee cup with the Siren Song logo. "Unless you've already eaten," Brandon added haltingly. No. I frantically gathered the crumbs. "That sounds great." At the stove, Holly dumped the scrambled eggs onto a small plate and placed it in front of Harmony instead. Harmony smiled and took the fork from Holly's hand. "Looks great. Thanks, Hall." I smiled at their not-so-subtle exchange. I brushed my lips again as I stood, hoping I got any last bit of frosted glaze. "I guess I'll see you guys later," I told the others. Valoria was back in her seat, a pancake disappearing rapidly from her plate as she followed a "one bite for me and one for the dragon dog" policy. Samuel had marshmallow fluff in his hair, and Holly was grimacing, no doubt wishing Miriam was on duty to help scrub the boy down once breakfast was over. "Have fun, you two," Harmony said, waving with her fork. "Try to have her back by curfew, Swan." Brandon chuckled and saluted before pushing open the door. I ducked under his arm and led the way through the house, pausing only long enough to grab my coat and purse from the hooks by the front door. Brandon held out my coat, allowing me to slip my arms inside, then turned me around and pulled me close. Close enough to smell the smoky scent of his aftershave. "I know you like living here, but I gotta say, this would all be a little less awkward if you didn't have half a dozen roommates," he said with a smile. I kissed him, placing my hands on both sides of his face, his cheeks fresh-shaved and smooth. I grinned up at him when our lips parted. "Then maybe next time you should give a girl a heads up. I could have met you out front and saved you the trouble." Brandon chuckled again, and I zipped up my coat. "You're right. I probably should have texted." A thrill went through me. Knowing he'd been so eager to see me, he hadn't wanted to slow down long enough to text. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had someone in my life who felt that way. We decided to hit up the brunch special at Luna, one of the Seattle Haven's more upscale restaurants. Normally, getting a table at the Italian eatery required making a reservation at least 2 weeks in advance, unless you were with Harmony, a personal friend of the proprietor. On Sundays, they opened early for a brunch special, complete with bottomless mimosas and the usual breakfast fare with an Italian twist. Fortunately, it didn't seem the usual dress code applied, and Brandon and I didn't stick out too much in our jeans. "So what are your plans for the rest of the day?" Brandon asked, as we made our way through the first round of mimosas. As expected, the restaurant was busy, the tables around us occupied. The mood was light and merry, quite different from Luna's usual ambiance of hushed tones and soft laughter over candlelight.
Oh, you probably rescued me from a day in the study, up to my ears in dusty old books. Brandon smiled. Well, there happens to be a used bookstore not too far from here, in case you still want to get your fill of old books. I might even have a coupon somewhere. I snorted into my champagne flute. A coupon, huh? I didn't peg you for a coupon guy. Brandon arched a brow. Is that a bad thing? I laughed and shook my head, my dark locks hanging loosely around my shoulders. No, the only time a coupon is a bad thing is if it's the first date and he shows up with a 2-for-1 special at a drive-thru, which, been there, done that. I'd say I have the t-shirt too, but let's face it, a guy trying to snag a 2-for-1 deal on a pair of dollar menu cheeseburgers isn't exactly springing for apparel. Brandon laughed. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the tip. A trip to the bookstore sounds nice. I'd like to find more books about ghosts. Ghosts, huh? I smiled and swirled my drink. I need a break from reading about fairies. Aha! Why ghosts, though? I hesitated, still absently swishing my drink. How does this work now that we're dating or going on dates? I amended quickly, a flurry of heat washing over my cheeks. I just mean, now that we see each other in an unofficial capacity, is there some kind of cone of silence I can enact in order to discuss things off the record? Brandon's brows peaked. Okay, you've got my interest. I suppose it depends on the subject matter. If you tell me you're a devastatingly beautiful serial killer, I'm going to have to call it in. But if this is more of a ran a red light or shoplifted a bagel from the corner store kind of situation, it's a little different. I could probably use some discretion. I laughed. Good to know I'm covered in case of petty theft. I'll keep that in mind. Brandon chuckled. Come on, you can't leave me hanging. I don't know how it works completely, but from what I gathered, the SPA is able to kind of masquerade as law enforcement from the non-magic world, right? I waited through a moment of hesitation before Brandon nodded slowly. Okay, so does that mean the records are shared somehow? Like, and this is a completely hypothetical situation, of course. The right side of Brandon's lips curved into a smile. Of course. But if there were, say, a local investigation into a young woman's death, Brandon's eyebrows rose even higher. Would you be able to access the Beechwood Harbor police records to get the details about the case? Brandon leaned forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the table, his hands lacing together. Amusingly, the posture and the curious yet guarded look in his eyes reminded me of a police detective in a network TV series. I could almost picture a single fluorescent light overhead and a cold metal table between us. Okay, I'll admit this conversation completely took a sideways turn, and I have no idea what we're talking about anymore. Care to enlighten me? Only if it stays between us. You have to promise. All right, he replied, dragging out the words. I met my first ghost a couple of days ago. I began, before pausing to lick my lips. She died 30 years ago, but there's some kind of gap in her memory. She still thought it was 1997 when we found her. It seems like she might be tethered to a bracelet that belonged to her, but we aren't sure why she can't remember how she died or anything from the past 3 decades. Holly doesn't even understand it. I breathed a soft chuckle, which is kind of nice, not being the only one bewildered and confused for once. But you think something nefarious happened to her? Brandon prompted. I nodded. Her parents think she was murdered by her ex-boyfriend, but Rachel insists he would never have hurt her. There was some kind of investigation, but his parents were quite influential and wealthy, so it's possible something was covered up or omitted from the papers. Without seeing the police report on the investigation, it's impossible to say who or what they looked into. Brandon sat back in his chair, his hands dropping out of sight into his lap. Where is she now? He asked. The question surprised me. I don't really know. She was pretty upset after we went and talked to her parents, and I haven't seen her since. You talked to her parents? And her ex.
I muttered, mentally bracing for a scolding. Brandon exhaled, but held off on passing judgment.
And she's asked you to look into her death.
She wants to find closure, and we're being careful, I hurried to assure him. We told her parents we're setting up a memorial book with pictures of people from around town who are no longer with us, which isn't even a lie. It's actually a really good idea.
Why do they suspect your ex-boyfriend? I mean, other than the statistical probability.
I quickly explained about the seafood packing plant, the toxic waste, and Sean's connection to it. Brandon took it all in without so much as a flicker of emotion. He'd shifted into work mode, and for a moment I felt guilty for using yet another of our dates to talk about things that fell more under the professional than the personal. I don't think he had anything to do with it, I concluded. Even after all this time, he seemed genuinely upset talking about Rachel. Brandon ran the palm of his hand along his forehead.
Blair, this sounds kind of dangerous. If he did have something to do with Rachel's death, I'm not sure it's wise to go poking that bear, especially on your own.
Technically, I wasn't alone. Flapjack followed me there to the coffee shop.
Oh, good. I'm sure a ghost cat would be a lot of help if something happened to you.
I was careful. It was a public place. He was at the coffee house for a chess match. I mean, really, it wasn't exactly a risky situation. And I didn't even give him my full name or mention the inn. Brandon groaned.
We don't know each other all that well yet, but I get the feeling you're not going to just let this go, are you?
I don't want to, no. I twisted my fingers around the linen napkin in my lap. It's hard to explain, but I guess in a way I can relate to what Rachel is going through. We're not in the exact same circumstances, of course, but there is a commonality. She woke up as a ghost, with this huge chunk of time and her memory missing, and suddenly she's thrust into this new world and finding out about witches and magic and ghosts. All of this stuff that's been hidden from her for her whole life. And now she's dead. And she's all alone. A lump formed in my throat, and I forced it down, reaching for my mimosa. Anyway, by some amount of sheer dumb luck or destiny or kismet, you found me when I needed help. And now I have Holly and Adam and Harmony, a place to live and friends and a new job. And I paused, my heart somersaulting as I raised my eyes to meet Brandon's. You? Brandon smiled and reached for my free hand, squeezing it. Rachel doesn't have any of that. She can see her parents, but she can't talk to them. She can't give them a hug or tell them she's okay. But I can talk to them. And maybe I can help both sides find some healing and some peace. My gaze dropped back to the tablecloth. I gave a small shrug and waited for Brandon's verdict, fully expecting him to tell me his hands were tied and there was nothing he could do, which I would have to accept. If nothing else, it was nice just to get it off my chest and tell someone how I'd been feeling the past couple of days.
It's not technically within my purview, but I have someone in the records department who owes me a small favor. Give me a few days, and I'll see what I can dig up.
My eyes flew to his, and it took everything in me to keep from launching myself from my chair and embracing him. I managed to keep it contained, smiling as I reached for my mimosa, taking a sip from my champagne flute, my heart feeling lighter than it had all day. Thank you, Brandon. It means a lot.
What can I say? You've mastered how to use those big brown eyes against me. I'm powerless to say no.
I laughed. You make me sound like a German shepherd. Brandon laughed and reached for a skinny menu tucked out of the way between the salt and pepper shakers.
Luckily for you, you're a cat and not a dog, and therefore allowed to have as much chocolate as you want, he teased, wiggling his brows. What do you say we wash all this down with a slice of chocolate cake?
I'd say that's the best idea I've heard all week. Brandon grinned, raising his hand in an elegant gesture to flag down a passing server. Chapter 14. The rhythmic clinking of glass and the rich earthy sense of the apothecary enveloped me as Harmony and I bottled potions in the back room the following day. My hands moved with practiced efficiency, But my mind was elsewhere, lost in thoughts of translucent figures and unresolved mysteries. It was nearing the end of the day, one filled with activity, as Mondays often were. Holly actually had the day off, leaving Harmony to finish up the last of the restocking brews. I worked the register most of my shift, only coming into the storeroom an hour before closing to help bottle up the last batch of Easy Dream Draft. The faint lilac potion swirled with an almost iridescent sparkle in the small vials, each meant as a single serving. I'd used the product myself and could attest to its potency, even in the small daily doses. The potion smelled vaguely of chamomile and jasmine, calming scents that somehow had no taste. The potion was easily mixed in with a glass of water or mug of tea. Personally, I threw it back like a tequila shooter and went lights out. I wonder if Rachel's been to the manor today, Harmony mused aloud as she scrubbed the workbench free of splattered potions and remnants of chopped herbs. I know. I've been thinking about that too, I said, using a glass dropper to fill my next vial before carefully wedging in the small cork stopper and setting it in the box with the others. All they needed now were labels, and they'd be ready to put out on the shelves. I guess we could have left her a note or something. True, although Adam's still there, I suppose. I wish we had some news to give her. As we worked, I'd been tempted to tell her about Brandon's offer to look into the police records, but kept it to myself. I'd made Brandon promise to keep it between us, so for the time being, I was keeping it that way too. And besides, there was no point in getting anyone's hopes up until he came back with something. I thought of someone who might be able to help us, Harmony said, as she crossed to the sink to rinse off her sponge. Cleaning spells could only go so far, and apparently, scraping half-baked on potion clumps wasn't really in their wheelhouse. Since the seafood processing plant is now defunct, it could potentially fall under part of Beechwood's history, Harmony continued. And there happens to be a small but fervent group of people in town who keep tabs on that sort of thing. Gilbert Forsyth is the head of the Beechwood Harbor Historical Society, and, oddly enough, he's also the head librarian. So I was thinking, maybe we could hit up the library and see if Gilbert has any inside information about the seafood plant and what happened to it. Maybe there's something we can glean there. And if nothing else, we can assure Rachel it's been shut down and is no longer dumping toxic sludge into the harbor. I nodded, still filling my vials in an almost robotic rhythm. Worth a shot. Do you think I should tell her I talked to Sean? That part I had confessed to Harmony. She'd been surprised but unoffended at having been left out. Do you think she's gone to see him, now that she knows he's still living here in town? It could explain where she's been the past couple of days. You think she's literally haunting her ex? Harmony asked, with a twitch of a smile. It's not really funny, I know. Possibly. I mean, she has to be curious, right? For her, their relationship feels like it just happened yesterday. I wonder if she'd even recognize him after all these years. Do you have an ex you'd haunt? Harmony asked, grinning, as she came back over to help me finish up the packaging. The batch of potions swam around in what could only be described as a punch bowl. If given the chance, I mean. I'm not saying you're doomed to spend your afterlife as a ghost. No, I replied. I don't think so. It's bad enough we have social media. I made a pact with myself a while ago to not even look up my ex's social media. I think full-blown haunting would definitely violate that agreement. Harmony laughed and reached for a handful of empty vials, the glass tinkling together pleasantly as she gathered them to her side of the table. I don't think I've even cared enough about an ex to be tempted into haunting them. What about Stephen? I asked, raising an eyebrow, fully aware I might just have unpinned an emotional love grenade. Harmony's most recent ex had surpassed most ex-lover antics by kidnapping her to try and get a job promotion. Ugh, Harmony groaned. He wishes. I giggled and shoved a stopper into the vial, setting it aside. Fair enough. We finished our work and finished the cleanup, leaving Jewel to close up the shop for the night. The Beechwood Harbor Public Library was about to close by the time we arrived, but we hurried inside, our wet shoes squeaking on the just-waxed floors as we made our way to the information desk. The library was housed within a historic home, a contemporary of the Beechwood Manor, though smaller and not quite as well maintained. The inside had a lot of the same detailing: small stained glass windows, a large stone fireplace, and carved mahogany woodwork details throughout. It was clean and smelled faintly of orange glow polish, and I briefly wondered if that alone was enough to keep Flapjack away, though he didn't strike me as the reading kind anyway. The assortment of books was impressive, with shelves all the way around the perimeter of the main room. The tables and chairs in reading nooks were mismatched, suggesting they were replaced on an as-needed basis. The quiet atmosphere was comfy and cozy, if not a little dim. A white-haired man with large bifocal glasses hunched over the keyboard at the information desk, softly muttering to himself as we approached, only looking up at the last moment with wide-eyed surprise, his eyes magnified by the high-powered spectacles.
"Oh, hello,"
he said, with an almost owlish blink.
"I didn't hear you come in. Lost in my own head, though my wife would tell you that's nothing new."
His fingers abandoned the keyboard and came to rest on the counter.
"What can I do for you two? Looking for something specific?"
"Possibly," Harmony began, glancing at me briefly, before shifting her focus back to the elderly man. "Are you Gilbert Forsyth by any chance?" The man straightened, his hands going to his suspenders, holding up his trousers. He hooked his thumbs under them as he smiled.
"That's me. But you can call me Gilly."
"Nice to meet you, Gilly. My name is Harmony, and this is Blair. We work at the Beechwood Inn." Gilly's eyes went even wider, almost alarmingly so, as he burst with excitement.
"Oh, how lovely. It's been years since I've been up there. I do hope the new owners are keeping it in tip-top shape."
"Oh, yes," we both said in unison, nodding vigorously.
"I'll admit,"
he said, leaning in conspiratorially,
"I was a little bit skeptical when they started putting in all those Blue Point spiral junipers and hacked the roses to the ground so severely a few years back. But it's all come together nicely, hasn't it?"
Was he also the head of the Horticulture Society? We offered polite smiles and nodded in agreement. "Listen," Harmony continued, "we're working on something of a history project, and we're told you might be able to help answer some questions for us. If you have the time?"
"A history project? Why, how invigorating. Do tell."
"Well, we're putting together an information packet for guests, and part of that entails going back in time to how the town got its start. As we understand it, this used to be a popular trading depot."
"That's right,"
Gilly said.
"This was a hub for goods moving up and down the coast, with all kinds of industries. Of course, that's all changed now."
It was hard to gauge whether he considered this as an improvement or not. Then again, perhaps as a historian, he simply noted the changes, not assigning them good or bad. "What can you tell us about the seafood packing plant?" Harmony asked. If Gilly thought this an odd question, he didn't show it. His eyes twinkled as he nodded enthusiastically.
"The cannery was big business for a time, passed down from generation to generation. A real staple of the harbor."
"Quite a moneymaker?" Harmony inserted.
"Oh, I'll say. The Harrington family name was good as gold in this town for decades. It reached its pinnacle some 30-odd years ago. I'd say they employed well over 200 folks, most of whom lived here in town."
"What happened to it?" Gilly ran a hand over his thin white hair, his smile fading.
"It would be hard to pin down one specific thing. It was more of a perfect storm, I'm afraid."
"Because of Rachel Palmer?" I asked cautiously. Gilly's eyes sparked as he looked my way,
Oh, you know about that, do you? Well, that could be part of it. Accusations against their son Sean were rampant for a little while, but there were other scandals that eclipsed even that unpleasantness.
Do you think Sean killed Rachel? I blurted out. Gilly scratched his chin, thoughtful for a moment, then shook his head.
No, can't say that I do. I knew both of them, Sean and Rachel. She was quite the bookworm.
He smiled sadly at the memory.
And Sean, well, he wanted to be wherever Rachel was, so he ended up here often in those months before Rachel's death. She liked coming here to write.
Do you know what she was working on? Harmony asked. Gilly shook his head.
No, but whatever it was, she was extremely dedicated.
What were the other rumors about the Harringtons? I asked.
Oh, right. The big scandal was Mrs. Harrington's affair with the mayor.
What? Harmony and I hissed in unison. Gilly leaned in conspiratorially.
It was quite the scandal, especially considering he was wedded to the daughter of a New York socialite. Everyone with eyes knew the marriage was a sham. He wanted her for her family's money, and she wanted him for... Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps it started as a love match, but it didn't end that way.
My mouth slightly agape, I probed. So, the mayor cheated with Mrs. Harrington. Gilly shrugged.
There were whispers of photographs, illicit ones, that could ruin both Mrs. Harrington and the mayor. But I never saw them for myself. All I can say is that the Harringtons departed town rather hastily, sold the plant and tucked tail.
He paused, sighing deeply before continuing.
And not long after, the mayor's world crumbled. His wife divorced him, took the house, his prized sports car, which most agreed he loved more than her, and, well, his political career spiraled. He lost his position as mayor the following year and left town, disgraced.
What a mess, Harmony exclaimed. Gilly chuckled, the sound whimsical and melodic.
I can't argue with that.
What happened to the plant after the Harringtons left town? I asked.
Oh, right. The new owners only kept it for a year or so, then shuttered it for good. I heard there was some kind of lawsuit between them and the Harringtons, but I can't speak to the details. You might be able to look up the court records, though. Or, I suppose you could go to the source and speak with Mr. Harrington.
You mean Sean? I asked.
No, I mean Lawrence, Sean's father. He moved back to town a few years ago to live with Sean. He's getting up there in years. Not that I have room to comment there, he added with another jolly laugh. I'm not sure what happened to Sean's mother. She never returned, as far as I can tell.
We thanked Gilly for his time and tales before exiting the library and leaving behind its warmth, seemingly no closer to the truth than when we'd entered. Chapter 15. I think it's odd that none of Sean's social media posts showed his dad. His account was public and he posts pretty regularly. Regularly enough for you to stalk him, Harmony teased around a mouthful of chocolate chip cookie. After leaving the library, we opted to walk a little farther into town and stopped at Siren Song for a late cup of coffee. It was light stalking, okay? I replied with a small grin. I'm just saying, if his dad moved in with him like Gilly said, it seems there would be some evidence on Sean's timeline. Maybe they aren't close. Harmony shrugged and washed down her cookie with a swig of iced coffee. She was one of those people who always drank iced drinks, regardless of the frigid temperatures outside. I'm more curious about the salacious affair between his mom and the mayor. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Though it could explain how the Harringtons were getting away with their illegal dumping.
The mayor could probably persuade the powers that be to look the other way in order to keep his side piece happy. And quiet, Harmony interjected. Mm-hmm. I exhaled and sat back in my seat. The coffee shop was quiet, with only a handful of customers hanging around, soaking up the ambiance before closing time. The two baristas behind the counter were busy cleaning. I guess we should think about heading back, I said, catching the eye of one of the baristas as she printed out a report from the till. Looks like they're getting ready to close up shop. I feel like the whole day evaporated, Harmony said as she got to her feet. She slung her purse over her shoulder and grabbed her cup from the table and gave it a shake, swirling the cubes of ice through the last gulps of creamy coffee. I collected my drink and belongings too and followed her to the door. It had started raining since we stopped in for our drinks, and I frowned as we stepped outside under the awning, tiny frozen raindrops pelting my face. We should have brought the car, Harmony groaned, eyeing the misty sky. You ready to make a run for it? I glanced down at my feet. At least I had worn flats. As ready as I'll ever be, I told her. Harmony counted down from 3, let out a mangled war cry, and we bolted into the rain. We were laughing at our own misfortune by the time we tumbled through the manor's front door a few chaotic minutes later, shaking water from our limbs and hair like a pair of half-drowned rats. Oh, no! I wiped a mixture of runny mascara and rain from my eyes, still giggling, and saw Holly coming down the stairs with an enormous linen sack stuffed with dirty laundry. Hey, Hall. Just trying to save on the water bill, Harmony teased. Taking our showers outside these days. Holly adjusted her grip on the large bag, moving it a little higher on her hip. You could have called us. Adam could have picked you up. We went to the library and then decided to get a drink, Harmony explained, holding up her coffee cup before setting it on the entry table just long enough to peel off her coat. I'll get a towel and mop all of this up, I told Holly as I kicked off my shoes. Thanks. She continued down the stairs, but paused before turning into the living room. I made a big pot of lasagna soup for dinner. You're more than welcome to help yourselves. It's probably still warm. Fresh grated Parmesan is in the door by the salad dressings. Thanks, Holly. We finished shucking off our wet jackets and gloves, and Harmony jogged upstairs to change into dry clothes, while I wiped up the entryway floor with a clean towel before going to my own room. I flipped on the lights, and as I stood in the doorway, I realized the room wasn't empty. In the wooden rocking chair by the window, Rachel sat, somehow propelling the chair into a soft movement. Rachel, I said, hurrying into the room. Is everything okay? We've been worried about you. She was looking out the window, but at my question, she nodded slowly. I found Sean. After my dad said he was still here in town, I went looking for him. He works for the local cable company. That's why my dad has seen him on utility poles and around town checking meters and things. He couldn't see me, of course. She trailed off for a moment, her rocking continuing its slow, steady pace. I'm sure that was difficult, I replied, cautiously stepping into the room. My hair was soaking wet, and all I wanted to do was put on a pair of dry leggings and a cozy sweatshirt, but I couldn't bring myself to leave Rachel, even just long enough to go and change clothes in the bathroom. So instead, I sat on the bench at the end of the bed and did my best to ignore the clammy dampness of my clothing as it stuck to me. He has a daughter, Rachel added, once I was sitting. She looked at me, her face shattered. She looks just like him, or the way I remember him. He's so much older now, but his eyes are the same, and his smile. My heart twisted. Words bubbled up, but got caught in my throat, rendering me silent. I don't think he's married, Rachel continued. He doesn't wear a ring, and there aren't any signs of a woman living at his house, other than his daughter, I mean. His bathroom only had one toothbrush. There weren't any of the things I think would be there if he were married. Lotions and fancy soaps or dainty hand towels. God, I sound so pathetic, don't I? She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. No, I said gently, wishing I could embrace her or offer some form of comfort. I think it's natural to want to know what happened.
It's not like I expected he would never fall in love again after me. It was part of what made the breakup so hard, knowing he would one day move on and find someone else.
Rachel continued through her strangled efforts to suppress further tears.
And I know that sounds selfish. It's not that I want him to be miserable and single for all of time. I wouldn't want that.
She paused to further compose herself. Her posture straightened, the tears fading from her silvery cheeks.
I hope he was happy with whoever his daughter's mother was. Truly. It's just, it feels so sudden. Maybe if I'd been here all these years and witnessed it unfolding, I'd feel differently. But in my screwed-up memory, it's like we were just together days ago. And now suddenly, he's old and has a daughter who looks my age, or the last age I ever was, or will be. This is all too much.
She shot to her feet, the soles of her boots grazing over the ground as she began pacing in front of the windows overlooking the flower beds where roses would grow in the spring. I nodded encouragingly. That makes sense. You haven't had time to adjust.
I don't know what to do with any of this. It's like there's a merry-go-round inside my head and I can't make it stop.
Is there anything I can do to help? She paused mid-stride, considering.
I don't know.
She shook her head.
I thought that getting information and finding answers would make me feel better. But it's like every new stone unturned only leaves me feeling worse than I did before. I don't want to see my parents old, their health failing, and to see their grief. I don't want to see Sean the way he is now. And I hate that my dad thinks Sean had something to do with what happened to me.
She spun around to face me, her expression desperate.
You believe me, don't you? Sean didn't do this. He wouldn't. He couldn't.
I cleared my throat. I probably should make a little confession. Rachel frowned. I went to see Sean yesterday. I began, my voice cautious. I didn't know where you were, or I would have told you ahead of time. But I wanted to talk to him and see if I could get a sense of his side of the story. A horrified expression flashed over Rachel's delicate face.
You asked him if he murdered me?
No! I held up a hand. No, I simply asked him about you, and framed it the same way we did when speaking with your parents. I told him we were doing a memorial and asked him if he had anything to contribute. He told me how special you were, and how much he cared about you. He declined to officially participate in the memorial because of the way your parents feel about him. I don't think he had anything to do with your death, Rachel. His emotions seemed genuine. I feel like if he were hiding something and I came out of nowhere with questions about you, he would have been way more defensive. Rachel relaxed, her expression going neutral.
So then what happened to me? Why doesn't any of this make sense? Why can't I remember?
I'm still working on that part. Did you happen to see Sean's father when you were... I hesitated. The word haunting was negatively charged and inflammatory, but it was also kind of the only word that came to mind. Did you see him at Sean's? I hurried to amend. It sounds like they might live together. Rachel nodded.
There's a small guest house in the backyard. Hardly bigger than a tool shed, honestly, but it has a small kitchen and bathroom. His dad lives there. It was a lot like seeing my own parents, the way he's aged and changed. I'm not sure he's fully present. In the hours I spent at Sean's house, he just kind of stared at the TV, not really speaking to anyone.
Do you think it would be worth talking to him? Maybe he would remember something from back when you died. Rachel shrugged, flopping back into the rocking chair. A flicker of concentration crossed her face, and the rocking chair began swaying once more. How are you doing that? Rachel looked down at the chair, almost as if she were surprised to find it moving. She offered a brief shrug and shifted her gaze out the window.
I don't know if he'll remember anything. I wish I could talk to Sean, to make him see me, if only for a minute.
She fell silent,
but for the soft tread of the rocker on the wood floors. Then suddenly she brightened, turning back to me. "What if we tell him the truth? Drop all this nonsense about a memorial and just come clean." A flare of panic blossomed in my chest. "I don't know, Rachel, that seems— I can prove it to him. You can ask him something that only I would know, and then when you give him the right answer, he'll have to believe you." The pleading in Rachel's eyes slammed into my chest, further fracturing my heart, and I swallowed down the rest of my protests. With a simple nod, I steeled my resolve. "Okay, we can try. Let's go in the morning." Rachel nodded, rose from the rocking chair, and vanished through the window. Chapter 16. Rachel met me the following morning, nervous but ready to confront Sean. I had already taken the day off from working at the apothecary in an effort to catch up on laundry and self-care tasks before my date night with Brandon. Rachel waited while I started a load of laundry and took a shower. I blasted my hair with the dryer so as not to turn into a popsicle with legs the moment we stepped outside, but set aside my plans to tackle my overgrown eyebrows and mangled cuticles afterward. Rachel sat silently in the rocking chair, but her energy was hard to ignore, and I rushed through my tasks, feeling as though she were looking over my shoulder all the same. "You're sure about this, then?" I asked, coming to stand in the doorway to my room. I'd put on a pair of jeans and a cable-knit sweater in a burnt sienna color. My hair floated around my shoulders in a fluffy halo. The blow-dryer and my waves/curls didn't exactly get along, unless a lot of product was involved, and there just wasn't time. Rachel rose eerily to her feet and nodded. "It's the only option I have left. Besides just giving up and floating aimlessly around town for the next 3 decades. I tugged a hairband from my wrist and wound my hair up on top of my head in a messy bun, securing it with the elastic. "All right. Here's to hoping he doesn't slam the door in my face the moment I start talking about ghosts." I meant it as a lighthearted joke, despite it being a very real possibility, but Rachel's expression twisted. "I'm sorry. I really do appreciate you helping me. If I could do it for myself, I would, of course." "I know. It's fine. I'm new in town and not planning to stay forever, so it's not like I have some long-standing reputation on the line." I grabbed my purse and carried it to the front door. Boots, Holly's familiar, lounged on the chest where we kept stray pairs of shoes and winter gear. He meowed and looked up at me, his amber eyes heavy. I'd clearly interrupted his morning nap. "Look after the place while we're gone," I told the cat with a pat between the ears. He closed his eyes and rolled over to the other side, exhaling. I had asked for permission to use the car the night before, and Holly left the keys where I could easily find them. No one had asked where I needed to go. I felt guilty over not fully disclosing my intentions, but I'd already made the promise to Rachel and didn't want to backtrack. Besides, I wasn't planning to tell Sean about witches or werewolves or shifters, especially not those living right under his nose. The way I saw it, talking about ghosts was more neutral. A lot of people believed in ghosts. There were entire TV shows about hunting down paranormal activity in old buildings, and media franchises built around self-proclaimed mediums who held seances and communed with the dead. Sean would either believe me, or he wouldn't. I wasn't showing him anything forbidden. Rachel and I left the manor and headed across town. She gave me directions to Sean's house, assuring me that he didn't leave for work until late morning. I didn't dwell on the fact that she was already so accustomed to his routine. According to Rachel, he did a couple of hours of work in his home office before going to the cable company's office for the afternoon. While Mr. Palmer had described seeing Sean around town and climbing utility poles, Rachel said he mostly did paperwork, as far as she could tell, which made sense. He was old enough now to have worked his way up into something of a managerial position, especially if he'd been with the company long term. Still, some small part of me held onto a tendril of hope that today he might alter his routine and be gone when we arrived at the house, giving me a little bit of time to figure out a different way to get Rachel the information she so desperately needed. But when we arrived at Sean's house, a dark green truck was parked in the driveway. It was a nice neighborhood, though not fully what I'd expected, considering Sean's silver spoon status. The homes were rather cookie-cutter looking, in a developed neighborhood, with small, bland yards and builder-grade fencing. Had Sean been cut off from his family's wealth? He'd cited worries of losing his inheritance when he broke up with Rachel, but had it happened anyway? Or had the inheritance dissolved? Perhaps collateral damage from the lawsuit Gilly had mentioned. I hadn't yet had a chance to look up the court records, assuming I could even access them, and still didn't know the details of the lawsuit. But it tracked that if the plaintiffs had proved their case, perhaps they'd taken the Harringtons to court and forced them to file bankruptcy, or liquidate other assets to settle the claims. I parked along the street and glanced into the back seat to confirm I had the right house. "This is it," Rachel said, floating through the side of the car. I drew a steadying breath and cut the engine. I followed Rachel's spectral form to the front door and rang the bell. The chime echoed through the house, and somewhere in the background a small dog barked. The door opened a minute later, with no sign of a dog, but a frazzled-looking Sean. He glanced up, and his expression went from passive to puzzled, a flicker of recognition dancing across his face. He hadn't yet shaved for the day, a thin layer of stubble showing on his jaw. "Hello?" he said haltingly. "You're the woman from the coffee shop, aren't you?" He looked past me to the sidewalk. "That's right. I'm really sorry to bother you again, especially at home." "How did you even know where to find me?" Sean asked, looking less bewildered and more concerned. I exhaled. Here goes nothing. "I'm afraid I wasn't completely honest with you at the coffee shop on Sunday. What I said about the memorial is true, but there's more to it than that." I slid a glance to my side where Rachel hovered, silent but nervous. "I know Rachel." "You mean you knew her?" Sean corrected. "Rachel's been gone for nearly 30 years, so how would you— I mean, you must have been very young if you met her." "Come on," Rachel said encouragingly. "Listen, I'm fully aware this is going to sound completely nuts to you, but please hear me out," I began. "Rachel is still here, in spirit. I've been able to speak to her, and she's asked me to come here and talk to you on her behalf. Her spirit is sort of trapped, and she's hoping to figure out what happened to her in order to move on." A storm cloud rolled over Sean's face. He released his grip on the door handle and crossed his arms. "What kind of sick joke are you playing here? Is this some kind of scam? Let me guess. You'll rattle off some facts and then ask me for a couple of $100 so you can connect me to Rachel from the other side. Is that it? Because if so, you've picked the wrong mark. I don't believe in supernatural stuff, and even if I did, I wouldn't believe some random person showing up with information about Rachel." "Of course you know about Rachel. Her entire life story was plastered all over the newspaper for months after she died. It wouldn't take much research to gather a convincing amount of information about her." He scoffed, red tinging his cheeks. "I hope you haven't gone to her parents with this nonsense. The Palmers, despite their feelings toward me, deserve peace and privacy. This isn't some game or some twisted way to make a living. Get a real job." Shame rolled over me, even though I knew I wasn't trying to hustle or scam him. He spoke with such authority and indignation it was impossible not to feel guilty. "Sean, it's not like that. Please, just listen," Rachel said. "Ask him to ask you something that only I would know. I promise you, this isn't a game. I don't want your money. I'm just trying to help Rachel." Sean snorted. "Right." Rachel reached for him, as if to grab his arm. Her fingers passed through his bicep, and Sean jolted back as if he'd been slapped across the face. For a flicker of a moment, he looked right at, or through her, but then blinked and turned his ire back toward me. "I'm not interested." He backed up another half step and began to close the door in my face. I held up a hand. "Please, just ask me something. Anything. Something that only Rachel would know." The door stopped just short of closing. There was a long pause. Then ever so slightly, the door cracked open wide enough to allow Sean a second glance. "Tell him about the note," Rachel prompted, He left a note on my windshield the day I died. It's why I was at the lookout. I know it. Hurry, Blair. I know you left a note on the windshield of Rachel's car the day she died, I said, stumbling over the words. I glanced at Rachel. She nodded encouragingly. It said to meet her at your spot. She thought you were going to get back together again. Is that true? Were you there? Sean shook his head. See, now I know you're lying. I never left a note for Rachel. I wasn't anywhere near our spot. After I found out she died, I thought she must have gone up there by herself to have some time to think. You can ask my friend Max. He was with me all night at the bar. I was a sloppy, drunk mess, crying about losing Rachel and how I was never going to find love again, that I didn't want to. He told all of this to the police. That's why I'm not in jail right now. Max saw me along with a half a dozen bar patrons. The bartender was prepared to speak as a witness if the case was brought to trial. I didn't kill Rachel. I wasn't there. I looked left. Rachel had gone silent. Wait. Then who left the note for her? Who else knew about your secret meeting spot? Sean opened the door the rest of the way and leaned against the door handle, as if he had lost the strength to stand upright unassisted. No one else knew. It was just for us. It wasn't on a trail or a lookout point. The only reason I found it was because one day I was on a trail and my dog got loose and found it. It had these two boulders that were perfect for sitting on. And the view. You could see the entire harbor. His eyes grew distant as he chased down the memory. Sounds of shuffling footsteps didn't catch my ear until a shadow passed behind Sean. What's this? A scratchy male voice came from over Sean's shoulder. Sean jolted and turned halfway, revealing an elderly man in a pair of sweatpants, house slippers, and a cardigan sweater over a t-shirt. It's nothing, Dad. I'll get your breakfast here in just a minute. Another surge of guilt plunged through my chest, and I almost lost my nerve, prepared to tuck tail and run back to the car. I am not nothing. I'm right here, and I'm telling you the truth, Rachel exclaimed. She surged past me into the house, and from somewhere in the background, a small dog went berserk. Sean ground his teeth, his eyes rolling upward. Biscuit, stop that, he called over his shoulder. The dog only barked louder. I could no longer see Rachel. Biscuit! Sean stormed down the hall, leaving the front door open, his father still in place, peering at me. Who are you? I'm here to talk about Rachel, Sean's ex-girlfriend. Are you Lawrence Harrington? The man nodded. That's right. What's this about Rachel? That's ancient history, isn't it? Well, for a penny. I'm here on Rachel's behalf. Her spirit is unsettled and she's asked for my help. On the day she died, there was a note left on the windshield of her car, asking her to meet Sean at their usual place. That detail wasn't printed in any of the newspapers, so there's no way I would know that unless I had talked directly to Rachel. Now, your son says it wasn't him, so I'm trying to figure out who else would have known about the secret meeting place. Mr. Harrington's face sagged as he ducked his chin, his eyes nearly closed. Oh dear, I was afraid this would come back to bite me one day. I think you'd better come inside, young lady. I blinked, scrambling to cross the threshold before he could change his mind, or before Sean came back and threatened to call the police and turn me in for trespassing. I followed Mr. Harrington through the house and found Sean in the kitchen, scolding a yappy, sandy-brown Pomeranian who stood on his hind legs, his front paws braced on a baby gate that appeared to wall off a walk-in pantry. Biscuit, enough! Rachel was in the living room, still trying to speak to Sean. How can you say it wasn't you? She cried, floating nearer. It was your handwriting. You're the only one who could have been there. I don't think you pushed me, but there's something you're not saying and I need to know what it is. Her fury at not being heard or recognized or acknowledged vibrated through the room. The hairs on the back of my arm stood up, and my stomach sank. She bellowed a scream, raw and desperate and broken. And then, several things happened at once. Biscuit howled at the top of his little lungs. Sean swore loudly. And a drawer on the buffet table in the dining room began to rattle so violently, the large piece of furniture may have toppled over if not for a secure anchor holding it to the wall. For a moment, I thought we were in the midst of an earthquake, only to realize it was isolated to the middle drawer. It took a moment for either of the Harrington men to realize what was going on, seeing as how Biscuit was in the midst of losing his puppy marbles. "The drawer," I said, jabbing a finger toward the vibrating furniture. Sean looked up, blinking in surprise to see me standing in his kitchen. He followed my gesture and looked at the drawer. All the blood drained from his face. "No," he berated. "It couldn't." "What's in there?" I asked. With an ashen, solemn expression, Sean crossed through the kitchen. Reverently, Sean opened the drawer and pulled out a leather-bound journal from an assortment of notepads and spare office supplies. The vibrating stopped. Rachel pressed her hands to her mouth, fresh tears shining in her haunted eyes. "He kept it?" I looked at her, waiting for a further explanation. But it was Sean who spoke first. "It was a gift from Rachel on our 1-year anniversary. I gave her a bracelet with a heart-shaped charm," I interjected. Sean's eyes went wide. "How did you—" He broke off, suddenly looking around the room in a panic. "She's really here? This is her." I nodded slowly. "I told you this isn't a game. I'm only here to help Rachel. I need to know who, if you weren't the one who called her to the lookout, who it was." The room grew very quiet, as even Biscuit abandoned his cause, though he still glowered in Rachel's direction. "It was me." Sean and I jolted to attention at Lawrence Harrington's confession. "Dad?" Chapter 17. Mr. Harrington held up his hand. His eyes closed as he gathered himself. "I left a note for Rachel. I needed to speak with her. Alone. Someplace privately. You remember how it was in those days, Sean? With all the rumors about your mother and the mayor." His expression went stony. "We couldn't add more fuel to the fire. I wanted to be somewhere where I knew for certain no one could be listening." Rachel had fallen silent, leaning forward as if seeing Mr. Harrington for the first time. Sean's mouth hung open for a moment before he found his voice. "And tell her what?" he demanded. "What could you have possibly needed to say?" "I had to warn her." "Warn her about what?" Sean asked, setting the journal aside as he took a step closer to his father. "And why, of all places, did you need to meet her at our lookout place? You could have called her or asked her to come to your office. There were a dozen other places you could have met her." "You don't understand." "No, I don't. So explain it to me." Lawrence looked a decade older than when I'd first arrived at the Harringtons' home. "Your mother was planning something." Sean blinked, his brow furrowed and lined. "Planning something? Dad, what are you talking about?" "She was paranoid. She had my phone bugged and had a PI following me around town. Following Rachel, too. That's what I was trying to tell the girl. I didn't want to hurt her, but I did want to scare her. To warn her to stay away from you." I looked to Rachel, scanning her expression for any signs of recognition. She was pale, almost invisible, only held suspended by the thinnest of particles. "What? How could you?" Sean's voice cracked, his expression torn with anguish. "I knew where the two of you met because you showed it to me, long before you even met her," Lawrence continued. "I left the note and then I went and waited." You killed her? This was you? All this time? No!" Lawrence's voice roared back to full strength. "No, of course not. I told her about the investigator.
I told her to keep away from you, from the family. Your mother knew about the article, Sean. She knew what Rachel was planning to publish. She had a friend at the Gazette's office who saw it on the editor's desk.
Oh no, Rachel gasped, her head shaking back and forth so violently I worried the room might start shaking again.
I told her the best thing to do would be to get out of town, because she was in danger. Your mother was desperate and spiraling to keep her secrets from spilling out. I didn't know what she would do, but I feared. Well, your mother was erratic in those days. When I found out about her affair and threatened to divorce her, she pulled a revolver on me and told me if I so much as went to our lawyer's office, she would do me in. I thought...
Lawrence's breath hitched, and he sputtered on a cough.
I didn't want the girl, Rachel, to get hurt. You have to believe me.
Sean stared at his father, as though seeing a stranger. Then, in a flurry, he stormed out of the kitchen, and the front door slammed. Lawrence covered his face with his hands, his shoulders slumped. I looked for Rachel, only to find she'd vanished. I'm so sorry, I stammered, edging toward the hall. I never meant to. Lawrence scrubbed his hand down his face and waved it at me.
It needed to be said. I should have told him the truth years ago.
What happened when Rachel got to the lookout? Lawrence lowered himself gingerly onto the couch, the cushions well worn.
She was upset, of course. She expected to find Sean, you see.
He hesitated, his eyes downcast.
I tried to explain the danger she was in, but she was furious I had lured her there under false pretenses. She started crying, and then told me she knew about the dumping and that she was going to expose the family and that no amount of scare tactics would stop her. She wouldn't listen. It wasn't about that.
He exhaled a shaky breath.
She took off running, threatening to call the police if I followed her. I called after her, but she ignored me. I figured I had done all I could, misguided as my methods were.
Lawrence lifted his gaze to meet mine.
3 days later, I saw the report that she'd been found by a boat captain. He spotted her red coat on the side of the cliff and called the police.
A misty sheen rolled across the old man's eyes.
I suppose I may as well have pushed her, huh? If she hadn't been running away from me, she might still be here today. You have no idea how many times I've played it all through my head.
He fell silent. I stood numbly, realizing the depth of his pain and regret. I reached for something to say, but everything that came to mind felt so hollow and inadequate. Thank you, I finally managed, for telling me what happened. He gave a miserable nod, barely lifting his chin as he stared down at his gnarled and weathered hands resting on his knees. I'll let myself out, I said, giving the gifted journal a long look, before turning and leaving the Harrington home. I looked for Rachel outside, but both she and the green truck were gone. Assuming she'd gone after Sean, I climbed behind the wheel of Holly and Adam's SUV and drove away, my direction aimless for a while, before the chatter of my thoughts became too much and I turned toward the inn. Mr. McDougal and Sir Pickles were in the living room, the former having returned to his reading, while the dragon dog snoozed at his feet. Mr. McDougal stirred at the sound of the door closing and offered a polite smile as I stooped to remove my boots.
Out for a morning walk?
He asked with the polite interest of a fellow traveler.
You're braver than me. I'm afraid I didn't do my proper research and didn't realize how cold it would be this time of year. My last visit was in the summertime, and I spent so much time outdoors enjoying the beach and hiking. This trip was poorly planned on my part, although I am enjoying the peace and quiet, and nothing beats the company of a good book, in my opinion.
He chuckled good-naturedly. Sir Pickles let out a snore, tiny smoke rings billowing from his slitted nostrils. It is pretty miserable out there, isn't it? I agreed, as I unwound my scarf and dropped it onto a peg beside the door. Have you gone to the coffee shop in town? Siren Song? It's nice and cozy, and they make really good coffee." It sounded lame upon delivery, but my mind was elsewhere.
"I just might have to stop in," Mr. McDougal said brightly. "Thank you for the suggestion."
I nodded and offered a slight wave before extracting myself from the conversation. I padded down to the basement in socked feet and changed my laundry over from the washer to the dryer, knowing I'd need at least a few of the items before my date with Brandon. I returned to my room, hoping I might find Rachel waiting inside, but found it empty. As I stood at the foot of the bed, folding the previous load of laundry, footsteps creaked overhead, and the muffled rumble of Adam's voice filtered through from the second floor. I wanted to talk to someone and tell them what had happened, but Adam was probably on a work call, and he wasn't really in the loop when it came to the ghost situation anyway. So instead, I turned on a podcast, finished folding the load of laundry, and started detangling my hair. Harmony and Holly still weren't home by the time I set out to meet Brandon. The day had been more productive than expected, as I binged my way through half a season of the true crime podcast I'd been listening to for the past few weeks, keeping my hands busy cleaning my room, and scaled the small mountain of laundry. I even managed to fold it all and put it into the dresser, which was about as rare an occurrence as leap day. Since I was running a bit ahead of schedule and felt the desperation to keep moving and not dwell on the thoughts of Rachel or the Harringtons, I decided to meet Brandon at work instead of waiting at the portal for him to meet me as planned. The SBA headquarters was housed inside one of the taller buildings within the Seattle Haven, though it still had nothing on the skyscrapers in the not-so-magical version of the city. The Haven had a far smaller population, with no need for high-rises. Still, the SBA building was modern and polished, lending it a sense of prestige among the surrounding buildings. I took the elevator to Brandon's floor and stepped into a maze of cramped cubicles, the air buzzing with the sounds of ringing phones and agents barking orders. Floating pens hovered next to desks, taking notes in midair, reminiscent of the way I'd signed for the flower delivery at the apothecary. The pens would sometimes pause in midair, waiting for agents to dictate further information. As I made my way through the labyrinth, I skirted careful glances into the cubbies I passed, noting how each space was tailored to its occupant's specialty. Some desks were scattered with potion vials, their contents shimmering with subdued colors, while others had crystal balls and runes, ready for discerning. One cubicle was plastered with maps that shifted and changed, highlighting magical disturbances across specific districts. A water cooler in one corner provided more than just hydration. Brandon had once explained the water contained trace amounts of a cognitive boosting potion, helping the agents focus and hone their minds through long days on the job. At the center of it, like a spider on her web, was a pink-hued creature with multiple tentacles, adept at handling an old-school switchboard of calls, patching people to the various magical departments housed within the headquarters building. I found Brandon's cubicle near the back of the large room. His cubicle was neat and orderly, sans most of the personal touches people often kept at work, though there was one photo tacked to the soft padded wall, a school photo of his niece, Penelope, who was 8 years old and a spelling bee champion. Stacks of folders sat in two distinct piles, one on either end of the desk, and Brandon sat bent over the space in between, scribbling on a notepad as he read from an open tome. His button-up shirt was cuffed to the elbows, revealing well-muscled forearms. I tried not to stare for too long. Gently, I rapped my knuckles on the side of a metal filing cabinet, and Brandon jerked upright, panic etched into his handsome face.
"Blair, what are you—"
He lifted an arm and checked the large black watch strapped to his right wrist.
"Am I late?"
I smiled and shook my head. "No, I'm early. Just thought I'd save you the trip over to the inn."
"Or were you just dying to see me?"
He offered a waggle of his brows. I laughed, and he grinned. "No, I wouldn't say dying," I teased, though a lingering heaviness plucked at the word as it left my lips. "I can wait downstairs in the lobby if you need to finish up here." I gestured at the folder and half-page of notes. No need, he said as he got to his feet. He rolled down his cuffed sleeves. Pity. And grabbed his coat off the back of his chair. This can all wait until tomorrow. He started to round the desk, but stopped and backtracked, one finger extended into the air. Oh, I have this for you. He rummaged through a drawer and produced a manila folder with the Beechwood PD emblem printed on the tab. Oh. My face fell. I should have texted you, but, you can keep that. I quickly recapped my morning. So, turns out the papers and the police had it right all along, I concluded. But thank you for getting the records. I really do appreciate it. No problem. I'm glad you found the closure you were looking for, Brandon said sincerely as he stashed the folder back in the drawer. And hopefully for Rachel, too. He came around the desk and I took his hand. I'm sorry I dragged you into my amateur ghost investigation. I promise no more police work for me. You don't have to apologize, Blair. It was important to you, and you... He smiled at me in a way that sent my heart into somersaults. Are important to me. Heat rose in my cheeks at his words. I laced my fingers through his. Now, what do you say we go and rock out? Brandon asked, giving a little too much dad energy as he lifted one hand and made devil horns with his fingers. I'd say do that in public and I'll pretend we're not together, I teased, batting his hand down. I giggled all the way to the exit. The sounds of the office faded away as we stepped onto the elevator. Brandon waited for the doors to slide closed before gathering me fully into his arms and kissing me deeply. When we parted, just on the verge of breathless, he smiled and ran the pad of his thumb over my cheekbone. You did promise we'd pick up where we left off the other night. That I did. And I pulled his face gently back to mine, more than making up for the lost time. Chapter 18. A single word pulled me from the hazy moments spent clinging to sleep just before the alarm was set to go off. Footprints. Suddenly my eyes snapped open, staring up at the ceiling, wide awake. The next word that came to me was, ouch. Because a 90s grunge band had taken up inside my head, pounding out a little ditty that relied entirely too much on the bass. How many drinks had I downed over the course of the concert? I tried counting them back, but the memory was a little fuzzy after the fourth. You've got to get a better coping mechanism, I mumbled to myself through a cringe as I pushed into a sitting position and swung my legs over the side of the bed. Hey, at least the room wasn't spinning. Boots stared up at me from the floor beside my slippers, his amber eyes holding a world of concern. I'm all right, I told him. Thanks for coming to check on me, though. Painfully, I leaned forward enough to scratch under his chin. That seemed to do the trick in assuring the overprotective cat, because he turned and marched across the room, then slipped out through the cat flap with a soft meow. 2 aspirin, a huge cup of coffee, and a quick shower later, and I started to feel almost human again. Long enough to cycle back to the word that pulled me from sleep. I snagged my laptop and took to my bed, already calling Brandon from my cell phone as I got situated. Hey, pretty lady, he said, his voice softer than usual, suggesting he too was feeling the after effects of our fun night out on the town. How are you feeling this morning? I think I might have made the error of forgetting I'm in my late 30s now and not my 20s. Big same, he chuckled. I'm out getting my 3rd cup of coffee. Think this one will do the trick? I don't know, but I mean you live in a magic city. Surely there's something the barista can toss into the blend to get you on the right path? Tragically, Harmony used the last anti-hangover potion from the medicine cabinet in the kitchen the other night, so I'm stuck in the dark ages. Want me to go to the apothecary and bring you one? Agent Bramble is taking a personal day, much to everyone's shock and speculation, so I have a little leeway. Actually, I might take you up on that. Would you mind bringing that police file? About Rachel? Yeah, there's something bugging me. If Lawrence Harrington lured her out to the lookout,
and had a full conversation with her, shouldn't his footprints be at the scene? And if there was a set of prints, presumably a man's shoe, wouldn't that have made the police reconsider the story that her death was an accident? Someone else was there with her in a remote location, not on any trail. The sound of a shop bell jingled in the background.
I'd look into it if it were one of my cases, Brandon agreed. I just got to the coffee shop, but I'll swing by the office and get the files and then head your way. See you in 15?
Thanks.
1 large vanilla latte, 1 hangover cure, and 1 set of police records.
I grinned like an idiot as Brandon unloaded his arms onto the kitchen table. Really working hard for that Boyfriend of the Year award, huh? Brandon straightened, and I realized my error. I dropped the B word. Was it too soon? We hadn't discussed exclusivity. But then if we weren't, what the heck was he doing here, ditching work to bring me coffee and hangover cures? I held up a hand, cringing at myself. Sorry, Brandon smiled.
Do I get a trophy if I win?
I blinked. He chuckled and slid into the seat beside mine and nudged me with his elbow.
You're cute when you get all flustered.
My cheeks warmed, likely oscillating somewhere between fire engine and ripe cherry tomato on the color wheel.
I've been out of the dating game for a while, but I like the way it sounds, he continued. Of course, if you prefer, we could try out other terms. Significant other? Special someone? Boo thing?
I cracked up laughing and leaned into his side. Boyfriend is fine.
Whatever you say, sweet pea,
he teased, laughing along with me as my nose scrunched.
Sweet potato? My little rutabaga?
Why do I have to be a vegetable?
Because sweet banana or sweet pineapple is redundant.
I rolled my eyes, still grinning wildly.
I see.
Brandon loosened the stopper on the hangover potion and handed it to me, his eyes sparkling. Thanks. I threw it back, using a gulp of latte as the chaser, and already felt better.
So what are we looking for here?
Brandon asked, opening the police record. He unpacked it with a careful hand, suggesting he'd done it dozens or hundreds of times before. He fanned out the contents neatly, waiting until it was all arranged before reading so much as a single line. Pictures of the lookout from where Rachel fell, I said, already nudging through an array of photos. This looks like it. Sean said there were 2 boulders to sit on and enjoy the view. Brandon considered the photos.
I don't see any prints. Are you sure this is where she fell?
Well, maybe not exactly where she fell, but she was there, thinking she was meeting her ex, and that's where Lawrence confessed to speaking with her. Brandon twisted the clearest photo to one side, then gestured.
It's almost too neat here, too smooth. See how over there it's all rocky and rugged?
He gestured at another photo, then displayed them side by side. He blinked, then shook his head.
I don't know. To me, it looks tampered with. Like someone used something, a shovel maybe, and smoothed this bit over.
I was still considering the photos when Brandon's phone chirped and buzzed. He swore and dug it out of his jacket pocket.
It's Naira, he said.
Uh-oh, busted, I said, shooting him a grin. Brandon got to his feet.
I should get back.
He looked at the pictures, then me, his brows drawing together.
You're plotting something.
I shrugged. I'm just going to see if I can get some more information. If the PI Mrs. Harrington hired is still around, he might have something for me. After all, he was the one following Rachel around. Brandon considered it, then met my gaze.
You'll be careful?
I held up my hand, the same way Harmony had not so long ago, and offered a solemn nod. Witch's honor. He smiled.
Good. After all, I can't have anything happening to my favorite rutabaga, he said, pressing a kiss to my lips before I could protest.
I smacked a hand into his hard chest. Maybe you should be careful before you find yourself in the pages of one of these things, I said, pointing at the police folder, still spread across the table. Brandon laughed, then kissed me again, lingering this time. At least until his phone buzzed a second time.
Arrgh,
he groaned, shaking his head as he backed up a step.
See you later.
I nodded, and he answered the phone as he turned and left the kitchen via the back door.
Coffee in hand, I watched him jog across the damp grass and slip inside the tool shed. We might be from two very different worlds, but it was nice to know he was always a few minutes away. It didn't take me long to find the name of the Harrington family lawyer, Montgomery and Associates. 40 minutes after Brandon's departure, I arrived in front of the stately brick building that housed the law office. Stepping inside, I was greeted by the smell of polished wood and old books. The receptionist, an older woman with a beehive hairdo straight out of the 1960s, peered at me over her cat-eye glasses.
"Can I help you?"
"I was hoping to speak with Mr. Montgomery." The woman eyed me suspiciously.
"Mr. Montgomery has been retired for 12 years now. His daughter Amelia runs the firm now."
"Oh, I see." I cleared my throat. "Is there any chance she might be available to speak with me?"
"Let me check," the receptionist replied, picking up a phone and dialing an extension. "What is your name?"
"Blair McGill."
The woman nodded and held up one finger, motioning for me to wait. After a brief conversation, she hung up and looked at me. "Amelia can see you now. Follow me." As we walked down the hallway, I couldn't help but admire the antique furniture and framed certificates that adorned the walls. Amelia's office was no different. A massive wooden desk took center stage, flanked by overflowing bookshelves and framed family photos.
"Ms. McGill, have a seat,"
Amelia said, gesturing to a plush armchair in front of her desk. She had an air of authority about her, which I guessed was necessary for her line of work.
"How can I help you today?"
"I'm doing some research into the Harrington family, specifically around the time of Rachel Palmer's death." I watched Amelia's expression closely, but she revealed nothing. "I understand your father worked closely with them during that time."
"He did," she nodded. "But I'm afraid my father retired many years ago. I've taken over the firm since then."
"Right. Well, I was hoping you could give me the name of the private investigator the Harringtons used back then. I have a few questions for him about the Palmer case." Amelia frowned, hesitating. I held my breath, hoping she wouldn't stonewall me.
"Well, normally I would push for more information, but the Harringtons were never clients of mine, and frankly my father spent too much of his time and energy trying to keep them out of the mud."
Amelia shook her head, clearly frustrated.
"Whatever this is about, I'd rather not get involved, if it's all the same to you."
"I just need the name of the investigator, and if you know where I might find them." With a nod, Amelia flipped open a leather-bound book on her desk and scanned through a page.
"Gideon Crestwell worked for my father in those days. He's no longer in business, but he's on the company Christmas card list. Let me just see. Ah, yes, there it is."
She scribbled down an address and passed it to me.
"Seaglass Care Home over on Maple."
I plucked the card from her manicured hand.
"Thank you, I really appreciate it."
I stood to leave, but hesitated in the doorway. "Can I ask, do you know anything about the lawsuit involving the sale of the Harringtons plant?" Amelia replied with a bitter scoff.
"What do you think I was referring to when I said the Harringtons dragged my father through the mud? As a lawyer, I'm trained to always have a defense, an angle. But what they did?"
She shook her head again, disgust evident on her face.
"It was pure greed."
"Right." I bobbed my head. "Well, thanks again." "Mm-hmm." Amelia waved a hand, already lost in her work. Fortunately, it was a short walk to the care home, a quaint, ivy-covered building tucked away at the end of a tree-lined path, not far from downtown. As I walked through the front doors, the faint scent of disinfectant and lavender filled my nostrils. The receptionist directed me to Gideon Crestwell's room, and I headed toward it, my steps heavy and slow. The door to Gideon's room was open, and I found an elderly man with only the barest hints of wispy white hair seated in a wheelchair beside a large window, a blanket over his lap.
"Mr. Crestwell?"
He turned at his name. He looked frail, but his eyes held a sharp intelligence.
"Yes?"
The January sun cast a warm glow on Gideon's face, his wrinkles a road map of memories. I took a deep breath and dove right in. "Mr. Crestwell, my name is Blair McGill.
And if you're up to it, I'd like to ask you some questions about Elizabeth Harrington and Rachel Palmer."
Silently, Gideon turned his face away, his watery eyes moving back to the view of a large green space beyond the window.
"Mr. Crustwell?"
"I knew this day would come. Eventually."
He exhaled, the sound labored. Then he flicked the tips of his fingers toward the upholstered chair opposite his wheelchair.
"You'd better have a seat."
Wordlessly, I sat, my breath drawn in tight.
"I primarily worked for Mr. Montgomery. The Harringtons were his client. But in late 1996, I got a call from Elizabeth, Mrs. Harrington, asking me to meet for coffee. She said she had a job for me. Mr. Montgomery paid me well enough, but it was a small-town law practice. There wasn't much work."
Gideon paused to cough into a white handkerchief.
"Excuse me,"
he said, as the coughing fit sputtered out. "Do you need water?" I asked. He shook his head and cleared his throat.
"Elizabeth thought her husband was having an affair. At least that's what she told me,"
he continued.
"She wanted me to follow him around, take pictures, and report back to her. Nothing unusual. And the pay was good, so I said sure."
He shrugged his thin shoulders and adjusted his blanket.
"The only problem? There was nothing to uncover. And come to find out, she was the one carrying on an affair. Once I figured that out, I thought she hired me to keep tabs on her husband's whereabouts, so it would be easier for her to sneak around with the mayor."
He shook his head.
"I should have gotten out then."
"Did she have you put listening devices in Mr. Harrington's office?" Gideon nodded.
"Phone taps, too. The works."
"And she was having you follow Rachel, too?" For a moment, it seemed as though the old man wouldn't answer. But then he looked down at his hands, now trembling, and let out a sigh laced with regret.
"That came later. But yes, Elizabeth grew paranoid. There were rumors swirling. Rumors about her and the mayor. Some people claim to have seen photographs of a, shall we say, delicate nature. She wanted me to find them. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anyone with anything more than a rumor or a story. In hindsight, I don't think the photos even existed."
But that didn't matter to Elizabeth. She wouldn't believe you, would she?
"No, she wouldn't."
Gideon exhaled, the breath rattling in his lungs on exit.
"Lawrence was threatening to divorce her, and she got desperate. Eventually, she made me a new offer. A final offer. She wanted me to get rid of Rachel. Make her disappear forever."
Gideon looked up at me, his eyes filled with shame.
"That was how she put it. You understand."
I nodded, even as a wave of nausea rolled over me.
"I'm an old man, Miss McGill, and I don't have much time left. I want to get the truth off my chest before I pass."
My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out the drone of the TV in the corner and the light chatter of the other residents who went about their morning completely oblivious. I forced myself to maintain an even tone. "What happened to Rachel?" Gideon shook his head.
"I couldn't go through with it. But I couldn't turn Elizabeth down either."
"Because of the money?"
"Because I was afraid of her. Of what she would do if I said no. I'd become another loose end for her to clean up."
He swallowed hard.
"So, I came up with a plan."
Gideon sighed, his frail body sinking further into the armchair.
"I followed her that day, up to the lookout. I thought she was meeting Sean, the Harrington's son.
I know, Sean.
Right.
He nodded.
I stayed back, figuring I could catch her alone once Sean left. I was halfway to the lookout spot when I saw Lawrence heading through the woods. I ducked behind a tree before he could see me, and he carried on. By the time I got to the lookout, Rachel was gone. I waited a bit, trying to figure out where she could have gone, and I was about to give up and go back down the hill when I heard her coming.
Gideon trailed off, his eyes haunted and distant. A single tear broke free and made its way down his cheek.
I'm not a bad person, Miss McGill, but...
His voice cracked.
I had no choice. I had to go through with it or it would be me on the line. Or my daughter.
Rachel was someone's daughter, too, I said, my voice cold. Gideon's eyes squeezed shut. He swallowed hard and ducked his chin in a small nod.
I know. I'm so sorry.
What happened next?
She didn't see it coming,
Gideon said, his voice a raspy whisper.
I hit her with a branch, and it knocked her off kilter. She went over the edge, and her neck was...
His voice broke into a sob. What did you do after she fell? I asked quietly. Gideon wiped his eyes with the back of his hand.
I panicked,
he confessed.
Elizabeth had bought a brand new shovel for me to...
He rolled a gnarled hand through the air. I gave a brief nod, and he continued.
So, I used it and smoothed over the ground to cover up my footprints. That way it looked like an accident, and I wouldn't have to worry about burying her. Then I went to Elizabeth. Told her Rachel was dead.
And you collected your payday, huh? Gideon sobbed loudly enough to catch the attention of a passing attendant, who gave me a concerned look. Is everything all right here, miss? The woman placed a hand on Gideon's trembling shoulder. Mr. Crestwell? I got to my feet, my hands shaking. It's okay. I was just leaving. Gideon didn't look up as I stalked from the room. Chapter 19. When Rachel still hadn't returned to the inn by that evening, I gathered in the kitchen with Holly and Harmony, debating whether or not to call upon Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack to start a spectral search party. I just want her to know the truth of what happened to her, I said with a sigh, bobbing the tea bag around my mug. And she will, Holly said, reaching over to pat my arm. You did a good thing, Blair. After hearing Gideon's confession, I'd made it as far as the edge of the parking lot before calling the police. A squad car arrived within minutes, and I waited with bated breath, hoping the man wouldn't recant the whole thing or call me a delusional liar. It seemed, though, that Gideon's guilty conscience led him to speak the truth as he was eventually wheeled out, his wrists in handcuffs, and taken away to the police station. Before the squad car left the parking lot, the old man caught my eye and inclined his head, in a gesture I was choosing to take as something akin to gratitude. As unforgivable as his actions were, he'd at least done the right thing in the end. What if we tried using this? Harmony said, going to the kitchen drawer where Rachel's bracelet was stashed for safekeeping. She lifted the delicate chain and ran a nail over the heart-shaped charm. If this is what her spirit is bound to, maybe we can use it to kind of summon her back? Holly and I exchanged a look. Then she shrugged. Worth a try. Harmony closed her eyes and clasped her hand around the bracelet. Rachel, if you can hear us, please come back. We know what happened to you. We know the truth. A hush fell over the kitchen, and I thought I felt a chill over the back of my neck, but quickly chalked it up to a draft from the nearby air vent. Deflated, Harmony set the bracelet on the counter and opened her mouth to speak, when suddenly a form flickered into view, and Rachel hovered in the center of the kitchen, her eyes wide. Rachel, I exclaimed. Are you all right?
She spun slowly and spotted the bracelet. What just happened? It was like I could hear a voice in my head, and then it was like the feeling of being on a really tall roller coaster. Sorry, Harmony winced. We were trying something new. Blair found out what happened to you, Holly interjected, then gestured for me to take over the conversation. Rachel looked at me, her young face pained. You did? I nodded. Rachel, you were pushed over the cliff by a man named Gideon Crestwell. He was a private investigator, working for Elizabeth Harrington. She hired him to murder you because she thought you had proof of her affair with the mayor. What proof? Rachel's eyes narrowed in confusion. I didn't know anything about that, let alone have proof of it. I only knew about the illegal dumping. Unfortunately, Elizabeth believed otherwise, Holly said, her voice soft. But now that we know the truth, we can make sure it all comes to light. The damage the Harringtons caused will be revealed, and Gideon has turned himself in. He was arrested this morning. Rachel took it in silently, as she stared down at the charm bracelet that kept her spirit tied to this world. You're sure? I looked helplessly to Holly, then Harmony. I'm so sorry, Rachel. But yes, it's all true. Justice will be served, Harmony added. Is there anything else we can do? Holly asked. Rachel shook her head. No. I think I would just like to be alone. She glanced up, her form growing thinner. Thank you, though. I do appreciate everything you've done for me. Of course, I replied. And if you... Rachel vanished, winking out of sight. I slumped forward, my elbows on the table's edge. I know I did the right thing, so why does it feel so crappy? Neither of my fellow witches appeared to have an answer for me. Several days passed with no sign of Rachel. I constantly checked my room and the garden for any signs of her, but eventually turned my anxiety into action and set about organizing a memorial event. Following Gideon's confession and arrest, the local newspaper ran a story with the full truth of what happened all those years ago. They even coordinated with Rachel's parents in order to insert pieces of her research and writing about the Harringtons' illegal dumping. Sean was quoted in the article, wishing the Palmers peace and closure, while also speaking to Rachel's character and her dedication to the truth. As it turned out, Lawrence Harrington had lost most of his wealth, but following the article's publication, made a generous donation to the foundation set up in Rachel's name to make amends for the damage his plant had done to the harbor. I saved a copy of the paper, and subsequent articles, along with snippets from the local news, keeping them for Rachel's eventual return. Holly asked the ghostly trio to keep a lookout around town for Rachel, but so far, they hadn't returned with any news. I had a feeling she would be with her parents or at Sean's, or maybe splitting her time between the two, but couldn't bring myself to invade either place and cause further disruption to either family. Fortunately, she caught wind of the memorial and came to the inn the following week, the night before the event. I found her in my room after dinner, the rocking chair quietly treading on the wood floors. I'm sorry I was gone for so long, she said, as I entered the room and closed the door softly behind me. You don't have to apologize. She shook her head. No, I do. You went through all this trouble to help me find answers, and I bailed on you without so much as a thank you. And then I find out you're planning a beach cleanup in my honor? She looked at me, her eyes full of emotion. You really did all of this for me? Why? Slowly, I eased down to sit on the side of the bed. Because it's the right thing to do. And if I were in your shoes, it's what I would want someone to do for me. I paused, parsing through a longer answer to the question. Finally, I exhaled and sat forward, bracing my elbows on my thighs. The truth is, I don't know why I am the way that I am. A witch, I mean. Like I told you before, This has all been really sudden, unexpected, and strange. But I guess when you showed up, it showed me that my powers, complicated as though they may be, can be used for good. I have access to this new world now, and it only seems right that I try to find some way to use that to help other people. Otherwise, what's the point? Rachel didn't seem to have an answer for that. She remained silent for a few minutes, slowly rocking. Besides, I always enjoy a nice day at the beach, I added, with a small smile. Rachel breathed a soft laugh. In January? In Washington. Well, okay, Fiji would be preferable, I replied with a laugh. But I'm working with what I've got. Rachel smiled. Thank you, Blair. It doesn't feel adequate, but it's the only thing I can think to say. You're welcome. I wanted to ask her where she'd been the past few days, and what was happening with her parents and Sean. I wanted to know how she felt now that she knew the truth about her death. But in the end, I kept those questions to myself, and asked instead if she would like to come to the memorial. You don't have to, of course, I hurried to add. There's no pressure. Rachel nodded. I'd like to be there. And I think Sean is going too. That's how I found out about it in the first place. I was there when he got the invitation in the mail. Thank you for including him. Of course. Rachel paused, staring down at transparent cuticles, likely an old habit. I think my parents would have liked to extend an invitation. My mom, at least. But it's been hard for them. Even with Gideon's confession and the article in the paper, I think my dad is having a hard time letting go of his feelings towards Sean. I winced. I was wondering about that. They're doing their best, but I think it's something that only time can heal now. However much they have left. She fell silent for a long moment, her gaze moving toward the window. That's something I've been thinking about a lot more the past few days. I mean, I'm still here. She looked down at herself, as if checking to see if her status had shifted. When she saw it remained unchanged, she shrugged and lifted her gaze back to meet mine. I thought once I found out what happened to me, I'd get this ticket to go on to the other side. The other world, as those other witches called it. I nodded. What if I'm just stuck like this? What if my parents pass on and go over to the other side, no questions asked? I mean, they have their closure now, right? So what if I stay stuck here? Without them? I wish I had the answer, but unfortunately there's not much I can do to help with that one. At least not from where I'm sitting now. I feel like all of this magic stuff is some kind of vast, unexplored ocean, and all I have is a teaspoon. I can only take tiny sips at a time. Rachel nodded, and we sat in our shared experience for a while. Well, you shouldn't drink ocean water anyway, Rachel said after a moment, lifting her chin to reveal a half-quirked smile. Surely someone has told you that by now. I laughed, and she joined in. It was the first time I'd heard her laugh. The sound sweet and melodic. It fit her just right. Eventually, Rachel rose from the rocking chair and turned toward the window. I should go. You don't have to. You're more than welcome to stay here. It's game night, which I realize might sound lame, but I promise board games have gotten way better since the 90s. Rachel smiled, but shook her head. I know this probably sounds weird, but I think now that Sean knows I'm here in spirit. He can sense me when I'm nearby. The past few nights, he's brought out his guitar after dinner and played a lot of the old songs he used to play for me when we were dating. It's nice spending time with him, even when we're still so far apart. My heart squeezed under the sudden weight in my chest. But I'll see you at the event, she promised. Okay. Good night, Rachel. Good night, Blair. She faded through the window, pausing momentarily in the garden before flickering out of sight. I sighed and flopped back on the bed, wondering if Sean did in fact sense Rachel, and thought about what that might mean. If somehow love was even stronger than the rules of magic. Chapter 20. The cold sea breeze whipped my hair across my face as I stood and addressed the crowd gathered on the beach, trash bags and metal pickers in hand, ready for the cleanup event. Gazing out at the crowd gathered on the rocky beach, I spotted the familiar faces of Harmony, Adam, Holly, and Miriam, her wings safely stowed from view. Mr. McDougal and Sir Pickles had ambled down from the inn, eager for something to do. Sir Pickles wore his shaggy terrier disguise, though I thought for sure I saw a pair of smoke rings billow from his nose as he sniffed at a piece of driftwood. Amongst the familiar faces were dozens I did not recognize, spaced sporadically along the shore, groups of Rachel's family and friends, bundled against the chill in their warmest sweaters and raincoats. I tapped the wireless microphone to test it, the sharp thump echoing out over the slate-gray waves. "Thank you all for coming today," I began, my voice low and solemn. "For those who don't know me, my name is Blair McGill, and I'm with the Beechwood Inn, the hosts of today's event. We're here today to honor the memory of Rachel Palmer." My eyes found Rachel's parents, standing at the edge of the parking lot of the beach access point. With Ben's walker, traversing the sand and rocks was out of the question, so we'd made sure to keep close to the asphalt before dispersing to begin the cleanup. "I know it means the world to Rachel's family that you're all here to celebrate her life and support this cause that was so important to her." As I spoke, a flash of color caught my eye. Sean, in a peacock blue coat, was walking onto the beach, one arm draped across the shoulders of a teenage girl. My gaze ping-ponged back over to Rita and Ben. "Before we get started, I wanted to announce that the charity foundation set up in Rachel's name has raised a record-breaking amount of donations in the past week, all of which will be going to continue the conservation work along the coast." A ripple of applause clattered in reply. Rita spotted Sean, lingering near the back of the crowd. And Rachel appeared, from thin air, standing near them, her face tight. My stomach clenched. Rita caught Sean's attention and smiled tentatively as she waved him over, a wadded tissue in her hand. Sean made his way over slowly, his teenage daughter trailing shyly behind him. Rita immediately wrapped him in a fierce hug, one he returned just as tightly. Rachel's father stepped up to shake Sean's hand, his grip lingering for a long moment. A lump caught in my throat, and I moved the microphone away from my mouth to clear it. Rachel floated next to me, gazing at her family and Sean with silver tears swelling in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, "for bringing everyone together." I offered a subtle nod, blinking back sudden tears before taking the microphone. "Rachel would be so proud of what we've accomplished together," I told the crowd. "And I know this is just the beginning of the positive changes we can make in her memory. So, everyone, grab a bag. There are gloves and extra supplies in Mr. Johansson's truck. The cafe across the street has free coffee, tea, and water for everyone wearing a volunteer badge, so make sure you've got yours on. The restrooms are also available should you need them." While the crowd, armed with trash bags and determination, dispersed, I watched Rachel's parents and Sean as the three stood off to the side, talking quietly. Rachel hovered nearby, a silent witness. "What about sticks, Mama? Do we pick those up too?" Valoria asked, wearing goggles, gloves, and a floppy purple hat. It was a witch's hat, though no one would suspect it as anything but a child's eccentric accessory. "I think the sticks can stay here," Holly replied absently. Her attention snagged on Samuel, who was toddling off in pursuit of a small crab. Adam caught the boy and threw him into the air with a laugh. "Come on, wild one. Let's go chase those birds instead." Holly sighed as she watched the two run off together. "He's going to turn him into a dog, isn't he?" Miriam laughed as she came to stand beside her. "Perhaps, but that wouldn't be all bad, would it?" "Oh, sure. What could be better than some father-son dumpster diving?" "Maybe you can get a 2-for-1 on rabies shots," Harmony chimed in with a wicked grin. Holly waved her trash-collecting stick at her. Harmony stuck out her tongue. then jogged ahead to catch up with an errant potato chip bag caught in the breeze. Or, perhaps more accurately, the handsome man in a volunteer firefighter's jacket who'd also seen the bag fly by.
It feels so good to be out making a difference,
Mr. McDougal chimed in, stooping to pick up a discarded soda can with surprising agility for a man of his age. Sir Pickles, in his terrier form, scampered around him, a wagging tail accompanying every find, though I couldn't help but notice he seemed more interested in chewing on the trash than retrieving it. "Sir Pickles," I admonished with a chuckle, "I think you're supposed to be helping, not snacking." He paused mid-chew, looking up at me with those guilt-ridden eyes only a dog can muster. Then, with a huff, he spat out the soggy paper and resumed his search for more rubbish, albeit with slightly less enthusiasm. "Good boy," I praised him, ruffling his fur as I passed by. As we continued our efforts, I kept glancing over my shoulder to Rachel's parents and Sean. After a long while, another round of embraces was exchanged, with even Ben folding Sean into a quick hug, before extending a hand to Sean's daughter. Rachel watched the tender moment unfold between her parents and the man she'd once loved, or still loved. I felt my heart swell in my chest, and blinked rapidly against the salty breeze, trying to keep from breaking down in tears. As Sean and his daughter went to gather supplies from Mr. Johansson's truck bed, Rachel broke away from her parents and floated closer to us, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked at each person, taking in the love and camaraderie that spanned the length of the shore. And then, without warning, she became enveloped in a soft, golden light. Startled, she looked down at her arms, then back to me.
"Blair?"
she said, her voice wavering with emotion.
I think it's time."
I stared at her, understanding dawning on me. This was the moment we had all been working toward. The moment Rachel could finally find peace. "Are you sure?" I asked hesitantly, my heart heavy with a mixture of sadness and relief. Rachel nodded, her smile bittersweet.
"I'm ready. But before I go, there's something I need to ask you."
"Anything," I promised, choking back my own tears.
"Please tell Sean to keep playing the guitar. It makes him so happy. And please tell him that I'll look for him on the other side,"
she whispered, her gaze locked onto him as he smiled at his daughter and snapped on a pair of latex gloves. "Of course," I agreed, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I will."
"Thank you,"
Rachel whispered again, before turning her attention back to me.
"I'll never forget you, Blair."
"Neither will I choked out, my vision blurred by the tears streaming down my cheeks. And then, just like that, the golden light swallowed her up completely, leaving nothing but an empty patch of rocky sand. "Blair?" Holly's voice sounded alarmed. I pushed my hair out of my face and nodded.
"She's gone."
"Oh, honey." Holly and Harmony were suddenly at my sides, each of them resting a hand on one of my shoulders.
"Goodbye, Rachel,"
I murmured softly, wiping away my tears as I turned to face the others.
"She's finally at peace."
"Let's finish this cleanup in her honor,"
Adam suggested, his voice steady and determined. "Agreed," Holly said, sniffing back her own tears as she picked up another piece of litter. "For Rachel."
"For Rachel,"
we all echoed, our voices carrying on the wind as we returned to our task, knowing that somewhere beyond, our new friend was watching over us, her spirit finally at peace. The emotional morning gave way to a calm afternoon. The cleanup was a huge success, with even more donations being made to the foundation before the last volunteers handed over their supplies and left the beach. Afterward, we reconvened inside the Beechwood Inn for some much-needed comfort in the form of hot beverages and baked goods. Brandon missed the start of the ceremony, but made it in time to help me fill my final bag, then drove me back to the inn. I explained about Rachel on the way. He didn't say a lot, but listened, and in that moment, that was all I needed. We gathered around the large wooden table, nursing our cups of coffee and tea, nibbling on pastries. The atmosphere was subdued, but not entirely somber. Flapjack, Hayward, and Gwen arrived in a flurry of voices. "Good news! We heard your ghost is down at the beach," Flapjack announced, bursting through the kitchen table. I leveled the spectral cat with a stare. "You don't say." Brandon stifled a laugh. Holly smiled and brought over the kettle to top off her tea. "You guys are a little late. Rachel has successfully crossed over to the other world. You can call off the search." "She did? Well, that's fantastic," Gwen exclaimed, her feather earrings swirling as she bounced in her seat. "It was all thanks to Blair," Harmony added, smiling at me. Adam raised a Danish in salute.
Hear, hear.
"That's wonderful, Blair," Gwen said, giving me an encouraging smile. "Perhaps Scarlett should hire you as an apprentice." "Thank you, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go into full-time ghost hunting." Brandon draped an arm across the back of my chair.
"Well, if you change your mind, let me know. We could use a good ghost hunter in the department."
"Well, then we'd have to break up."
"Oh?"
"Trust me, I learned the hard way not to date at work," I said with a shudder. Brandon chuckled.
"That bad, huh?"
"You have no idea."
"I'd love to hear about it sometime,"
Brandon said, his mouth curved into an easy grin. An easy laugh rumbled through the room. When it faded, a gray cloud rolled over me, one I'd been trying to keep at bay for too long. I shuffled my mug between my hands, nervously twisting it back and forth. "Blair? Is everything all right?" Gwen asked, her voice kind. I looked up and peered at each of the ghosts in turn. "There is something I've been wanting to ask, and now that Rachel is gone..." I trailed off, losing my nerve.
"Well, spit it out. We haven't got all day,"
Flapjack interjected. He flicked his whiskers as he reconsidered.
"I suppose that's not technically true, but my point stands."
"He gets bored easily," Gwen said as an aside, making a shooing motion at the cat. "What is it you need, Blair? We'd be happy to help."
"For the right price,"
Flapjack interjected. "It's a long shot, but I'd like to see if perhaps my late grandmother is still here. As a ghost, I mean. When she died, there was so much left unsaid between us, and now that I know about my magic, well, it seems like there are even more loose ends than I could have imagined. It stands to reason she might have trouble moving on." I glanced up from my mug, gauging their reactions. Hayward and Gwen exchanged glances, while Flapjack twitched his tail approvingly.
"Well, well, look at Miss Determination over here," he said, his tone equal parts teasing and impressed. "Diving in with both feet. I like it."
"Hey, I can be determined when I need to be," I shot back, though I couldn't help but smile at his remark. It was oddly comforting to have Flapjack's snarky humor break through the heaviness of the moment. "Of course we'll help you," Gwen agreed, her voice warm and kind. Hayward nodded in agreement, his kindly eyes filled with empathy.
It would be an honor, Lady Blair.
Okay, that was going to take some getting used to. "I don't know much beyond where she might be, but I thought maybe with your connections you could see if any of the ghosts in Tacoma might have seen her. I have a feeling she'd be the kind of ghost who would make herself known." Gwen nodded. "The spirit world is vast and unpredictable, but we promise to do our best to find her. I've always wanted to go to Tacoma." Flapjack sniffed.
"Why?"
"The fact that you're even willing to try means more than I can say," I replied to Gwen. "Thank you."
"Hey, what are friends for? Even if they're transparent and floaty,"
Flapjack added with a smirk, earning himself a disapproving twitch of Hayward's mustache. He shook this off without hesitation and leaped into the air. "All right, team. Let's go find us a grandma." Flapjack cheered with mock enthusiasm before dissolving into laughter as he winked out of the room. Hayward and Gwen exchanged a harrowed look and rose from the table. Gwen smiled at me. "Shall we come back in the morning to discuss the matter further? You've had a big day. Rest up, and we'll talk tomorrow." As I watched them leave, another worry welled up. The tug of war between wanting to know what would happen if they didn't find my grandmother, and then those thoughts of imagining what would happen if they did. Would she be happy to see me? Or would she be disappointed by the life I'd lived so far? The thought of her still lingering in the mortal realm, unable to fully move on, made my heart ache. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel a bubble of anger, thinking she might have known about my magic and kept it from me for my entire life. I did my best to set it aside, as Gwen advised, and it struck me then, as I looked around at the assembled faces, that even if I couldn't fully uncover my past, my present was looking pretty dang good. By some flap of a butterfly's wings, I'd managed to build quite a life for myself here, surrounded by people and spirits who cared about me. And that was something worth celebrating.